championship will be gathered in Jakarta, Indonesia. One dream and one goal only. To make sure all the players, teams, and fans alike are on the same page, it is time to reveal the tournament format. In M4, all the qualified teams will compete in 2 stages to achieve greatness. Group stage and the knockout stage. The teams will play a best-of-1 single round-robin during the group stage. No team will be eliminated during the group stage. Now, let's take a look at the knockout stage format. It'll feature a double elimination bracket with a total of 22 series. The first 2 rounds of the lower bracket will be the best of 3. The other series will be best of 5. Except for the grand finals, which will be best of 7. Now the knockout stage upper bracket will feature the top 2 teams of each group from the group stage, and the bottom 2 teams will start at the lower bracket. The losers of the first round of the lower bracket will be eliminated. The M4 knockout stage will be spread out across 9 days, where there will be a live audience for fans like you to support your teams. And that's all you need to know about M4's tournament format. Remember to tune in and see you in Jakarta. Dare to dream, dare to be great.
Ultimate prize to be M4 World Champions.
Duma မဖောက်ခဲ့ဘူးတဲ့လမ်းတစ်ခုကိုကျွန်တော်တို့စတင်ရှောက်လန်းခဲ့ကြတယ်။ချွေးမထွက်တဲ့အားကစားကိုကျွန်တော်တို့စော့ခဲ့ကြတယ်။လူတွေမရွေးချယ်တဲ့အတံမွေးဝမ်းကြောင်းကိုပဲကျွန်တော်တို့အမျက်တနိုးရွေးချယ်ခဲ့ကြတယ်။အဲ့ဒီလိုလူတွေမမြင်နိုင်တဲ့အမှောင်ချမ်းမှာပဲကျွန်တော်တို့ရှိနေခဲ့တာမို့လို့ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ကိုယ်ပိုင်အလင်းရောင်နဲ့ထုံးလင်းဖို့ဆုံးဖြတ်ပြီးဒီလမ်းကိုဆက်လျှောက်ခဲ့ကြတယ်။တကယ်တော့ e-sport ဆိုတာမျိုးကတခြားအားကစားတွေလိုပါပဲ။ကိုယ်နဲ့စိတ်တူကိုယ်လိုရှိမဲ့အသင်းပေါ်တွေရဲ့အကူအညီနဲ့ပဲကြုံဆုံလာမဲ့ပြိုင်ဘက်တွေကိုအလေးထိုးအနိုင်ယူကြရတယ်။ဒါပေမဲ့အဆုံးတစ်နေ့မှာတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့မှာတူညီတဲ့အိမ်မက်တစ်ခုပဲရှိပါတယ်။အဲ့ဒါကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ e-sport ကစားသမားတွေအားလုံးအတွက်ပုံမူကောင်းမွန်တဲ့နေရာတစ်ခုကိုဖန်တီးရင်းနဲ့ကမ္ဘာအလယ်မှာမြန်မာဆိုတဲ့အလင်းရောင်အကောင်းဆုံးထွန်းလင်းတောက်ပနိုင်ဖို့ပါ
The M4 group stage continues to bring us world-class MLBB actions. So let's take a quick look at what happened yesterday. It's raining RRQ in Jakarta during day 2 of the M4 group stage. Despite having the home ground advantage, Skylar and the legendary Lemon had to put all the stops to claim an unconvincing victory against Occupied Thrones. The Song Rajas were then dismantled by Echo of the Philippines with a stellar performance from Sanji the Wizard. However, win or lose, the fans are here to support with all their might. On the other hand, RRQ Akira is looking like the better RRQ so far. The Samba Boys defeated the Valley in the North-South America Derby thanks to Luiz's incredible Numenon Blast. They also destroyed the Malaysian champions Team Hawk with a formidable team fight composition featuring Joy and Terizla, while utilizing the power of RRQ, Ultra Fans' buff. All MLBB fans in the world, let's support your favorite team with all your passion, regardless of where you are. Now, it's time for Day 3 of the M4 Group Stage. Dare to be great.
The M4 World Championship continues to heat up with drama and intense emotions. Day 3 of the group stage is a direct manifestation of order and chaos, with Group B representing the calm and predictable outcome. All is in order as Onyx Esports and Todak take care of business respectively and secure upper bracket slots. Featuring the King of the Sky, Kyrie, who gave a masterclass on the prowess of assassins. While Todak cruised through the group stage with Formace returning to the starting lineup. However, when there is order, there will be chaos. As the disarray in Group A materializes into a three-way tiebreaker, as all hell breaks loose when Falcon Esports dethrone the defending champions not once, but twice in the same day. Finally, the M3 champions clawed back against the siege of Incendio Supremacy and secured the upper bracket. Even though the air was tense, sportsmanship and integrity were embraced. And with that, we are going straight into the final day of the M4 Group Stage. Dare to be great.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking on me, but you know don't never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give, cause rush the streets is what I made it now. Made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever stop. Won't ever stop, yeah.
Touch your sky. You're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky. You're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting and show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky. You're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky. You're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fire in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Hands off, I ain't giving up. They say that I finished what they want, I ain't never
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Embrace new sensation. Celebrate new happiness. Find new excitement. Seek for new tastes. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
What's up, everyone? Today we have a hero revamp many of you have been waiting for. Featuring Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower. The new Hanabi is more mature and confident in herself, as seen in her new intro animation where she finally takes off her veil. Hero skills. Hanabi is a marksman that brings solid DPS and crowd control to a team and known for her bouncing pedal blades. Passive skill, Ninjutsu Pedal Barrage. That's right, Pedal Barrage is now Hanabi's new passive. With this adjustment, Hanabi's basic attacks and skills automatically create pedal blades on hit that bounce up to 4 times to nearby targets, while doing less damage per bounce. First skill, Ninjutsu Equinox. Hanabi's shield has been reworked into an active skill. The new Equinox shield now increases her movement and attack speed. Hanabi is still immune to control effects while the shield is active, but now dealing damage will increase the shield's health regardless of Hanabi's HP. Second skill, Ninjutsu Soul Scroll. Soul Scroll remains a skill shot that damages and slows enemies on hit, now with a new mechanic that marks enemies, causing them to take full damage from the next pedal blade bounce. Ultimate Forbidden Jutsu Higanbana. Hanabi's ultimate remains unchanged, damaging and immobilizing the first enemy hit. The revamped Hanabi retains her uniqueness without needing to stack her shield before a fight, and her pedal blades are now a more consistent source of damage. Her new shield mechanic improves her sustain mid-fight so she can stay in and on her targets. Pro tips. Use Equinox when you anticipate incoming CC and deal damage to keep it up. Don't panic if you get engaged on. Cast your shield and keep attacking. Line up enemies with Soul Scroll to cut their mobility while boosting your damage. And look to use Higanbana when the enemy is grouped up. Combo tips. When laning, use Soul Scroll to slow and mark enemies, so your next Pedal Blade bounce does full damage even if they're hiding in the back. In a 1v1, use your shield's new sustain to get the upper hand. In teamfights, land your second skill first to make the enemy easy targets for your ultimate and let your Pedal Blades go to town. Tactics. Since Hanabi's early game is rather weak, focus on farming, but not for the whole game, Hanabi mains. Poke the enemy in lane with basic attacks and her second skill. In the late game, use Hanabi's ultimate to engage and CC, and unleash your barrage of basic attacks and kunai to provide excellent sustained DPS for your team. We recommend this attack speed focused build to complement her reworked passive and first skill. Marksman Emblem further enhances her sustained DPS role, and Weakness Finder prevents her targets from escaping. Inspire is a natural choice to bolster both damage and survivability, thanks to her new shield. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp coming December 20th. She'll be 30% off the first week, along with her resplendent iris skin. Give the new Hanabi a whirl and tell us what you think. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp December 20th.
still works out, right? All of that in the last 2 minutes just makes a breeze for the first turtle here. So that's already huge, at least in terms of economy. But here in the mid lane, Yumski going to be the focus again. Oh, can he get away? One hit, he's going to bob and weave and survive.
The moves and grooves.
Moves
behind. And yeah, I can see here the Lord is already contested.
It doesn't feel like Bray is chilling. He's doing so much for his team with splitting those waves, but once again, the contest for the Lord.
The fight. Oh my god, catches Suvin with that Tyrant's Rage. Mortal bombs everywhere. Baby Cake, the first one down. Not a good sign as 1, 2, 3, 4 bodies has already been collected, and Bray gets shut down.
And he didn't, I don't even think it was Ken who finished off Hessa. He finished off D7, and this allows another free turtle.
So now they're going for it. Certainly going to be popped here. Ken able to secure the turtle, but Zip goes down as Chima able to find the kill. Another wild charge comes forth as D7 falls. Tempest Blade's going to be popped here. Ken looking for Hessa. Can't get the last hit though as he falls into the river.
That split, but all the weakness points. Oh my god, again! It's Prince Fran who comes in clutch and saves the day. Onyx Esports have nowhere to go right now, but Dragon's gonna be taken down. It's a shadow kill over to Harley, as now Mount Venus have to move back. The Iron Hook does not connect. It's gonna be the way the Dragon locking Prince Fran down, and that's a double kill picked up by Dreon, the Lord as well. Dreon is an absolute monster as he's looking to claim a maniac.
Kind of be a little bit patient, because right now I kind of feel like Rosa as well as Sunshine, they have enough damage. They just need a proper setup. And in terms of proper setup, you shouted out Oheb. If they can catch him, that's great. But it's easier said than done. But oh my Venus, it's all for them.
That's all the damage popped in, and the backline's completely going to be obstructed here by Blacklist International. Oheb free hitting his alien's going to be bursted down. Oh my god, going to call the fatal Nexus. Genzi's the only man left standing. Blacklist International, they take no prisoners.
Someday, you'll be the most shining light in the universe. The star will be burned for you, my flare.
M-Series Flashback, the Dark Horse.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
2019 in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Nobody guessed that Todak, a debutant for MPL Malaysia Singapore, then would qualify for M1. They topped their group stage with aggressive gameplay.
They get a mega kill. They're walking in to win this game. Todak take game 1.
And end up being the second runner-up of the first ever M Series. Fast forward to M2. After dominating the Myanmar MLBB scene for a few seasons, Burmese Ghoul finally shines at the world stage.
And they decimate Brand Esports from underneath their own tower.
It's gonna be Flatizi who's gonna get caught out here, stuck against the... That's gonna be GG. Burmese Ghouls take the 5th round.
Dominated the competition and extended the grand finals to a full 7-game series. And in M3, North America represents. BTK rises above all expectations when they defeated Blacklist International in the upper bracket.
The break for it. They flicker on for it. They find another kill. That's 2. They can get the 3rd. Mopazane. They have done it.
And pummeled their way to the lower bracket finals without any coach and team staff. M4 is finally coming. Which team do you think will rise to greatness and be the next dark horse? See you at M4.
Maybe.
But that's the thing, like, who is your saving grace here for MVG, right? Harley, Joel Crew. Joel Crew is so far away from that. Harley, though, able to survive just a bit. Whoa, never mind. Chiku, guys, from the backside. Now they're going to find Joel Crew, as we were just talking about him. They fall here, and another one goes down. 4 fall again for MVG, and there's nothing Dragon can do here to defend. It's a maniac for Chiku, guys. GG, well played.
They are resetting here, 13,000 HP.
They need to make a choice right now. I mean, the minions are pushing into their base. They're gonna get backdoored by Kalatizi if they don't choose now.
Oh my god, Kalatizi, will they read this? Junpo tries to delay, but no, my god, 505 trying to fly. Sanford, Yawi goes down, but Kalatizi in the backside. Benny QT, the base echo outplayed RSG.
But we just barely missed him off camera. What happened to Papa Dog?
He just got dogpiled on, and that will be the end of him. As you can see, S11 going for a different approach right here, jumping in, making the play with the Way of the Dragon as well, but the Vengeance is just tanking so much. Wow, that's Fried Chicken taking 1 versus 3. Erwin is the next target, and Fried Chicken is going again and again. The Lord gets picked up, and they come out on top, and it's so disastrous because the Lord is up at the same time. Incendio is still contesting, but it does not seem possible unless Alien can make something of a miracle play.
We've seen a miracle play by a Grok many times before. He's looking for it. He has the weapon mastery for a reason. He steals it for Turkey, for Incendio to save the game for his team.
I'm sorry. I'm hitting myself.
Yeah, no worries. Wise, killing spree emblem on the Aldous. Sure. I get why, but right now, wait a minute, Naomi gets a hook onto Wise right now. It's gonna be Justin who rotates back in. Wise goes in, and it's the first blood over to Justin.
Ken, that was a worth it.
What the got the hook, and Haji tries to run away. I can't get my point out. Justin goes in front, gets a kill.
Dashing back in, Edward using final blow, not able to find anyone, and that's the iron hook again. Naomi's won.
20/30 vision where they just literally see the future.
Oh my God, no way! Naomi finds a hook out of nothing again!
He cares for the future. Whatever it is you want to believe, he lands again!
Naomi!
From the sky!
They are right now, they're flying and they're soaring again! Naomi! What in the world was that?
អ្វីៗគ្រប់យ៉ាងតែងតែប្រែប្រួលទៅតាមពេលវេលាប៉ុន្តែស្មារតីរបស់អ្នកប្រយុទ្ធនឹងមិនសាបសូន្យនោះឡើយពួកយើងម្នាក់សុទ្ធតែមានចំណុចខ្សោយរៀងៗខ្លួន ប្រសិនបើយើងរួមគ្នាជាក្រុមគឺពួកយើងមិនមានពាក្យថាបរាជ័យនោះទេការតំណាងឲ្យប្រទេសកម្ពុជាទៅប្រកួតជើងឯក M4 It's like a dream come true នេះគឺជាសុបិនដែលខ្លាចជាការពិតដើម្បីមោទនភាពជាតិខ្មែរយើងក្រាបឡើងហើយតស៊ូទៅមុខទៀតដំណើរផ្សងព្រេងរបស់ពួកយើងមិនមានភាពងាយស្រួលនោះទេស្មារតីអ្នកចម្បាំងខ្មែរនឹងតែងតែស្ថិតនៅក្នុងខ្លួនយើងជានិច្ចក្រុម Burning Flash នឹងចាប់យកឱកាសមួយនេះហើយធ្វើឲ្យមោទនភាពជាតិយើងថ្កុំថ្កើងនៅលើឆាកអន្តរជាតិIf you play with fire, you will get burned. Dear Flamers, see you in the M4 stage.
My time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, told me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop. Won't never stop.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I'm on the road, accomplish all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
My time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, told me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop. Won't never stop.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, Chanel. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes around me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals. And I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest from Chanel. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight our eyes around me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
The heat and the beats were intense on day 2 of the M4 World Championship knockout stage. As old rivalries for past M series fueled the tension in the air. Where history repeats itself. The first series of the day saw Todak taking on their bitter old rivals, RRQ Hoshi, who defeated them in the world stage in M1 and M3. RRQ Hoshi started the party on their home turf with a gentle wave from their home ground hero, Kadita. Birthday boy Albert then showcased what the true skill ceiling in a game like MLBB can be on his special day. The second series of the day featured another international feud that started in M3. The defending champions are back to their usual winning form as they cruise through the Brazilians in dominating fashion. RRQ Akira showed signs of life when Takashi performed out of his mind to claw back in game number 1. But in the end, the Filipino representatives were too much for the Samba boys to handle. With that, we'll head on to the lower brackets today where elimination is on the line. It is the survival of the fittest. Let's see who will make it out alive. Dare to be great.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They've been talking to me on me, but you know don't never win. I'm controlling all my victories. It's something that's gotta give. Cause this shit just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never stop. Won't never stop.
Touch the sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest from Chanel. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight,
telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're a man of selling good. Touch the sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it on the go. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our base against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Hands off, I ain't giving up. They say that I finished, but they wrong. I ain't up done. No. So turn it up, turn it on the way up.
all you get your hands up, all you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it
Pop off, it's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right, I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking Tommy on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause greatness is just what I made it now, You can't ever break us down, I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never stop, won't never stop, yeah.
touch the sky, you're a man of selling good. Touch the sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our base against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make you proud. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're a man of selling good. Touch the sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our base against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Hands off, I ain't giving up. They say that I finished, but they wrong. I ain't up done. No. So turn it up, turn it on the way up.
all you get your hands up, all you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
Welcome to another day of the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship in the beautiful city of Jakarta, Indonesia. We are now down to 12 teams, but after today, only 8 will remain. A heavy-hitting schedule is upon us, so be sure not to miss out on any single action for today, who will still move on and continue their journey of getting a world title. Justin has always led his team to victory by commanding the tempo of the game. Falcon Esports is not unfamiliar with the lower bracket run, especially climbing back to the top spot. Soaring up high back to the finals is an easy feat for the Falcons. On the other hand, with the help of his teammates, Eren always finds the best angles to easily execute and initiate teamfights, beating one of the 4 main regions of Southeast Asia. S11 Argentina is in a better shape to match up against the favored dark horse, Falcon Esports.
It's great to see you guys back here at the analyst stand so far at the M4 World Championships. But another sad day might be here today. Yesterday, 4 teams have already been dropped off. Another 4 will be leaving the tournament here today. My name is Gideon Q, and with me is going to be Assassin Dave and as well as Jays here at the analyst stand to break down the games when they happen. But for the time being, it's going to be a joyous moment for us as our very first matchup, Falcon Esports up against S11. Let's talk a little bit about him here, because I know you've got some thoughts on Falcon here, Dave.
Oh my God, the Myanmar team coming to this tournament hungry. I gotta tell you, normal teams scream like 3 times a day. This team is screaming 4 or 5 times a day, starting 11 a.m. all the way until 12 a.m. at night. This team is on fire, and today is do or die. They have to knock out their opponent in order to proceed to the next round. I can only expect a full-on force, 100% pedal to the metal Falcon today.
Well, I know where you're leaning to, but guys, just in case you are just tuning into the M4, let's have our recap.
The sun seems to be shining brighter on the west side in day 3 of the M4 World Championship knockout stage. The Western representatives are on the rise as they dominated the lower bracket series. The first series of the day saw S11 Gaming take on RSGSG. It is unfortunate that the Singaporean representatives have to compete without the gold laner on stage. And RSGSG were eliminated by S11 in a convincing 2-0. The West continued to heat up in the series between Incendio Supremacy and MDH Esports. The Turkish delights were too sweet for the competition and left MDH Esports with 0 on the scoreboard. And they spelled the end of the road of MDH Esports. Is this deja vu? No. It's the Valley, dude! The North American representative came out guns blazing with polished teamfight and execution as they put out Vernex Flash Flame in this elimination match. However, the MENA representative fought hard with an unrelenting determination against Malvinas Gaming, forcing a comeback in both games and getting one series back for the East, Yala. Now we will be starting another day of elimination. Which 4 teams will be sent home and which 4 teams will continue their journey to greatness? Dare to be great.
Now that we have caught you guys back up to speed of what's been going on here at M4, we know the thoughts of Dave here. We know where he's leaning more towards, but do you feel the same way here? I know, it's tough. S11 has been doing so very much. But again, if we're talking about Falcon here, slow starters, fast finishers, they know how to play a game with a bang.
Yeah, especially, I'm definitely leaning on the side of Falcon, Gideon, because, S11 is basically I have a vendetta. I have a vendetta against S11 Gaming because sending out my homeboys back home, forcing me to support another team again. Falcon Esports, you know, they've shown pretty great potential, especially in day 2. Hopefully, ladies and gents, the day 1 debuff has ended.
Look, I also have a vendetta against, Singapore as well. They knocked us out previously, so I'm leaning more towards S11 personally. And I think, a lot of teams have actually leveled up. We were joking around a lot, but it's been really, really tough to predetermine which of these teams are going to be moving on. But with that being said, I think it's a good time we have a look at the talent predictions happening all across the world to make sure that M4 is at its greatest. And whoa! Yo. Falcon Esports, I know what you're gonna say. You're looking me dead in the eye.
The last time this thing happened, RSG had to pack their bags, all right? So I don't know whether talent prediction is actually a good thing when it's favoring on the side of Falcon, but personally, I really just hope that Falcon just, show S11, the door to exit M4.
Man, bold words.
Hey, I gotta say, even though the talent prediction is heavily leaning towards Falcon, S11, they got a surprise for us yesterday. We saw how Irvin performed, right? We saw how Chen performed. Those two are absolutely blowing up the stage. And today, can they take on the challenge, especially against Yellow Flash? We know the characteristic Lapu pick, as well as the Falcon's a team that are known to be defining or making meta, right? You have the Ruby DD combo, as well as the middle laner, actually Justin, like to build tank item on a mage as a first item. It's absolutely insane.
Look, it's preference, it's about the situation of the game itself, but I'm believing in Caster's Curse here. I do want to see a Western region, get a little bit further down the line. Don't worry, Dave, we'll get to the Western team a little bit later on.
Hell yeah.
But for the time being, I think, S11 has shown up a lot. Falcon, they've had a couple of good moments, but do you really feel like they kind of gel the way that maybe even the Valley has kind of upgraded themselves this time around?
I think the best part is we're going to throw it to the casters and they'll bring you more, especially about the game. Back to you, casters.
Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, we're here now again. Tournament lives on the line here. 4 more teams going home by the end of the day. Crucial day for these 8 teams. What is up, guys? I'm Naisu, joined here on the desk today with Mirko and Wolf. And gentlemen, before we get to your thoughts, we do want to mention our sponsors, of course. M4 is powered by Moonton, presented by TikTok, the official content partner, supported by Secret Lab, the official gaming chair, and Esports Charts, our analytical partner, Gank, our official merchandise partner, MeWatch, our media partner, and last but not least, the Ministry of Tourism and the Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. And Mirko, I believe there's also an M4 pass available.
There is, and right now I'm level 51, so I'm still getting it up there. You guys can also join right now because the M4 pass is available for all of you guys back at home. Complete all active tasks and you guys will be able to reach level 75 at ease. And once again, you guys will be able to get it for free. Log on now to claim the exclusive rewards such as the Light Chaser Beatrix skin, the Stellar Brilliance Beatrix skin, and the M4 Beatrix figurine that is awaiting you that you can see on the desk later on over to my left. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBB M4, and then hashtag Dare to be Great.
Can't miss out on that. Now, Wolf, I see you over here. You're thinking about this matchup, Falcon Esports, S11. How are you feeling about it?
It's going to be very close because we know that Falcon, they want to really get back. They had a brilliant group stages. They went to the upper bracket, got 3-0'd by Onyx Esports because they know them already. And then S11, so much hype about this team. I really was converted into a fan after seeing them yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they took out RSG Singapore, I mean, that's a huge thing, right? We're going to be taking a look at the lineups here in just a second, as both these teams obviously here to prove who is the stronger one. Again, lives are on the matter here for the tournament of M4. And looking at the lineup, this is what we can expect, right, from Falcon Esports. It's Justin, Yellow Flash, ZipX, Ken, and Naomi.
For me, honestly, looking at this lineup, I do still think that Falcon is an S-tier team. They are one of the title contenders. It's just unlucky that they had to face off against the title contenders in the upper brackets.
Coming up against them is Chan, Papadog, Kai, Jordan, and Erwin from S11 or S11 Gaming from Argentina, which I've mentioned before, made a fan out of me yesterday when they went in against RSG Singapore. And the way that they also won in their group stage match, there's a lot of future, a lot of potential for this team. We're happy to see them perform in the knockout stages yesterday. For now, they are going to be going up against an S-tier team, as Mirkov said, a big challenge for them.
Well, I mean, they are going to be making their way to the stage here, and they proved a lot of people wrong, I feel like, right? A lot of people counted them out here, but especially with Erwin, like we highlighted earlier, these guys are ready to go. They do have a massive fan base, what we've seen in game as well, right? So let's cheer them on as they come to the stage here.
Tennis Indoor Sanayan, welcome to the stage, S11 from Argentina.
There we go, S11. I mean, can't wait to see. You know, I can't wait to see, especially the performance that we saw yesterday, man. I feel like, yes, the talent predictions were all Falcon across the board here, but we know how our predictions have gone, right, throughout this tournament so far. And yes, here's Falcon Esports. There's a lot on the line for them specifically because, again, you're going from that story of we were the dark horse back in MSC. We've made our way. We've made the journey up here to M4, winning many tournaments and just making a name further for themselves. And now, I mean, even led by Naomi here, we've seen some massive things from this guy alone. Now, that's the big question. In this situation where it's a do or die, what are they going to pull out here? Do they just go back to the basics, that foundational Falcon Esports? Or do they just throw the aggression at S11?
Well, right now, the Burmese representatives are going to be walking up to that stage, confident as ever. They aim high to fly high. Welcome, Falcon Esports!
Did ask about whether or not they will be performing today. Will they bring out something out of the bag? This is the series to do it. It's just the best of 3. You have to win 2 games. And you cannot lose more than 1, which is gonna be interesting because we know for Falcon they have shown us different like tactics already, different like strats, like even a Lunox in the gold lane, right? They've been very successful with it. We're gonna see Franco's coming up from this team. To answer a question, they have to really bring it out now.
Yeah, I mean, as you know, the fist bumps come out here, the respect between the staff and the players to keep the integrity of the game here for M4 again. Given the situation, there's a lot of heated debates on a lot of these teams and everything else, but still at the end of the day, it's about the gameplay for these, hopefully 3 games, honestly. Hopefully we start the day with 3 games here because yesterday, it was quite the sweep, right, across the board here. And at the same time, I know in just a little bit, we're going to be looking at maybe the team head-to-heads here. And specifically, again, that's where you really see the team play styles, right? How does it differ? How is it the same? Because, I mean, honestly, between roaming in general, those hero picks, the way that they play around that, the way that they are decisive for their teams, especially setting up their gold laners, is going to be true here. But Wolf, let's take a look at the team head-to-head.
Yeah, so I'm actually surprised that it's almost similar, except for the fact that the turtle control rate is better on the side of Falcon. But across the board, we can see that S11 have their own ways to win their games as well. Average GPM almost the same, KDA ratio is almost the same. It's really just about the turtle and the lord, which we know just from the stats, Falcon and S11 would really love to fight around those neutral objectives. That's what we can expect in the games later on.
Well, you know, again, right, I do believe for both of these teams, I think the standout players in M4 so far, for S11, it's been Erwin. For Falcon, it's been Naomi. So it's really going to be the battle of the roamers, the head-to-head again. In every single department, it's mostly controlled and facilitated by that roamer.
Yeah, I think, you know, good point there because same thing. A lot of the teams that we see going head-to-head, there's always that highlight of players, right? We've seen it be the XP lane, even the mid lane, but this one specifically, roam, right? How does that transition through this series and through from game to game, honestly? And it's, do we see that in the draft where they're utilizing those roam options?
Exactly. I like that you open it up because that's my answer to your question. If you want to know whether or not Naomi versus Erwin will be a great bout, it will start with the draft. We know that Falcon eventually gets one of those cheeky picks like the Natalia, for example. And we're very excited about that.
Well, I can't wait to see as we do get ready here to load up into the draft for the first game. Again, we can only speculate so much here from what we've seen through the trends of M4 from the group stages up until, what, the 4th day now in the knockouts. And we've seen some surprises along the way. Definitely, we've also seen the trends. And, I mean, people can say what they want about these two teams, but still, is there surprises in their pockets? I'm sure there is, right? But we're going to take a look here at the predictions as well from the audiences. This one's, I mean, it's looking pretty dominant for Falcon Esports, but still S11 Gaming. We got to wait till we get to the next slide too, because I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of votes here for S11.
Look at what's interesting to me is Latam went for Falcon, 55% instead of S11. Here we are seeing similar results. Yeah, mostly to Falcon.
Mostly to Falcon, but 60-30 or 60-40 is actually not that, not that big when it comes to a deficit. Right?
I mean, I got to say, maybe part of that has to do with the fact that Falcon Esports took 2 games off Blacklist International from the group stages. Now, we kind of talked about that a lot when they faced against Onyx Esports, and then they got swept, right? I mean, that was the reality of it. And whether there was things going on outside of the game between them, we don't know that. But what we do know is, again, the focus has to be here on this, what potentially could be their last match, right? So this is a crucial time for Falcon Esports, all their fans, as well as S11 Gaming to, again, prove a point, right? Because still, from the beginning, people were counting them out by little. But in just a couple seconds, we're going to load up into the draft here. First series of the day, first game of the day, Falcon Esports versus S11 Gaming.
Let's see. First here, it's going to be Falcon on the blue side. First pick for them. S11 on the red side. The Faramis ban is already pretty interesting because yesterday from the matches we saw, S11 just really did not care about the Faramis, didn't ban it at all, so they really are respecting Justin's comfort pick.
I really wonder why this Faramis pick is one of the priorities for S11, but it is what it is. You can see that the Joy hasn't been banned or banned just yet, or even considered. With the carry already banned, you want to also answer that with a 1-1 ban coming out from S11 so that you won't really, you just level the playing field when it comes to those marksman choices.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised Eve and Carry are taken out here priority. We've seen those picked up so much. I'm not sure if it's still true that Carry is the most picked hero so far in M4, but the success rate is obviously there along with the Eve. So already with some of these hot picks being taken out this early on, I'm wondering, again, what does Falcon Esports want to prioritize for their first pick? There goes the Glue and the Joy, 2 other heroes we see often taken out.
Well, Valentina should be the choice here for Falcon, unless they want a Kaja first. But you know that when Kaja and Valentina are both open, you want to prioritize the Valentina because you can snatch that. And then, knowing the fact that the Kaja as well as your go-to marksman like Claude is available, that might be the choice now for S11.
It's about dictating the drafts, right? You pick up the Valentina. Again, a lot of nerfs towards this hero. Doesn't change a thing in terms of her prioritization in the drafts. Why? Because, again, you dictate that draft. You pick it up, and the enemy team is then forced to just avoid big ultimates.
I mean, that's like the hidden passive of passive, basically, right? When it comes to the draft, it's like, well, okay, they've got a Valentina, now we got to be conscious of what we give away. But still, I mean, we've seen even teams like Echo play against Valentina really well by just taking away ultimates in the sense of hiding either in a bush or being far away to not allow that Valentina to get the ultimates that they want. But, I mean, on the other side, it looks like S11 Gaming isn't too worried. They do lock in here this Cho pick along with the Benedetta.
It might be a choice for the Lapu-Lapu or Yu Zhang for Falcon, knowing that it is a good hero to kind of answer this Benedetta in the XP lane. I think that Falcon is a team that also reserves their marksman pick, so I might be picked up later on. Instead, they go for the Fanny together with the Kaja. So much lockdown, so much damage already coming out from Falcon, and then there's the answer, Martis.
That's really fast, right?
Yeah, that's right away. And Fanny's interesting, right? Because we saw some pretty... It was a wild experience yesterday, right, with the Fanny, but also an MVP performance from Leo. And also just taking a look at Coach Dale here, fun facts. The one thing that made me decide to coach in Myanmar is because their playstyle is interesting. And some people at home might think, what that means is it's not boring, right? Because a lot of people feel that way. They think sometimes certain play styles might be a little bit more boring than others. Well, basically, a lot of people like to see that chaotic style, that aggressive style, because that's fight after fight.
there's a lot of action in the Burmese games, right? I mean, I saw it personally watching Falcon versus Phoenix in the grand finals of the Burmese qualifiers. And yeah, there's just a whole lot of action. We see that, again, Justin, he is a very aggressive style mid laner, right? Doesn't really like to go for just that backline presence. He goes for the Fairmist, the Valentina, back at MSC, even the Johnson, right? So that's what you can expect, that interesting play style. And just like that, the Kadita is also going to be respected here by Falcon.
And so far, you can see the answers coming up from S11 from Justin's hero, which has to be the Valentina, but could be swapped later on. Only the Way of the Dragon is a good spell to steal, in fact, or ultimate to steal. Benedetta as well as the Martis, you don't really give as much. You know, S11, you can... you saw this, it's a Lapu Lapu. We already talked about how this could be a pick for the side of Falcon, but because they chose the Kaja as well as the Fanny over the Lapu Lapu, that will be banned out. Doesn't matter though, because they still have the Yu Zhong if ever they want to take that late. And as we have expected, they want to take their gold lane choice up until the last moment. It could even be a Lunox, it could be a Marksman, we don't know. So it's now up to S11 to pick up probably their mid lane right now.
Mid lane can definitely work. Something here that would work for them maybe is like, it has to be something like a Lilia. It has to be sustainable. There's so much dive presence and so much damage output from Falcon Esports. Thing is though, I do want to talk about Ken's Fanny here. How is he feeling after getting absolutely dominated against Onyx Esports on the same pick in game 1 of their series, right? He wasn't given the purple buff.
I mean, I feel like at this point, again, you're kind of just in that mindset of maybe you want to make up for that, right? You want to just have this kind of redemption game for yourself, and this is a good start. But hey, you called this, Wolf. There's the Lunox locked in.
They snatch it, and this is a very smart move coming up from S11, knowing that it is a good burst hero together with the Martis and the Benedetto. You have so much damage potential. Your hero damage per second is just off the roof. Then you also snag it away from Falcon. You also hide your gold laner. So you have a very flexible choice here coming out from S11. Now, what would the answer for Falcon? They have to pick up an XP laner that can go against the Benedetta. So that's the Yu Zhong potentially, or maybe if they are considering the Uranus. This is going to be weird. The Frederick is also there. And then there's the Beatrix. Still, for S11, you can go for a Claude or maybe an Irithel.
Okay. So they lock in XP lane Fredrin, which honestly we've seen him, I feel like, more in the jungle. Not sure how many times, the difference there is. But that CC, that taunt is still very valuable. Again, you're also working with the Valentina, deciding which ultimates you want to take here. And you kind of can play around the fact that you have a Kaja as well. But still, you gotta allow ZipX to farm up here on this Beatrix, because when I look at S11 Gaming with this lineup, it is flashy, it is aggressive, and at the same time, there's just a lot to work with, because you've got to dodge, especially, pick potential for both is there. You got the Way of the Dragon, you got the Divine Judgment from both teams that they can utilize that though. But still, clear speed and pressure from S11 Gaming is going to be something that they really have to worry about if you're Falcon Esports.
It's a big concern, right? Honestly, for both of the teams right now, they're going to have to be able to maneuver around. I think the team that can maneuver better around these team fights will eventually get the dub, because right here as well, for me, it feels like whoever engages first will be able to get that massive advantage in these team fights and skirmishes, especially around the first neutral objective.
I'm looking at the draft of both teams. Falcon's draft is definitely well-rounded. They have good late game, they have good early game. If they have a good snowball with the Fanny, it will be a very easy game for them. From S11, however, they will have good 1v1, so every lane matchup is going to be good for S11.
Well, we're here. We're at game number 1 here between Falcon Esports and S11 Gaming. It's a do-or-die situation. Both of these teams want to get off to a good start. Already early on, Wolf, anything that sticks out to you in terms of emblems or rotations?
I guess the Weapon Master Beatrix is not as standard as you would expect. Normally you go for the assassin, like a kill spree or whatever, but of course the damage output coming up from Justin, almost taking down Chan.
That's what we mentioned already early on, right? Yeah, the damage output coming in from Falcon is going to be absolutely insane. And it comes down to hit engages first. Falcon, they wanted to go for it. This is their style. And S11 needs to be very careful with Ken on this Fanny.
Yeah, I mean, even just taking a look at the first blood rate, look at it, 87.
87.
That's quite
That's
a
pretty
statistic.
high. You hit what, almost 9 times out of 10. Oh my goodness, that's crazy to think.
Yeah, that's pretty much they're going for it now.
Ken has the cutthroat, dives in,
There
picks
it
up
is.
first blood, and that's 1 kill over to Falcon Esports.
The F in FCON means first blood, apparently. One thing that I do want to point out for Falcon is that if you're looking at their composition, this is as meta as you can get. Like,
oh, yeah.
Valentina's like S tier. Like, Fanny's almost A and higher A or S tier even. Kaji's like double S. Bitching is like double S. And even Fredrin is S tier. So, an S tier lineup from Falcon.
I mean,
as meta as you can get.
Yeah, it's pretty meta, right? And still, I think one of the biggest things here, Wolf, specifically is what does Justin decide to utilize in terms of the IMU ultimate, right? Because still, I mean, you have decent choices, but the best one is probably going to be the Way of the Dragon.
Yeah.
Take it from Irwin, look for the setup with that flicker combination. But he actually just took Jotun's ultimate here on that Martis.
He's looking for some executes. Papadog gonna be able to find the Petrify there with the final blow, comboed in. Yellow Flash gonna fall, Chan joins in, Naomi can't steal it away. Jotun secures the first turtle of the game with his retribution.
Oh, very weird interaction coming out from Falcon. They went in for, instead of the Way of Dragon, it was the Decimate, which is not really usable at that point. I mean, you get your level 4 onto the Valentina because you want to fight under the turtle, but they kind of concede that.
Uh-oh, Kai gonna take it low. Ken picks up the kill with a high and dry. A beautiful bait by Zipix.
So you were wondering, Mirko, you know, Ken, where's his mind at? Where's the mindset at here? Well, obviously he's off to a way better start here, 3 minutes into the game, and you can see, right? Ken, the Blood Seeker. This man is #1, highest first blood in M4 for first bloods. And that's a great statistic. It also highlights how he plays in the jungle, regardless of, you know, he's kind of the type that can shake things off from previous games.
Yeah.
And again, they've had a little bit of time here to kind of reset from that that matchup against Onyx Esports.
Erwin, though, finds the Way the Dragon. Gonna be terrified down by Justin. And that's a kill over, picked up by Naomi. Again, Falcon Esports, this is how they thrive in games.
I really want to know why Justin just picked up the Decimate once again, but guess what it is. Falcon, this is them uncaged. This is their comfort zone. This is where they can freely roam. That is true, Mirko. If they get kills, if they can become aggressive, they look really good, and this is how they want to play the game. They weren't able to do this against Onyx Esports, and now they're doing it against S11.
Erwin gonna be able to actually jump in with the Jikundo. Jotun absolutely deletes it, but Ken jumps in the back line, finding the gold laner. Naomi to mid, Zipix, dashing in, oh my god! Force a flicker out, that was a very aggressive movement by Zipix, and it just ended with him losing out on his battle spell.
That was interesting. I mean, that was almost the whole team of S11 there on that side of the jungle for Falcon Esports.
Yeah.
So this is what we saw from the quote, right? That interesting gameplay, that hype, that aggressive gameplay is kind of what we're seeing here from both teams, and that's what we can expect from the series.
Oh, Ken. Just a few more kills.
Oh!
Wasn't even a question. He got it down. That's 4 kills for Ken in 4 minutes.
Wonderful usage of the Cutthroat ultimate coming out from the Fanny, just not wasting any pixel, any second, any split second, not wasting any time to get that kill. Wonderful display coming out from Ken. They need more though.
Erwin gonna be brought back by the Divine Judgment over there earlier, but Falcon just disengage. Yellow Flash now on the turtle, opening up for his jungler. Ken with no purple buff. That's gonna be a taunt onto 2 members, and that's Ken trying to look for the Retribution steal. Jotun way too quick with it. 2 levels ahead now.
Yellow Flash didn't manage to taunt Jotun. It's gonna be very difficult because you have some CC immunity coming out from the Martis, and this is now S11. You know that they really want to control those turtles. You saw that in the pregame statistics. And Irwin!
Oh, getting one back for his team. Naomi deleted, melted down. Zipix forced to rotate to the mid lane to help Justin out. Ken looking for his own purple buff, but it does look like S11 might be able to do it. Erwin jumps in with the Jikundo, knocking 3 members up. That's the purple buff stolen away by Chan of all people, and Erwin still survives. 200 gold now, the lead for S11.
I can't believe Irwin survived that, right? 1 shot away pretty much at that point, but still, I mean, given everything that's happened here, and yes, Ken has 4 kills, But hey, S11's doing a great job at actually just playing around that, and they don't care if Ken has 4 kills and a couple items at this point. They're just invading the purple buff like they should against this Fanny.
They know their windows. And then S11 also showed us this yesterday. They know when to attack. They waited for the right moment, 6 minutes in. They know that they have a little bit of an advantage over the Fanny. Then eventually they got a level advantage when it comes to the junglers. They invaded the purple buff, made sure that they get it. They even gave it to Chen. And all of these aggressions, timed aggressions coming up from S11 is really looking smart and really looking like they planned for it. This is the reason why they are leading now against Falcon.
Chaos versus controlled chaos. S11, so far, they're doing amazing. Ken just looking for some damage, but up against Jotun, look at him. He's so tanky. He can clear faster, too. He's right now dominating the jungle matchup.
I feel like this is so, I mean, Jotun alone, the fact that you have this jungle Martis, and very just utility has that objective presence too. I think they just get this turtle as everybody pretty much trying to get in position here, but they don't want to have it at all.
Erwin, again, just buying some time, acting as a distraction for the rest of the team to secure the turtle for free. S11 still looking for it. Erwin is going to be caught with the Divine Judgment, suppressed down, and that's amazing! Final blow! A Petrify onto 4! Justin going to be able to get out right now. Papadog is going to be the one slain, despite having an amazing kick. Justin with the way the dragon onto Jotun, back to the tournament. Double kill for Yellow Flash, as Kai is forced to walk away. 3 for 0 for Falcon.
That was such a clutch way the dragon from Justin because Jotun couldn't get the decimate off. He still had it. So he saved the team. I mean, Justin just saved multiple members for Falcon Esports.
Yeah, and S11 a bit more than they could chew. They have already secured the turtle. They want to get the purple buff as well because they know that they can't take it away. However, they dove in too deep and they went in 1 by 1. Erwin was caught in a very bad spot. Surely Papadog's Petrify and Electro Final Blow looked really well at this hit 4, but there wasn't any damage output afterwards. And Argentina just massive blunder coming out from their team, and this means that the Ken was able to get another purple buff on the opposite side of the map, and now they have recovered. This is an even game now.
Yeah, I mean, gold-wise, it's back to even at this point, right? But, you know, S11 Gaming, they're still in a good position to continue to fight, continue to be scrappy like this because, hey, if for some reason Papadog gets another one of those combinations off with Petrify, it's going to be deadly.
Well, Ken is still able to get out. Jotun, though, dealing a whole lot of damage, stealing the creep away. Divine Judgment onto the bottom side. Erwin going to be caught. Naomi picks up a kill. And I think right now, this is where Falcon really need to stop putting the kills onto Naomi unless he makes a crazy play like this. Justin still able to actually deal some damage with the Brilliance now. That's an amazing Terrify. Again, Naomi gets the kill, something that should not happen this many times. He's taken away so many kills and so much gold from his own teammates.
Well, they're still going at it on the bottom side.
Chen going to be taking low flickers out. Let's talk about this, man, because Naomi on a Natalia, sure. On a Kaja?
My goodness. And I think it's not just about the hero, it's about them grouping up together. In the past 3 minutes, or even maybe 4 minutes, since the 6-minute mark, Naomi did not leave Zipix, as was Justin. That's why they're wasting some of the openings coming up from S11. There was a time where Erwin wanted to go onto Zipix. He was duly punished by Naomi as well as Justin, and they're not leaving their marksman, the supporting team. Positions 4 and 5, not leaving position 1 of Falcon. This is the priority now.
Well, they're going to be fighting for the Lord.
Erwin,
brought back
Divine Judgment, Petrify on the 3, but it does not matter. Falcon are going to be able to actually wipe Erwin off. Kai going to be dealing a lot of damage as Yellow Flash flickers forward. Not able to find any taunts down. Ken, with a purple buff now, has the resources necessary to look for something. Jotun just soaking in the damage. With the Lord take, S11, Discipline Gaming backs off and waits for the Lord.
Great, I mean, great take for S11. They grab the Lord here. Now, honestly, Ken wasn't in the position to even be there enough to contest the retribution. So still, a great decisive decision from S11 Gaming. And like I said, given that early game potential that Falcon Esports had, S11's doing a great job here at building upon this game.
That's right. I really like the timings of S11. Whenever they see like Ken on the opposite side of the map, opposite the Lord, they try to punish it, or opposite the turtle. That's why they got it. And then Erwin just sacrificed himself.
Oh. You gotta be really careful here, man. S11 has been playing this very aggressive game of cat and mouse. They're just trying to find a pick before Naomi can. And again, it's just that battle, Erwin versus Naomi. Naomi's been using the Divine Judgment a lot on Erwin, and Erwin's been taking that personally, using the Way of the Dragon onto Naomi.
I mean, that's the thing. Look at the map, right? S11 Gaming actually controls the map because they've got, what, 3 turrets. They had all 3 turtles. They got that first Lord. So, you know, you're probably thinking, what's going on here? Why is Falcon Esports struggling this much when they had such a strong start? And even having the tools like Naomi on this Kaja, so far they really haven't been able to crack that defense from S11 Gaming. They're doing such a good job like this.
Divine Judgment, but that is onto Jotun, who's so incredibly tanky. Still going to be able to pick up the kill, but look at that in the back line. The damage from Kai and Chan. Almost wiping Naomi off the Land of Dawn, but it's still just a 1-for-0. 12-3, but the goalies for S11.
A very important kill onto Jotun. This actually stops the growth of Argentina, of S11. And Falcon will now have the time to farm. So far, what we've seen from them is that Ken will be playing the opposite lane or the longer lane, while the rest of the gang will just take care of Zipix. And what did that result into? 8.1k gold for this Beatrix. It's actually very strong now.
You don't get to talk, man. They just want they want action 24/7.
Going back to the quote, it's interesting, right? It's interesting. Yeah, you love to see it here. The back and forth, but I mean, still looking at the kills, right, with it being heavily in favor of Falcon Esports, still, that really doesn't paint the picture of what's going on here. S11 still, in terms of even itemization, they're in a good position to continue to fight like this. And Jotun, hold on.
Gotta be careful. Terrified down. Zipix does damage now. Does a lot at the snipe. Oh. So close. So close. Jotun barely gets out of that one, but this will enable Falcon to look for a turret in the mid lane. Tier 1. No. Actually, great defense by S11 and good zoning by Erwin.
Yep. You're gonna have to take note, by the way, Falcon. They have the fleeting time on the Kaja. That's probably why S11 are not really just, you know, not on time when it comes to defending against the Divine Judgment. That is something that they have to take note of.
Oh, this one's going to be tough, though. Ken actually here for this Lord, so in good position. Justin holding on to the Decimate, too. Do they actually commit to this one? Look at the positioning from S11. Lord going to be half health here. Yellow Flash tanking the majority of it. And they back off for the reset. Does S11 go in?
Erwin wants to go in, doesn't get the Way the Dragon onto Justin properly though. Now it's gonna be the turn. Oh my god! A beautiful retribution by Ken. As Papadov gets out, but it's a fadeaway kill for Zipix. Ken still going massive in the back line. Gonna be taken down by Kai, but Kai falls to the hands of Zipix, who's going massive now. Almost taking Chan down. A defensive flicker away from the Lunox. And Falcon, 2,000 gold lead now for them.
I really love the investment of Falcon right now. The start of the game, they weren't able to get Zipix into a good spot. He even had to rotate to the mid lane just to get a farm. And now he's 4-0-6. The way that they handle this is so well.
The Divine Judgment flicker, and that's going to be Jotun who's going to be caught low. Justin flickers forward with the Decimate. Will lose his life in the end. But that's the interesting gameplay that Coach Dale said early on in the draft. Now with the Lord still in that bottom lane, they're looking to get one more base turret, but with Kai finally respawning back up, that's going to be the final blow by Papadog to clear out the waves and also to deal damage onto Yellow Flash, the Petrify, and the Way the Dragon. Yellow Flash too tanky, the snipe coming in! Zipix finds the monster kill. He's lethal now, 6-0-7.
You are seeing the fruit of the investment coming out from Falcon as they are continuously just poking Papadov. If Papadov isn't able to find an opening onto the backlines, he cannot close the gap because he's constantly being poked by Falcon. That's a problem for S11 because now he will have to rely onto the Way of the Dragon, which hasn't found the mark in the past few minutes.
Zipix in the midst of it all, gonna be able to
oh my goodness!
Zipix! Oh my goodness! Papadog gets out, gets Zipix down. Ken is styling, but Papadog gets out. So the heck was Zipix free hitting there?
I don't know how he survived for that long, but now this is a dire situation for S11. They could possibly go for the end game here. Falcon Esports.
Erwin gonna be melted down, loses the immortality. Justin actually stole away the final blow to deal more damage. The base is wide open.
Oh, what a taunt.
It's gonna be popped in by Papadog, and Justin picks up a double. And that's Falcon who secures a match point. Game number 1 over to Falcon.
What a game. I mean, it was a little dicey there for a little bit, but yes, Interesting is the name of that game right there between these two teams.
S11 just found good timings in the early stages, right? They found good openings in the turtle fights. They eventually got the first Lord, and they were able to get like interesting kills. Falcon, however, they have found the opening. In the first few minutes of the game, they weren't able to find a farm for Xyp9x. He had to rotate to the mid lane. Eventually, afterwards, they put 2 bodyguards. Justin and Naomi did not leave the side of Xyp9x up until the latter portions. That is why he was able to finally get 1 kill. He started, 1-0 and 4 after getting 0-0 and 2. Then eventually 4-0-6, and now it's 7-1-6. Amazing growth from the investment, ROI, for Falcon.
I mean, they were off to a great start again with Ken, right? I feel like it was, in a way, a redemption arc for the Fanny. He struggled a little bit there when the focus was all over that purple buff, right? But eventually, that plan didn't work anymore for S11. So still, again, they get that first win of this series. But before we move on here, we do want to mention the M4 Battle Night. It goes live this January 21st. Expect loads of events and rewards up for grabs in-game. First off, complete a battle task in-game on January 21st to get a skin choice chest. You can choose the skin you like most from the chest, and aside from that, battle bonus awaits you on the same day. Play matches and you'll get team star protection for 3 matches, double star raising points, double protection points, double EXP, and double BP for 5 matches. Whole lot of double, and we're not stopping there. Free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins will also be available that very day. Save the date, log into the game on January 21st, enjoy the match, and win tons of rewards. Let's all celebrate the M4 Championship together, including with your friends. And just like that, 1 game already down here. We're gonna have it broken down further though by the boys on the analyst stand, because I'm sure, they have a lot to say. We think it's very interesting. I'm sure everybody else does, but really, how did this game break down? Because S11's got to adjust. Boys on the analyst stand, take it away.
Thank you so much, Naisu. The boys here at the analyst stand are very happy that Falcon stonks are going and soaring through the roof so far. But we have the stonks. My name is Gigi Q, this is Assassin Dave, and as well as Jay's here at the stand. We're very excited to actually bring you the analysis here, because I think, from the draft itself, we were already, well, personally for me, I was thinking, leaning more towards, S11. On paper, it looked good.
Yeah, and S11 actually put up a really good fight. Again, surprising everybody in the audience. This is why you cannot sleep on the Argentina team. They have no baggage whatsoever. They're here to win it all. They're here to play it all, and I think they're doing absolute best. I do want to mention that Ken was absolutely on wings. This guy is a monster. He's killing the backline left and right.
I mean, we're talking about the backline a lot, but I think the biggest person who stepped up, and I know you're excited for your boy, Xyp9x,
man,
really huge this game.
Yeah, you can tell S11 knows to identify that Xyp9x is actually one of the biggest threats from the side of Falcon. Then you see the crazy draft coming out from S11, the big brains from the coach, identifying that you take away the Harith, you pick away the Lunox, and then after that you slot in a bit of a, confusion for the side of Falcon. Falcon has to opt to default. I was a little bit worried there, but let's take a look at the next slide.
Yeah, let's have a look at the in-game stats in a little bit. I'm getting this feeling from Falcon as well as S11. It's this good boy S11 going in with a really good heal standard draft, and then there's Falcons, the bad boys at the back of the class being like, you know what, I'm just gonna outplay.
What do you mean by S11 is good boys? They took down RSG.
All right, hey, sometimes when success comes, there's gonna be corpses on the floor.
Right, and S11, look at their item build. Early game, they're able to find some damage with a combination of Chen on a Lunox, as well as Irvin playing the Chow. But through the mid to late game, you will find our damage slowly but surely sliding off, especially with how aggressive that Naomi is able to play on the Kadra. Every time that hook comes in, the Divine Justice comes in, it's GGWPs for the side of S11.
I think what Falcon did really well is that in the early game, yes, it was Ken that's dominated because of the high and dry, right? Going in, finding the back lines, and if you notice, he started to build the anti-Kuras as well, because he identified that, hey, he can't be just going into the back line, assassinating without dying anymore, and you see Ken start to take a back foot, and that's why Xyp9x, step up with the help of Naomi as well, abducting S11 one by one. Basically, S11 was overheating a lot during the mid game.
I do think that S11 started to overheat towards the mid and late stages of the game, but I think they had a really good idea, right?
Yeah.
They took out a couple of playmakers. They saw the Kaja. I was like, okay, but let's hurt Yellow Flash. He ended up on a Fredrin into a Benedetta matchup, which, again, many times Benedetta players are like, all right, let's do this.
Yeah, absolutely. I had my doubts on the fragile pick in the beginning, but it turned out in the late game, this guy was a tank monster. You cannot kill this guy, especially with Arathel, not able to build penetration, Maleficent Roar a little bit earlier into the game because you just don't build the item super early. You can see that the yellow flash is not dying. Let's take a look at total damage taken, total damage dealt on this team fight participation page.
Yeah, looking at it so far, I believe, I don't know, I would have loved to see more hit and run strategies coming off of S11. That early game to mid game, I think they had a really smart idea, and from the draft, it helped out a lot.
Yeah, definitely. Especially when, if you notice S11, they try to do the hit and run, but that's where Naomi comes in. You try to hit and run me, I'm going to take Erwin, I'm going to counter-engage your engager, pull you back in, and then Falcon will be like, you know, if I want to continue on the story of the bad boys behind the class, yes, I'm going to take you all the back class, I'm going to just whack you all the way down.
A very interesting choice of words there.
Boy.
But what really surprises me overall in this matchup is just the micro adjustments done by Falcon. And that's why I feel like they're the bad boys. They're the more flexible ones. They're the problem solvers that think about it, try it once, hurt my fist on the wall, don't worry, I'm gonna bring a sledgehammer the next time.
Absolutely, Divine Judgment, I gotta go back to the Kaja again, right? That combos so well with all the meta marksmen in the game. In my heart, I think this game, I would have given the MVP to Ken, but Kaja definitely played a role in the entire games here. So let's take a look at MVP of the match.
Let's have a look. Going over for this particular game. It's going over to Naomi on that Kacha. You called it Assassin Dave, and I agree. You know, the counter engagement, it's such a powerful tool. And I would have expected, you know, Naomi in the beginning to be aggressive, and he was until he decided, you know what, I have more value holding on.
Yeah, it feels like Naomi was trying to engage in the earlier parts of the game, thinking that, hey, maybe I could actually play the pickoff. But then when S11 starts to be over-aggressive, Naomi just took a step back. And the best part is take a look at the item, basically Divine Judgment for free. That is a fleeting time. That ultimate is always online whenever, you know, Naomi picks up an assist or even a kill.
Kids, remember, Divine Judgment. That's the way you gotta play. It can be aggressive, it can also be defensive.
Yeah, absolutely. And I gotta give credit to the team, even though Naomi got MVP here, but early game, Irvin was actually the aggressive one from S11, right? The kick, the chow kick was absolutely insane, and he was able to find a kick onto Naomi as well, actually find a kill onto Naomi. This game, with the pressure, entire Falcon is placed on S11. That's why Naomi is able to turn the fight around and start shining. Let's see the heat map right here. You can see that the fight is mainly happening through the mid lane and in the river, in the centralized area.
Yeah, Dave, that's the reason why. If you notice, Naomi wasn't really focusing on the side lanes. It's trying to get Ken up online, because don't forget, Ken is a fanny. His map rotation is kind of like open book to everybody, right? So that's where Naomi needs to provide that vision. If you notice, it's a lot heavier towards the purple buff side, because that's where most of the other teams know how to counter that fanny. You pressure that purple buff.
I think the most important part here is the fact that he played defensively.
Correct.
Like, again, the heat map tells such a very big story here because he's not in enemy jungles. He's not going into the side lanes to help him out at all.
Yes, absolutely. Going into the next game, I hope the S11 keep up their aggressive playstyle, because last game it was working out really well for them, but maybe do a little bit twisting on their draft, right? Because it's through the late game, they really didn't have the aggression, the synergy to counter the aggression coming from Falcon, especially with the Kaja. Maybe considering not letting that go or having a better engage, such as Atlas even for the group AoE.
Well, looks like the good boys have a little bit more research to do, and hopefully for this next test, they're going to continue moving on. It's a best of 3. We're going to throw it over to our casters here. Hopefully, this is match points for Falcon. Take it away, boys, at the desk.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And now, before we talk about Game 2 ahead of us, we do want to mention there is a TikTok Live Carnival. You can cheer up Carnival for M4. Watch M4 matches on TikTok. Participate in Cheer Up for M4 activities by watching M4 matches on TikTok and using M4 exclusive customized gifts to cheer for the teams. There will be a chance to be on TV and win abundant gifts. There's also more here, Mirko.
I want to be on TV.
Yes, you do.
And you guys can also take a sneak peek at M4 events and be the first to receive information about all the rewards you guys can get. M4 Pass will be available on the 20th of December. Exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser skin, the Beatrix Stellar Brilliant skin, and the M4 Beatrix figurine. Oh my God.
Wow,
I just can't get enough of that. That was amazing, right? Because this is amazing. You guys can't see it right now, but you will be able to see it just in a bit. On top of that, you guys can also get the emote, the sacred statue, spawn effect, recall effect, the avatar border, and even trail effect. There's so many rewards all waiting for you guys, and you guys can get the All Assist special skin War Lion for free.
For free. Starting December 24th, the M4 support chest will also be available in-game. Open it to get loads of M4 Pass EXP and stand a chance to receive a mysterious gift. Perfect time for you guys to catch up on EXP on your pass. And on the day of the M4 final, happening on the 15th of January, expect to get an avatar border also for free. In the M4 Battle Night event, unlock a skin chest by completing tasks and pick a skin of your choice within the chest. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MOBBM4, hashtag Dare to Be Great. Look at that figurine. I'm sure you guys want it.
Yeah, I'm going to be taking it home.
Sorry.
I feel like everybody said that at this point.
It is actually a contest now. How are you going to take that home without anybody else?
You have to beat me in an arm wrestling match.
Maybe
It's
not.
I've already been challenged.
I'm gonna avoid that.
Yeah, I mean,
Eterna was the
I'm gonna
first
be
to challenge me.
Did Eterna win?
Shoot, we haven't done it yet. We're waiting for the last day.
You know, that's
when it's
pretty
gonna happen.
unfair, Naisu. You're a small guy, you know, so like it's easy for everyone else.
Well, I'll we'll leave it up to however we decide on the last day here. But now, okay, jokes aside, we're about a minute away from the next draft. Falcon Esports striking first blood in the series. It's quite the game ahead of us. S11 Gaming specifically, Wolf, what do you think? I mean, what do you think in here that they can do adjusting themselves for game number 2?
I think that they have to not give Falcon so much of the meta heroes because 5 of the heroes that they picked up in the previous game are very, very strong. Surely we've seen a lot of like moments of brilliance coming from S11, and they kind of look like they are prepared for their draft. Unfortunately, there was so much ease on the side of Falcon because everything that they do, it just looks natural to them. And you can see that with a recap of the heroes that we have right now. Surely the Lunox can work against the tanky lineup of Falcon, but eventually you'll have to you will need like damage sources from their composition.
I just want to pick your brain a little bit. Why do you think Justin decided to go with the Decimate so much when he was, focusing on
Burmese.
the IMU? Yeah, like,
he's Burmese.
Why the Decimate?
He's Burmese.
I don't have an answer. That's the answer. Actually, I don't have an answer apart from the fact that maybe that's the closest hero to get at that moment. And you're gonna have to give it to the Cho. I mean, sometimes you will have a chance to not give away your ultimate. Because I think that after a few Decimate usages, eventually he went for the Way of the Dragon anyways.
I think right there is where you could actually see the main problem lies for S11 Gaming in the mid lane, in my opinion, right? The Lunox pick is great, going up against, again, just a lot of tanky members there, but the thing is, early on, mid control is just not available for you. We saw it very early on. Lunox was losing out. That's why I said earlier on that maybe the Lilia would have been a bit better. You're not giving a big ultimate away, and guess what? You clear a bit faster too. Wave control on top of the fact that Martis wants to invade.
I mean, those are all up for grabs, I'm assuming, for the next game here, depending on how this draft goes. As we load up here for game number 2 against Falcon Esports and S11 Gaming. Again, it's match point for Falcon Esports. S11 Gaming going to want to start off on a strong foot here in the draft. They're going to be on the blue side here. Falcon Esports on the red. Still going with the Faramis ban, right? They're going to take that out. We'll see how the rest of this goes in the first phase.
You know, there's actually a fun fact here in the lower brackets
the
of the knockout stages and the best of 3s. It's all been 2-0.
Yeah, so far.
So is the meta right now very momentum-based? And M4.
100% that was seen yesterday because that's what I felt with how the Valley won. Like, that's how I felt with how S11 themselves have won. Even Occupy Thrones, you see them, or at least with their opponents, Malvinas, you see some reverse momentum going their way. When they lost their game number 1, it seemed like they weren't able to find the opening in game number 2 when they did. So to answer your question, momentum and reverse momentum.
I mean, that matchup specifically, Wolf, the Occupy Thrones matchup was just kind of crazy because, I mean, the way that games went, both of them, you didn't know what was going to happen, what the end result was going to be.
Are you talking about MVP of the day,
Leo? Yes.
You talking about the man who practiced his mind off?
Yeah. Practiced his mind off and still pulled it off. I mean, and it was with the Fanny, right? So that's the thing. Do we actually see? Okay, never mind. I was just gonna say, do we actually see a Fanny come out for this game number 2? But it's banned out here. They don't want to allow Ken to have it. But still, I feel like there's a lot of choices, especially in terms of that first pick for S11 Gaming.
Might be Falcon just gave away the carry and then exchanged for both the Valentina and the Kaja. Just trade a one good hero for two greater heroes. So knowing Coach Dale, he's the kind of guy. He's willing to trade.
He's the kind of
guy to go for that.
Yeah, he loves those kind of stuff. They sets up trap, right?
Coach Dale's
better
tier
use-
list.
Exactly. So now you get, sure, you can get Carry, S11. You can get even Valentina or the Kaja, but we'll get 2 out of the 3 that is available.
I like it, right?
Yeah.
I actually want to see them pick up the carry here because, again, I think it's still the top pick for M4 so far and has an amazing win rate too on top of it. So
Your team.
there it is,
There it is.
right? So locked in here. I'm surprised with the win rate, 61%, but still the fact that Carrie's so devastating. I feel like every time that she hasn't kind of popped off in a game, it's because of that one weakness of Carrie, which is the range. It's quite low, so you really have to be able to work around that. And, you know, on top of that, like, what would Falcon Esports want to draft to handle this Carrie?
Yeah, Kaja and Valentina is great, but you can also consider something like a Benedetta so that you can pierce through the backlines already. There's also consideration of the Yuzhong, but I still prefer like Kaja, Valentina, or Kaja, Benedetta.
Your team.
Well, there you go.
You know,
Perfect.
Valentina Kaja, it's just such a good answer. And for
See,
Falcon, it
from-
ain't broke, don't fix it, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Game 1 went so well for them, especially mid-control. I think now it's time for S11 to show what they have, learned from game number 1. What are they going to draft now?
Lilia.
Exactly. Now I'm thinking about that again, right? If you're up against a
Benedetta.
Valentina, you want to get that solid mid laner.
that's good.
Or just go for the Kadita, right? Valentina, sure, maybe better wave control, but more kill pressure from the Kadita.
Yeah.
Benedetta still sounds good for S11, knowing that it's also one of the signature picks for Papadog. Very successful with it. And it's going to be the Yuzhong. So they will take it away from Falcon now. And what would be your answer? Do you go Lapu Lapu instead for if you're Falcon? It's also one of your like signature picks anyway, so.
Honestly, they could go with the Lapu Lapu. It is available to them. Off the top of my head, too, I would love to actually see Thamus pop up again, but I don't think that's the best matchup with Yuzhong because still, in a way, you're going to want to kind of have that counter relationship because Yuzhong is going to be going through that back line. You want to be able to provide at least another body in the front, right? And we saw that with the Fredrin earlier, but they're actually going to lock in the Harith here for now. So that's going in where? That's going in the gold lane, where we're going to see here.
Unless it goes to the jungle, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a possibility, but it's just very unlikely.
Well,
look at this.
Yeah.
Number 1 is Kai, and the next one is Kyrie.
Interesting.
In terms of hero damage per minute. Wow.
Yeah, I want to say,
You also had the least amount of deaths yesterday.
Yes. I was going to say, these teams, these players from these teams that might not be so well known in other parts of the world, I mean, they've got amazing players, and you see that so far up to this point in the knockout stage even. That's going to be the Cho band out here. So focusing on the roamers here now, potential-wise for S11 Gaming, they're still, I mean, in terms of jungle matchup, the thing is honestly, if you really wanted to look at Falcon Esports, those are 2 possible junglers at the same time, right? That flexibility, that kind of surprise factor is still there with the Kaja Valentina, but more so, like you said, Mirko, I think, again, going back to if it's not broke, don't fix it, that's where they're going. So I'm wondering what the jungle dynamic between these 2 teams could be.
For me, looking at Falcon right now, they need just physical damage, right? So the XP lane ban comes in, Lapu getting rid of the physical damage threat. Now, I think S11 needs to really focus down on something like a Martis, a pick that Ken has played many times before, and just these physical damage threats in the jungle, aside from the XP. They can also just go for a Benedetta here, that works. It's another physical damage dealer for Falcon to pick up.
But then again, it could be banned out by S11. If you're just S11, just double down or triple down on the XP lane, knowing that you already have the Yuzhong, you have that secured. Just deny anything that Falcon will have as comfort. Now, the interesting idea for Falcon is that they went for the Harith pick instead of an XP laner, knowing that this is the only laner that can easily go up against the carry, or at least even up or square up against the carry in the laning stage. You still have to supplement it with a frontliner. So I think that this will be a choice of a Grok, perhaps, or like you said, a Martis for the side of Falcon Esports. Not gonna be surprised if that will be the choice. Like you can pick that up in the XP lane as a tanky frontliner.
I'm wondering too, right, if we see them actually lock in that Grok. We've seen Grok place in the XP lane so much, whether it's with the Weapon Mastery or the High and Dry emblem here. So, but still, you're kind of in that position where, you know, how do we play around this? There's the Marches pick, like you were just calling out, Mirko. Great option. We actually saw how tanky and durability it could be in the last match, and how that can be a, I mean, it's crucial for teams that play this Marches in the jungle, because objectively now you've got to match that if you're S11 Gaming. Now the thing is if they actually put pressure on this Harith pick specifically, you've got great burst potential, and if you can shut that down and allow, again, carry to really shine in this game, you're going to set yourself up for success for S11 Gaming. These last 2 picks, though, very crucial here for them, Wolf.
You have to have a frontliner too. Aside from the Kadita, you need something like a Grok deck to control. It's great actually against the Harry if you think about it, but you give away the wall charge to the Valentina, but it's a choice that you have to make. Or maybe a Lolita, in fact, for S11 to kind of answer this.
Well,
wow!
They take your suggestion and they say no. No.
I love it though. Selena, I have not seen this in a very long time.
Debut for Selena at M4.
Exactly.
I'm wondering, right, is this really the game plan here? Selena and Kadita. And I mean, even looking at the players' reactions, right? I mean, I'm not sure 100% how they're feeling about it, but this is something new, obviously, and it's also, it can be deadly here, especially you're talking about pick-off potential. And the last pick for Falcon Esports is going to be this Ling here. How are we feeling about this, guys?
It's a Marta's XP lane for Falcon, so that's just a solid matchup again, right? Yu Zhong, sure, out-sustains him, but if he can get out of the Furious Knife that easily and can get trades down and all-ins down the way he does, hey, I think Marta's actually takes it.
Unfortunately, the Ling is so much of a gamble, at least for Falcon, but we know that they can really profit with this. Why did they say that it's a gamble? There's so much crowd control on the opposite side. You have the Selena arrow, surely you can dodge that, but knowing that there could be other setups.
2 petrifies?
2 petrifies. The Kadita and the Yu Zhong, and then eventually the Paquito with the knockups that can be followed up with the Selena arrow. There's so much control that can come out of S11. That's kind of makes this Ling a little bit scary, but this is Falcon, dude. It's
Falcon, dude.
Falcon, dude. All right. Well, we've seen both team compositions, and it's a do-or-die situation for S11 Gaming. Match point for Falcon Esports. Who takes game number 2?
If it's anything like day 1, again, 2-0 all across the board. Falcon, are they going to be able to do it? Or will S11 break that curse here? Technically, the Paquito is also at a 100% win rate. And Jotun was the one who played it yesterday, too.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, in terms of just the Paquito alone, being in the jungle specifically, this is something we don't see too often, right? I mean, usually it's in that side lane, but still running the high and dry here, that burst potential, that snowball potential is really good, especially when you're pairing it with a Selena pick here. You can already see even Ken going to be the focus, but gets out of there fine. Still, though, your pick-off potential with a Selena with Chan here is huge if he can land those Abyssal arrows.
Yeah. You can see a vertical jungling coming out from Falcon's jungler Ken. After going for his purple buff, he went to the opposing Grammar. I don't know if that will actually give him more gold, but so far it's so good coming out from Falcon. And we know Ken, we can call him Ken the Man or Ken the Man.
Hey, there are a lot of nicknames that Leo created for him. The Candy Man, the Burmese Python, I don't know. You could, or even the Dancing Peacock.
I'm pretty sure if you watch that video of Leo out there, when he threw those names out there, Ken's face, just read the room. Well, going back to the game, I mean, specifically, you guys make a good point, right? The Ling is kind of risky here, but still, I think you play off the fact that you have Naomi on this Kanja again.
They smelled him.
Jotun's going to be knocked up, and that's the collapse. First blood over to Ken. Hey, that's going to be the Abyssal arrow connecting, though, as well. Chan with an amazing pickoff. Both junglers falling early on, but Ken again with another first blood, dude.
Dude. The way that he pathed through the top lane, he went in for, like I said, vertical jungling for Ken, right? And then eventually, he noticed that his Crammer is just, why is it not there? Why is it taken out? So he smelled where Jotun was and then outplayed him. Unfortunately, he got hit by an arrow.
Oh, yellow flash, Decimate finds Papa Dog, eliminates him. Justin also jumping with the Black Dragon form. Chance gonna fall to Naomi. Jotun, no, he does not get the turtle with the red tree, but he does get it with a punch. He will fall to the hands of Falcon, though. 1.2k gold lead.
And that's massive.
Yeah.
That's massive for Falcon because the fight that happened didn't have any jungler around it, but there were many kills for Falcon. And then because of the fact that Jotun is down for 2 deaths, Ken was able to get into his orange buff, which means that there will be a big advantage between the junglers that we have right now.
I mean, not only that, but the fact that all those kills are pretty spread well here, but Kai in trouble.
Oh, that's a 1v1. Xyp9x one more hit. Doesn't go for it. Erwin jumps in, doesn't get in range. He actually went for the flicker instead of the petrify.
Oh, Naomi though, he has
which
a
is
flicker.
Interesting. Oh, Naomi. Flickers forward. Just whips Kai, takes him back down. Erwin now alone, jumps in on the Xyp9x. No petrify to lock him down. He also has that purify. The abyssal arrow whiffing there, and Justin just gets out free.
I don't understand why they did not go for the petrify on the Kadita. That really is trippy. And Ken already. 3 blades, it's gonna be enough. Might go for Papadog again. Oh, there it is.
1 HP, he finds it with the orange buff, gets out, just walks away. Yellow flash though, Jotun's looking for him, chasing him down. Yellow flash, trying to get away. He gets out with the flicker too. That's why you call him the yellow flash.
Yeah, I mean, he flickered out of there just in time. And I mean, okay, going back to all the points here in the last couple minutes, still, interesting match, right? There's a lot of action 4 minutes in, and it's great to see. But again, if you're S11 Gaming, you got to be worried that look at this distribution of these kills here, as well as the gold. It's 3K ahead for Falcon Esports. It's very well spread. Naomi again with a lead in the kills with Xyp9x, and now the focus. Erwin can't find it here on the bottom side.
Up until now, there are questions being asked here. Why didn't Erwin go for the petrify? And that really gave them a big disadvantage because we were talking about how much they can change their stunts and how much they can control both the Harith and the Ling. And that's all down the drain because now we'll have to rely on the petrify on to this Yu Zhong. You can see them just really struggle against Falcon's aggression because everybody's just outplaying each other. Yellow Flash is outplaying his lane matchup. You can see Xyp9x just winning the lane matchup versus Kai.
Naomi too gets a Divine Judgment. Erwin, he gets the rough waves out in time, but he is going to lose out on that kill pressure again. Mid lane pushed in, shoved in. That's the abyssal arrow connecting, and Jotun's going to be able to follow that up. Knockout strike. Chan finds that kill. Ken looking for some compensation as he dashes in. Has the time of the blades. Gets Jotun knocked up. No, he doesn't, but he does find 3 blades. Ken styling, dashing all across the place.
That was clean, right? I mean, that was a great play from Ken here, and it's really tough to. That was sweet, dude. Candyman. And maybe it sticks, right? But Chan, I mean, the arrows have been landing where they need to. It's just isn't enough time, and I feel like a big question too. Again, Erwin here with no petrify. Every time we Erwin, okay, he's gonna rough waves out. But still, every time we see a Kadita pop up with a flicker, I feel like that's usually cause for discussion because man, people are like, why do you not roll with that petrify? Now, you have to consider the fact too, there's 2 purifies here for Falcon Esports.
That's right.
So even those the CC available to S11, they've got to get through that first.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Xyp9x is already up with the Feather of Heaven. But the conceal play might be really bad for S11.
Again, no petrify. You can see the impact here. Ken is going to be able to actually get closer. Naomi finds the Divine Judgment. You can say goodbye to Erwin. Xyp9x still going through on that Zaman Force, forcing the flicker out from Chan. Ken picks up the tier 1 in the bottom lane, and it's a 4,000 gold lead, 8-2 this time around. I don't know. That's a good abyssal arrow, but no follow-up.
And that's the reason why you pick up the Harith against the carry, or you see the lane matchup really going in their favor. Papadog
is going to be able to get that Black Dragon form. The rough wave stolen away by Justin means that he can get out of that.
As you were saying, Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Harith winning his lane matchup already, and now he's able to push up his own lane, stealing the damage as intended with the Purify Harith. It's very difficult now to deal with him, especially with all the items he has. He can even push turrets because of his itemization and the natural progression coming up from the Harith. This is an uncontested Harith game, and Falcon are really just enjoying it, styling over S11.
Check this out, right? The M4 stat. Selena's debut in M4 after 51 games. I mean, and to be honest, she's got 2 kills right here for Chan, and I feel like the
got
big
100% of the kills.
100% of the kills, yeah, she does. But Conceal play, they're looking for another here.
Justin able to dash out. That's Zipix jumping in with some on-force, and Jotun's gonna be melted down here. Able to dash away for a bit, but now it's the complete collapse coming in from Falcon as they are looking for their targets. Ken on the wall, just chilling, backing off.
This is what Falcon does so well. When they have these kind of leads, they just keep pushing the gas, right? They literally leave their foot on the pedal here, and it's really hard to stop it because S11 Gaming, again, you're at some point of a disadvantage. Ken gonna be just fine, gets out of there, taking just jungle after jungle. And like I said, this snowball effect, this momentum that we brought up earlier is apparent here in this game too.
They're not stopping, and they're even controlling multiple parts of the map at the same time. Erwin, no petrify, no lockdown, he missed.
And even the Selena, right? Abyssal Arrow connecting dive with Divine Judgment over to Papa Dog. He disappeared. Ken now, ooh, he was looking for that kill right there. Jolton comes in with 2 jabs. He's gonna be melted down. He's the one assassinated from his engage. It's a 2-for-0. Falcon walking the base down. But you could see that Abyssal Arrow instantly negated by Yellow Flash, who can actually just cancel the CCA. Just as I say that, Chan picks up the kill, flickering forward. That's the 3rd kill for S11 and a 3rd kill for Chan. Oh, they're playing with him now, man. Justin's not even hitting him.
I mean, he gets out of there. That's the thing, right? Chan is, I guess you could say, the saving grace here for S11, but to what extent, at what point, you know, does this keep working? It's just a couple kills. You're still working against a massive gold lead in favor of Falcon Esports, and this should just be a free lord for them because, hold on, S11 Gaming going in.
This is a Hail Mary play. Papa Dog only finding Justin, but has a rough wave. Zipix now completely free hitting, using the Zaman Force over. Jotun's gonna be melted down. Naomi's gonna be able to actually deal a little bit more damage before Jotun comes in with a Retribution, but it does not save his life. The killing spree for Zipix, a 3-for-0 for Falcon, and that's a free lord over.
The Hail Mary play coming up from S11 did not work because all of a sudden Justin had rough waves, stolen ultimate to keep him alive, and even punish S11. Papa Dog was in a very tight spot already, as well as Erwin. They're taken out easily. Then Jotun, every time he jumps in forward because he doesn't have enough itemization, as well as the fact that he is very squishy, he gets punished by Falcon so easily. And it's going to be very difficult now. No ultimate available for Papa Dog. This might be it for Falcon.
Naomi finds the Divine Judgment. Papa Dog melted down. Ken getting the knock up onto 2. Jotun forced to run away. Ken gets caught in the Abyssal Arrow, jumps out with the Fish Poise, gets out alive. Erwin is going to be the one falling to the hands of Justin as he jumps in for more damage onto Kai. S11 surviving another day. Naisu, what you got to say, bro?
I mean, 10.5 minutes in, base half health here. That could have been an end game there, but still, Falcon Esports pressing this situation here. They do want to end this before it gets too late. They've got a massive lead. They're going to be working on these inhibitor turrets. They still got the top one. And S11 Gaming, they've got to defend here the best they can with the tools that they have.
Man, they took 2 base turrets down with the passive still intact. It's meant to clear out waves. It's meant to prevent these 10-minute ends. But Falcon, with their 13,000 gold lead, are going to look for the end here with a mid-wave. Papa Dog with Black Dragon form, zoning Falcon away, but it's going to be melted down. What? How? Now you see him, now you don't. What the heck? Disappearing from the map. That's Jotun 2. 3 members, 4 members, everyone just falling left and right. Tan able to find the Abyssal Arrow, but Yellow Flash is a bit too tanky. Falcon do not want to end. Ken wants to chase. Finally, they go in for the end, and it's a clean sweep. 15,000 gold lead.
No chance for S11 to come back from that. Falcon did not let go of the grip. They tightened it every single second follows. They went in to control the map after their early spike, simultaneously pushing the waves, not giving any free kills to the side of S11. And all of the choices that the Argentinian squad made from the draft to the battle spell to the first few rotations did not work against the titanic team that we know of Falcon.
I mean, there we go. Both teams showing the respect here. Unfortunately for S11 Gaming, they are going to be knocked out of the M4 tournament here. And just sportsmanship, very important between these 2 teams. And what can we say? Naomi, back-to-back MVP performance, taking out S11 Argentina out of M4. It was a crucial series. And there you go, both teams. Give them a round of applause here.
That's beautiful.
I love it, right? Out of the competition, they are all friends, and you could see it there displayed. Falcon are gonna make their victory march down the stage here.
Well, that was the first series of the day. Again, thank you guys so much. We'll be back after this. It's me, Naisu, Mirko, and Wolf. Analysts, break this one down.
Thank you, boys, but it's time. The Falcon continues to soar as they take this game away. Congratulations, GG, well played, but our hearts and souls, it hurts to see S11 go out in this fashion, but that's just how Falcon plays, boys. Name's Gideon, this is Jace, and this is Assassin Dave. Let's break it down, boys.
Oh my god, what a series by Falcon. If game 1 was just a warm-up, game 2 is really just pure domination. 10 minutes in, I think it's 13,000 goal lead, something like that. It was crazy.
Let me break it down with the numbers, ladies and gents. 13k gold lead in 11 minutes. Just the numbers alone, Falcon literally dominated S11. A bit salty about, still a little bit salty, but at least Falcon did a very good job.
Look, I'm very happy for Falcon Esports, and man, I liked S11 a lot. It's unfortunate that it had to be this way, but that's just the nature of competition.
Hey, S11 did end up debuting of one character in this game, which is Selena. Now, that might not be something that needed, right? Even though it's the last game, maybe the last series they play, sometimes when you in desperation to try something, that might just end up hurting you, especially with the Selena pick, because they could have benefited a lot with the challenge to lock someone down, plus the carry damage. That might be their win ticket.
I personally feel like I understand what S11 wants to do, because you see there's an enemy link on the other side. What you want to do is you want to gain this early game advantage with the Selena. You want to basically use the traps to keep track. You also drafted in the Paquito because you want to win this early game fight, but unfortunately the lane went around uncontested at all because Ken is so swift.
I mean, that's not just Ken. I mean, yes, Ken's doing a great job, but I have to keep talking about Yellow Flash here. I mean, the Hokage himself absolutely crushing it. Fredrin matchup, he's super tanky. He picks up this Martis and he's like, you know what? I just need a BOD, build me full tank, I will do the rest.
I mean, if Yellow Flash is Yellow Flash, Ken is probably the White Flash today. I mean, like that lane, that fast hand gaming was insane. This guy's action on wings, like we talk about. Fanny, he's got, this guy's assassin monster. If you face Falcon in the next round especially, they're gonna be going against either Team Hawk or Incendio Gaming, Supremacy. So I'm looking forward to more assassin gameplay coming out from Ken.
That is a little bit biased, Assassin Day, but let's take a look at the items, ladies and gentlemen. S11 Gaming, on the other hand, I think there's one criticism I'll give for Chan is that you went for the clock instead. And I think he took the clock at around, the 6-minute mark. That's gonna cause him to get a lot more time to get the Selena online. If you notice, S11, the Selena wasn't able to just immediately burst down the main key targets, and there's a lot of times, I think the caster points out, the arrow just kind of went a little bit too far.
I mean, it's a hit or miss, right? It's Selena. At the end of the day, if you don't hit the arrow, you kind of can't do too much, but Chan was still participating in 100% of those team fights.
Yep, 100% kill participation. That is absolutely insane. Look at Naomi at 80%, rivaling that 100%. Ken is actually only at 40% of the team fight. Just show you how all-rounded that Falcon is as a team, right? Everyone is putting their part. Everybody's doing a lot of work. Zip, this guy is a hidden gem for Falcon, right? 70% on a goal laner. I know he's playing Harith, but what is going on there?
Dude, crazy, because usually the reason why carry is so feared because the carry can burst down anyone, right? And it feels like Falcon knows how to deal with this carry. Leaking it out, letting S11 take it away, threatening it to take carry if they prioritize something else. Zipix went in as a Harith and he was online even faster than I expected, and that's the power of Zipix. A very flexible gold laner, you never know what's gonna play, a marksman or even a mage gold laner.
I think, you know, he's been sharpening himself throughout the entirety of the tournament. I think so far, this has been one of the best performances we've seen out of Zipex so far. And I mean, of course, Justin, absolute monster. Can't give the guy enough credit with the Valentina. His decision-making on the spot is so fast. He's a super computer.
Yes, the Kadita ultimate copy, the rough waves. Right, he's proven that, hey, it doesn't matter what mage that you play, I'm gonna be better off that version because I'm Valentina. And that's why Justin's so good at standing out among the crowd in M4. Ladies and gentlemen, going forward for Falcon, again, they have a rough road ahead because it's going to be the Malaysian Giant or Incendio Supremacy, which is the next match.
Yeah, that's going to be really exciting to watch. But for the time being, it's time to show you guys who our MVP of the match is going to be. Pull it up, boys and girls. It's going over to Naomi, the spearhead of Falcon Esports.
Once again, the same item build, right? Fleeting Time is, I think, probably Rush as one of his first items. Not only just that, I can't believe that Naomi was allowed to be given the Kaja twice in a row. You saw how big of an impact he has done for the side of Falcon.
Absolutely. See, the thing about Naomi is he's godly with Franco. We've seen those blind hooks into the bush, right? That get entire world shocked. At the same time, you can't ban away this guy. Doesn't matter what he plays, this guy's macro, his awareness, right? His understanding, his engages, decision-making are just through the roof, like second to none.
And he has 0 deaths, right?
Yes.
Flickering forward, Kaja is always like almost like a front line. You do not know, you don't really peg a Kaja as a very tanky kind of tank, right? But let's take a look at the heat map this time around.
Looking at the heat map, you can see there's a definite change of pace here. Before that, it was like, oh, I don't want to go past the river. I don't want to go too far. Now, I want to be everywhere. I want to make sure I'm in your face. I'm making sure that I'm dropping crumbs in your bed, dropping breadcrumbs in your bed to make you feel as uncomfortable as possible as soon as you sit down. Look, not a personal true story, but I'm just saying.
Absolutely. Naomi this game is extending his territory into the enemy jungle towards the bottom side. There are a lot of aggression on the enemy bottom goal lane tier 1 tower. Right? Show them how much they want to pressure the carry away to make sure the carry does not get any farm, and that is the Falcon strategy, right? To make sure, okay, if the carry gets farmed, he might be able to one-shot our team, including the Kaja. So in order to prevent that from happening, look how much visit he gave the bottom lane.
I think personally, I feel like Naomi is really want to drive Zipex towards success, right? That's what it's like, the secondary carry, just in case if, Ken falls short, and you saw that in game number 1, during parts of mid part of the game, Zipex actually climbed back up strong.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the highlights, it tells a perfect story here. S11 wanted to be aggressive. Falcon, on the other hand, didn't mind playing a little bit more defensively until the time was right in game number 1 itself. And then we see an absolute shift in their playstyle. And I think, Falcon has kind of figured out the sauce. They've got the secret ingredients. Yeah. They've got the right methods and the way to think about the game.
Well, we're giving a lot of hype to Naomi here, but I do want to highlight Ken. I mean, the Assassins, we're going to see some highlights in the next game. You seen the Fanny this game? I think just now when it defended the blue buff, when Fanny decisively go on the backline target, this guy knows who to go on at every second of the team fight. Take a look at his lean gameplay. Sometimes, just when you think, if I'm on that lane, I might not be able to get this kill. He might walk away, but not for Ken, right? Whenever you set his eye on the target, he gets the job done.
Honestly, I'm learning 2 things about Dave. Number 1, possibly colorblind. I mean, it's purple buff. Second of all, I do think, it's with his name. Assassin Dave.
Yeah.
Ken playing Assassins. Coincidence? I think not.
I mean, that's his unique selling point. That's his brand, right? But I have to agree with you. Ken is on this Assassin junglers has worked phenomenally for Falcon. Technically, it's in the name. Flying around from one place of the map to the other, you never know where he's gonna be. He played the Fanny, he played the Ling in this particular series against S11. S11 needs a spy satellite in order to know where Ken is.
Well, I hope they don't have spy satellites right now.
That'll be map hack.
Right now, Falcon Esports, I think they really understand the relationships of the roles across the map, and depending on their playstyle, they have protocols in place.
Yes, they lost to S11, they did their homework in the group stage, and now look at what's happening with this brand new best out of 3. It's done with best out of 3, they go to best out of 5. I can only hope for the best for Falcon.
We can only hope for the best, but with that being said, let's have a chit-chat and an interview up on the stage. Mara, take it away.
Aim high, fly high, and that's exactly what Falcon Esports has been doing. Congratulations! Woohoo! 2-0. That was a nice sweep. I mean, it's very evident in game number 2. You only limited your opponent to 3 kills. Your macro skills on point. 13k gold lead in 11 minutes. Justin, would you say that you really deserve to be in the upper bracket, because it seems like you're dominating right now?
Yeah, we deserve upper bracket, but unfortunately we lost against Onyx. I think it because of in that match that's not our true potential.
Is this because you are the one that opened the knockout stage with the grand stage?
Yeah, That's also.
When you say it's not your true potential, what do you mean by that?
We can make our best in that match. That's why.
So would you say now, with your first match in the lower bracket, how easy was it for you? You feel like that's what you're gonna show for the rest of the matches here on forward?
It's not that easy, but we respect all the teams in player. We are all friends in outside, so we prepare every games.
Speaking of, you know, Clara, I see Justin hanging out with different teams. We all share the same banquet hall in the hotel. Why is it so important for you, Justin, and your teammates to get along with every single members of every team? Because I see, you know, if there's an award for Mr. Congeniality for MLBB, I would think you would win it because you get close to everybody. Why is that important for you?
I don't know. I want to be friend with everyone, and they think I'm friendly. That's why.
You are. Yes, you are. But for your next match, you will have a lot of journey. If you want to become the champion, of course you want it. And is there anything that concerns Falcon in this journey?
Can you repeat your question?
Is there anything that concerns you for the rest of the days that's going to be coming up? Do you think there's any potential dilemma, anything that you're worried about? Or do you feel that you guys are pretty much comfortable with what's happening?
I think there'll be many challenges ahead, but we're ready to face it together.
And what would that be when you say there are going to be many challenges ahead?
Like there are a lot of strong teams in the lower bracket also. So yeah, there'll definitely be a challenge for us.
Can you mention the teams that you want to face in this lower bracket?
Maybe Todak.
Todak, ooh, interesting. And you're saying there's a lot of strong teams, but you know what? I have to say, we got a really strong tank here joining us today, Naomi. You know, Naomi, you're making a lot of noise. They're saying that you are a tank god. And all the teams, they have their eye on you. How do you feel about that, Naomi?
I don't really feel happy about that. Is that all attention on me? It will be more difficult for me, so it's not that good.
So you're not really happy about being named the tank god because you think all eyes, the attention is now going to be on you.
Yeah.
Well, that's going to be a big challenge because we think you're pretty amazing and we can't wait to see what you have to show next. Congratulations once again to Falcon Esports. Congratulations.
Yay! What a perfect game, perfect match for Team Falcon today because they really slay and they just giving their best in this lower bracket, Mara.
And you know, they're pretty humble with what they're saying. I mean, even though Justin says that they do feel that they deserve to be in the upper bracket, we were having that conversation earlier, they still respect every opponent that they're about to face. And we can't wait to see what's next because we have another best of 3 coming your way. Incendio Supremacy versus Team Hawk. So don't go anywhere. Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship. We'll be right back.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Find a new environment. Live life in a different way. Follow your heart. Learn a new thing. Go for a new challenge. Risk of your life through a wonderful journey.
What's up, everyone? Today we have a hero revamp many of you have been waiting for. Featuring Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower. The new Hanabi is more mature and confident in herself, as seen in her new intro animation where she finally takes off her veil. Hero skills. Hanabi is a marksman that brings solid DPS and crowd control to a team and known for her bouncing pedal blades. Passive skill, Ninjutsu Pedal Barrage. That's right, Pedal Barrage is now Hanabi's new passive. With this adjustment, Hanabi's basic attacks and skills automatically create pedal blades on hit that bounce up to 4 times to nearby targets, while doing less damage per bounce. First skill, Ninjutsu Equinox. Hanabi's shield has been reworked into an active skill. The new Equinox shield now increases her movement and attack speed. Hanabi is still immune to control effects while the shield is active, but now dealing damage will increase the shield's health regardless of Hanabi's HP. Second skill, Ninjutsu Soul Scroll. Soul Scroll remains a skill shot that damages and slows enemies on hit, now with a new mechanic that marks enemies, causing them to take full damage from the next pedal blade bounce. Ultimate Forbidden Jutsu Higanbana. Hanabi's ultimate remains unchanged, damaging and immobilizing the first enemy hit. The revamped Hanabi retains her uniqueness without needing to stack her shield before a fight, and her pedal blades are now a more consistent source of damage. Her new shield mechanic improves her sustain mid-fight so she can stay in and on her targets. Pro tips. Use Equinox when you anticipate incoming CC and deal damage to keep it up. Don't panic if you get engaged on. Cast your shield and keep attacking. Line up enemies with Soul Scroll to cut their mobility while boosting your damage. And look to use Higanbana when the enemy is grouped up. Combo tips. When laning, use Soul Scroll to slow and mark enemies, so your next Pedal Blade bounce does full damage even if they're hiding in the back. In a 1v1, use your shield's new sustain to get the upper hand. In teamfights, land your second skill first to make the enemy easy targets for your ultimate and let your Pedal Blades go to town. Tactics. Since Hanabi's early game is rather weak, focus on farming. But not for the whole game, Hanabi mains. Poke the enemy in lane with basic attacks and her second skill. In the late game, use Hanabi's ultimate to engage and CC, and unleash your barrage of basic attacks and kunai to provide excellent sustained DPS for your team. We recommend this attack speed focused build to complement her reworked passive and first skill. Marksman Emblem further enhances her sustained DPS role, and Weakness Finder prevents her targets from escaping. Inspire is a natural choice to bolster both damage and survivability, thanks to her new shield. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp coming December 20th. She'll be 30% off the first week, along with her resplendent iris skin. Give the new Hanabi a whirl and tell us what you think. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp December 20th.
this still works out, right? All of that in the last 2 minutes just makes a breeze for the first turtle here. So that's already huge, at least in terms of economy. But here in the mid lane, Yumski going to be the focus again. Oh, can he get away? One hit, he's going to bob and weave and survive.
The moves and grooves. Behind. And yeah, I can see here the Lord is already contested.
It doesn't feel like Bray is chilling. He's doing so much for his team with splitting those waves, but once again, the contest for the Lord.
The fight. Oh my god, catches Suvin with that Tyrant's Rage. Mortal bombs everywhere. Baby Cake, the first one down. Not a good sign as 1, 2, 3, 4 bodies has already been collected, and Bray gets shut down.
And he didn't, I don't even think it was Ken who finished off Hessa. He finished off D7, and this allows another free turtle.
But now they're going for it. Certainly he's going to be popped here. Ken able to secure the turtle, but Zip goes down as Chima able to find the kill. Another wild charge comes forth as D7 falls. Tempest Blade's going to be popped here. Ken looking for Hessa. Can't get the last hit though as he falls into the river.
Oh, that split, but all the weakness points. Oh my god, again! It's Prince Fran who comes in clutch and saves the day. Onyx Esports have nowhere to go right now, but Dragon's going to be taken down. It's a shadow kill over to Harley as now Mount Venus have to move back. The Iron Hook does not connect. It's going to be the way the Dragon locking Prince Fran down, and that's a double kill picked up by Dreon, the Lord as well. Dreon is an absolute monster as he's looking to claim a Maniac.
Kind of be a little bit patient because right now I kind of feel like Rosa as well as Sunshine, they have enough damage. They just need a proper setup. And in terms of proper setup, you shouted out Oheb. If they can catch him, that's great. But it's easy said than done. But oh my Venus, it's all for them.
That's all the damage popped in, and the backline's completely going to be obstructed here by Blacklist International. Oheb free hitting his alien's going to be bursted down. Oh my Rosa getting caught in the fatal race as Genji's the only man left standing. Blacklist International, they take no prisoners.
Someday, you'll be the most shining light in the universe. The star will be burned for you, my flare.
M-Series Flashback, series of the tournament.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
first M series for MLBB, M1 was nothing short of incredible gameplay. But one series was above all the games. Stretched to a maximum best of 7 series, the grand finals between RRQ Hoshi and EVOS Legends was a gem to rewatch.
EVOS Legends become a legend!
As for M2, the grand finals between Grand Esports and the Burmese Ghouls was so epic that it broke the record with over 3 million concurrent viewers. With multiple back and forth, the 7-game series went the way of Grand Esports.
Grand Esports are your M2 champions!
Lastly, in M3, the series of the tournament was the first upper bracket game between Blacklist International and BCK, where the agents tried to target and 5-ban Mobazane, but the bloodthirsty Kings persevered and sent Blacklist International to the lower bracket. With M4, what sort of insane and epic series do you think we will get? Tell us what you think. See you at M4.
Maybe.
But that's the thing, like, who is your saving grace here for MVG, right? Harley, Joel Crew. Joel Crew is so far away from that. Harley, though, able to survive just a bit. Oh, never mind! Chiku, guys, from the backside. Now they're going to find Joel Crew as we were just talking about him. They fall here, and another one goes down. 4 fall again for MVG, and there's nothing Dragon can do here to defend. It's a maniac for Chiku, guys. GG, well played.
They are resetting here, 13,000 HP.
They need to make a choice right now. I mean, the minions are pushing in into their base. They're gonna get backdoored by Kalatizi if they don't choose now.
Oh my god, Kalatizi, will they read this? Junpo tries to delay, but no, my god, 505 trying to fly. Sanford, Yawi goes down, but Kalatizi in the backside. Danny QT, the base echo outplayed RSG.
But we just barely missed it off camera. What happened to Papa Dog?
He just got dogpiled on, and that will be the end of him. As you can see, S11 going for a different approach right here, jumping in, making a play with the Way of the Dragon as well, but the Vengeance is just tanking so much. There's that's Fried Chicken taking one versus 3. Erwin is the next target, and Fried Chicken is going again and again. The Lord gets picked up, and they come out on top, and it's so disastrous because the Lord is up at the same time. Incendio is still contesting, but it does not seem possible unless Alien can make something of a miracle play.
We've seen a miracle play by Grok many times before. He's looking for it. He has the weapon mastery for a reason. He steals it for Turkey, for Incendio, to save the game for his team.
I'm sorry. I'm ahead of myself.
Yeah, no worries. Wise, killing spree emblem on the Aldous. Sure. I get why, but right now, wait a minute, Naomi gets a hook onto Wise right now. It's going to be Justin who rotates back in. Wise goes in, and it's the first blood over to Justin.
Ken, that was a worth it. Look at the hook, and Haji tries to run away. I can't get my point out. Justin goes in front, gets a kill.
Dashing back in, Edward using final blow, not able to find anyone, and that's the iron hook again. Naomi's won.
20-30 vision where they just literally see the future.
No way! Naomi finds a hook out of nothing again!
He cares for the future. Whatever it is you want to believe, he lands again!
Naomi!
Above the sky!
They are right now, they're flying and they're soaring again! Naomi! What in the world was that?
អ្វីៗគ្រប់យ៉ាងតែងតែប្រែប្រួលទៅតាមពេលវេលាប៉ុន្តែស្មារតីរបស់អ្នកប្រយុទ្ធនឹងមិនសាបសូន្យនោះឡើយពួកយើងម្នាក់សុទ្ធតែមានចំណុចខ្សោយរៀងៗខ្លួនហើយប្រសិនបើយើងរួមគ្នាជាក្រុមគឺពួកយើងមិនមានពាក្យថាបរាជ័យនោះទេ ការតំណាងឲ្យប្រទេសកម្ពុជាទៅប្រកួតជើងឯក M4 It's like a dream come true នេះគឺជាសុបិនដែលខ្លាចជាការពិតដើម្បីមោទនភាពជាតិខ្មែរយើងក្រាបឡើងហើយតស៊ូទៅមុខទៀតដំណើរផ្សងព្រេងរបស់ពួកយើងមិនមានភាពងាយស្រួលនោះទេស្មារតីអ្នកចម្បាំងខ្មែរនឹងតែងតែស្ថិតនៅក្នុងខ្លួនយើងជានិច្ចក្រុម Burning Flash នឹងចាប់យកឱកាសមួយនេះហើយធ្វើឲ្យមោទនភាពជាតិយើងថ្កុំថ្កើងនៅលើឆាកអន្តរជាតិIf you play with fire, you will get burned. Dear Flamers, see you in the M4 stage.
My time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop. Won't never stop.
Touch the sky. You're a man of saving God. Touch the sky. You're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now. I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I'm on the road, accomplish all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky. You're a man of saving God. Touch the sky. You're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Hands off, I ain't giving up. They say that I finished, but they wrong. I ain't never done. No. So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up.
All of you get your hands up, all of you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel inside. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
Pop off, it's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop. Won't never stop.
touch the sky. You're a man of saving God. Touch the sky. You're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we
telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it out, eyes on me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
The heat and the beats were intense on day 2 of the M4 World Championship knockout stage. As old rivalries for past M series fueled the tension in the air. Where history repeats itself. The first series of the day saw Todak taking on their bitter old rivals, RRQ Hoshi, who defeated them in the world stage in M1 and M3. RRQ Hoshi started the party on their home turf with a gentle wave from their home ground hero, Kadita. Birthday boy Albert then showcased what the true skill ceiling in a game like MLBB can be on his special day. The second series of the day featured another international feud that started in M3. The defending champions are back to their usual winning form as they cruise through the Brazilians in dominating fashion. RRQ Akira showed signs of life when Takashi performed out of his mind to claw back in game number 1. But in the end, the Filipino representatives were too much for the Samba boys to handle. With that, we'll head on to the lower brackets today where elimination is on the line. It is the survival of the fittest. Let's see who will make it out alive. Dare to be great.
We are getting closer to the ultimate battle in Jakarta. It's an amazing, beautiful tournament. I can't wait to get to the game. All eyes are on one stage only. All for that ultimate prize, to be M4 World Champions.
talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give, cause this is just what I made it now, You can't ever break us down, I'll be speechless for the stars, promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop, won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we're gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we're gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
No. So turn it up, turn it all the way up.
All of you get your hands up, all of you raise your hands. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight, we gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
Pop off, it's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right, I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give, cause this is just what I made it now. You can't ever break us down, I'll be speechless for the stars, promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop, won't never stop, yeah.
touch the sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we're gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we're gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Welcome back to the Mobile Legends M4 World Championships for another lower bracket match for today. We have an exciting match between our two unsung underdogs, Incendio Supremacy versus Team Hawk. Who will come up on top to continue their dream for the crown as the sole underdog of the tournament? Aside from the Petronas Twin Towers, there is also a player standing atop of them, waiting to strike down their opponents. Gary executes plays perfectly set up by the Twins to not waste any movement done by Team Hawk. It is different this time as another empire is born in the M world out of Supremacy. With great setups and supporting damage from the roaming duo of Incendio Supremacy, there we have the carry. Sunshine never fails his team to be the damage dealer and objective taker of the team. His positioning is always on point to dish out maximum potential damage as possible.
Welcome back, everybody. Match 2 is about to begin, but for now, here at the analyst stand, it's going to be me getting Q with Jason as well as Assassin Dave to make sure that you guys are not only up to date, but understand exactly how these games are going to go. Team Hawk going up against Incendio Supremacy, and just like that VO, I'm hoping that maybe Team Hawk is going to reach that next level after they break through this domination, this supremacy coming out from Incendio.
Well, I am actually going to be ready for a show because this might be the Incendio comeback that we're all looking forward to.
Now let's take a look at our hot topic today, right? Unexpected performance from the unsung underdogs. To be honest with you, Incendio Supremacy took us by storm during the group stages. I think they are looking on point. They almost took away, the Dark Horse title. But personally, I'm on the side of Team Hawk because I love JB too much.
Well, I mean, that's definitely understandable here, but you can't count Incendio Incendio Supremacy overall because they've been gaming so hard. They've been moving through the group stages, and yes, it may not be the best results in the world, but you can definitely see the progression, and it's, honestly, it feels like compounding interest. It just feels good to see them just stack upon stack.
Stonks, literally like what you said just now, when we're opening for the first series. Excited what Incendio Supremacy that has in store for us, but I think Gary, man, that dude impressed you, I bet, Assassin Dave.
Well, you're saying that, but Rosa, this guy is a monster, right? Zero Death Gaming yesterday. I mean, this guy is ready to bring another show today, and I cannot wait for Rosa's performance, carrying Incendio on his back.
Well, let's have a look at some of the predictions here. Let's see where everybody's leaning more towards to. So far on the screen, only 2 people are leaning towards Incendio Supremacy. It's going to be Johnny as well as AWL. And so far, I think, with Team Hawk's performance, they put a strong performance against Echo, and I think it's left an impression. And as we move on to the second page, of course, XLR looking to make sure that he's setting himself apart.
I have to agree with you, Gideon. Like that time when I was watching, Team Hawk going up against Echo, they performed super well against Echo. I think, if you're a Malaysian fan, you definitely have to be proud that one of this Team Hawk was able to go up against one of the powerhouses from the Philippines.
Look, ideally, it would have been nice to have the Malaysian team in the upper bracket because, again, it really breaks my heart to see, teams like Falcon Esports as well as, S11. One of them had to go, and whoever wins this match has to fight against Falcon Esports. So it's going to be really, really tough overall, but hopefully you guys are going to be sticking around to check out this match. With that being said, people, get ready. Let's throw it over to the caster desk. Have a look.
Thank you very much, boys. The unsung underdogs are going to be battling it out here. 1 life left in the tournament. Welcome to the caster desk. It's me, Naisu, joined here again with Mirko and Wolf. Guys, I know you have a lot to say, but before we get to that and talk about the match, there's more we have to tell the audience out there, and that's the M4 Battle Night goes live this January 21st. Expect loads of events and rewards up for grabs in the game. First off, complete battle task in game on January 21st to get a skin choice chest. You can choose the skin you like most from the chest, and aside from that,
battle bonus awaits you on the same day. Play matches and you'll get Team Star Protection for 3 matches, double Star Raising points, double Protection points, double EXP, and double BP for 5 matches. We're not stopping there. There's also free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins. They'll also be available on that very same day. So save the date, log into the game on January 21st, enjoy the match, and win tons of rewards. Let's all celebrate the M4 Championship together, including with your friends. And now I have my friends here on the desk.
We're just friends?
Mirko. I mean, you're my son and my uncle, sorry.
Brother.
Sorry, brother.
Yeah.
He's your uncle.
There you go.
How we feeling, son?
Well, I'm feeling good, Dad, Uncle. We're here at the world stage again, and Incendio, they have a chance to upset the odds once again. They were able to do this up against Falcon in the group stages, and right there and then, they really captured the essence of the Dark Horse.
Team Hack, unfortunately, did not power through. And it's not my fault, I'm just saying.
It's your fault.
I hope it's not. But Incendio Supremacy, I'm very excited to see them too.
Yeah, I mean, in just a second, we're going to be looking at the lineups here for both teams. Again, I don't expect many changes from what we've seen so far in the knockout stage, but still, let's look at Team Hawk first. It's Man, Lola, Panda, Gary, and Min. So there's that Min-Man connection here, the twin connection, which we've heard so much about. And across from them, we're going to be taking a look at Incendio Supremacy's lineup and just how they've been as a team. It's Rosa, Alien, Sunshine, TNZ, and Apex 47.
A lot of standout performances coming out from Incendio Supremacy. We saw that yesterday. The Turkish Delight had a lot of it yesterday. But of course, Team Hack. You cannot deny the fact that they are actually... I was actually surprised by that. But yeah, you cannot deny the fact that they are also doing well. It's just that they lost against Echo in a very tight best-of-5 series.
Yeah, I think, I mean, it was highlighted earlier on, Sunshine's performance here. There's Rosa leading them up to the stage. And so far, I mean, you got to say, their performance has been pretty good, especially the sweep they had yesterday. The crowd loves them too. Let's go ahead and welcome them to the stage.
They're feeling confident, and again, all the way from Turkey, ladies and gentlemen, Incendio Supremacy!
You can argue that they are the ones who made their bracket the death group during the group stages. If you are expecting like Falcon and Blacklist International to, you know, be the top of that pack, they also brought up something, almost taking a game away from Blacklist International, eventually getting 2 victories, and then you saw yesterday how their identity just floated above, and you saw how they play.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, their competitor here, Team Hawk, from Malaysia, they've made some surprises as well. I mean, even they're leading their journey up to M4, and I feel like a lot of people are just kind of ecstatic about this team, and even the other team from Malaysia, right? Todak, they've had massive performances here. They also got the crowd support, and I can't wait to see how this kind of unfolds, because similarly to what we saw in the previous series, you know it's going to be action-packed.
You can hear the fans go wild, but I want to hear it one more time for the Malaysian champions. Welcome, Team Hawk!
It wasn't an easy journey for Team Hack to become the champions of their region, but they did. It wasn't easy for their group stages, but they still managed to pull through. They almost took the series against Echo, but now they're down in the lower bracket, angry for revenge, as they wanted to take the series once again and advance in the lower bracket. They have all the chances that they have. You know that they can win the series. All they have to do today is to perform at the topmost of their level.
Yep, and as you know, the rest of the coaching staff, the referees here, get ready for this matchup, and the players are going to be doing the fist bumps. I mean, again, respect and just sportsmanship, very important here for the M4 tournament, and that's what we've seen, as you put it earlier, Mirko, friends off the battlefield. That's really what we see from these teams here. It's just a crucial situation to be in. I mean, this is, you know, possibly for one of these teams here, the last games they're going to play in the tournament, right? And you made a good point too, Wolf. I got to say, Team Hawk, with what they did going against Echo Philippines, I would say tournament favorite, Echo Philippines to win it all. I mean, they had a great performance, right? And we are going to be looking at the team head-to-head here, and kind of both these teams having great performances up to this point, how that paints the picture for us going into this series, the best of 3 for both of them. Let's take a look now at this team head-to-head, Wolf.
Yeah, I can see. I actually expected the side of Incendio Supremacy to have more lord control, more turtle control because of how we saw them yesterday. But I guess this is an addition of all of the games that Incendio Supremacy have played, and comparably to Team Hawk, they don't control the Lord as much, but 61.9% on the turtle control rate means that they really want to prioritize on the early stages of the game. Whereas Team Hack, they want to keep it really slow. They want to take control of the Lord. 50% of the time is actually a lot, and your average kills are almost the same with Incendio Supremacy. So what I digress from here is that Incendio Supremacy wants to get the early game, while Team Hack wants to go for the long ones.
Yeah, and not only that too, but we've seen this before from, I think it's both Malaysian teams, Todak and Team Hawk.
Yeah.
Sometimes they like to do that Malaysian switch up, right? That's kind of what we coined it here. And I mean, that can be something to deal with. And when you're talking about a best of 3, that is, this is your last life in the tournament here, it's something that you have to deal with going against here. And I'm sure Incendio Supremacy already knows that. You know, they've seen it happen multiple times to other teams. And I'm sure they prepare for that, because if that switch up happens, again, it's something that will dictate the early parts of that game and really transition to the mid-game. So taking a look at audience prediction here, I mean, it's very in favor of Team Hawk, but still, Incendio Supremacy has made waves so far.
I love the support coming from Malaysia. 96% for the Malaysian fans, but over here, we're seeing mixed results, and from Turkey even. Only 49% of Turkish fans have gone for their team, Incendio Supremacy.
Oh, they have a lot of proof now because of that. I'm sure that Incendio Supremacy will not be able to see the stats that we're looking at right now, but this is the series where they prove everybody wrong, the whole world wrong. So far, it has not been good for Southeast Asia yesterday. Today, we saw a Southeast Asian team already win. Will it be another victory for Southeast Asia, or will it be the West to take it this time again?
Incendio might be able to take the game right here. Honestly, looking at it, I do believe Incendio finds the comfort being the underdogs, right?
Yeah.
They've been the underdogs for a lot of this tournament. Even for the last match before Incendio, the way they were able to win in the lower brackets yesterday.
Against MDH.
A lot of people actually counted them out, right?
Yeah.
Against MDH, a team and a region with far more history compared to Turkey.
Yeah, I think, again, if you look at this M series as a whole, that's been kind of the trend, that's been the narrative. A lot of these teams that you might have counted out coming into M4, you're now kind of like, whoa, okay, hold on. Hold on, this, you know, this is the real deal. And that's the thing, especially if Incendio Supremacy is able to give this a full series go against a team like Team Hawk, who has been an established region for a while now, that speaks volumes here, right? And again, momentum-wise, 2-0 yesterday, they've got it in their favor. And again, it comes down to how does this draft go, right? The trends and everything else that we've seen through the draft, what do they prioritize? How do they go about some of those hot picks we've seen too, like the carry, the Valentina? Do they let Glue through? Do they choose to go for that assassin jungle route? Because we know Gary, we know very much about Gary, what he likes to do. But we can only speculate so much. We're going to be jumping into the draft here for game number 1. It's Team Hawk and Incendio Supremacy here, do or die situation.
Expect the identity from Incendio Supremacy, the Turkish Delight or the Turkish Ube. We're talking about maybe Estes picked up late into the first phase. And then for the side of Team Hack, yeah, it's true. Assassins for Gary, or maybe sustain fighters like the Direct. I would love to see more of that for sure from Team Hack, because they really look scary if they deploy that hero. So those are the things you can expect. One thing that I want to say about Team Hack is that they know and they have seen a lot of games already from Incendio Supremacy, as they now have played. So maybe this is the time where somebody will be able to read Incendio Supremacy's tactics.
We'll see, right? But honestly, looking at their games, Incendio Supremacy, especially yesterday, they really don't want to go up against a Wanwan, a Fanny, and a Joy. Those are the 3 heroes they banned out up against MDH, but this game, you're already seeing a change. No Fanny ban here. They're actually opting to leave it, maybe to force it out of Team Hawk to ban. Thing is, though, do you really want to do that up against Gary?
I mean, that's a big question, right? I feel like it would be the safest route if Incendio just goes ahead and bans out that Fanny. We've seen Gary play it before and work around that. And then the other thing, too, is going back to the idea of where do you place these roamers, right? We've seen so much of Kadita, we've seen so much of Lolita pop up here, and we know that even Team Hack likes to play with the Kadita. They like also the Lolita here. They have a lot of options. You know that you're going to give up something. The carry's still on the table, by the way. So if you're willing to trade that, whether it be the carry, whether it be the Fanny, then at least you get yourself two of these heroes that have been popping up constantly. Again, a lot of this is going to decide on where you even want to park in the gold lane. The 1-1 being out here, do you take the Beatrix? Do you take possibly even a mage in the gold lane?
Yeah, the Harith, right? The Lunox. But expect that. Now, Incendio Supremacy will now have to decide, do they give out the carry? Do they give out the glue? Two of those strongest heroes out there. And they might go even the route of what we saw from the previous series, where you ban out maybe the glue this time and open up both the carry, Kaja, as well as Valentina. 3 of the strongest heroes out there, and get 2 out of 3. So that might be the choice here for Incendio Supremacy. Instead, it's going to be the Yuzhong. Now, Team Hack, what do you decide? Is it carry or is it glue?
Or Fanny, right? To add it onto the mix, Fanny. Oh my God, there's so many crazy heroes up for grabs. This is an insane draft so far. I think this is the most open draft so far.
I would see.
A lot of the Prio heroes have been left open, but for a good reason. If you're Incendio, you get 2, right? So it's the 2-for-1 special that we saw earlier today.
Correct. I think this should be the glue. Among all of the heroes that are available for Team Hack, that will be the strongest one. It's not like you don't want to give the glue to Incendio Supremacy. We saw that already. They're very strong with it. They know how to utilize that. They know how to rotate with that.
Well,
no,
that's not
the carry.
Yeah, they decide they opt for the carry here. Still a great choice, but I'm assuming, like you said, Wolf, you're going to see the glue picked up for Incendio Supremacy here. Still, it's, even the previous series, we saw the carry locked in, and it got shut down in a certain way, right? So there's the glue. It's still working around. It's going to be the Farsa. So
Rosa Farsa.
They've got a great option, with the Farsa, the burst damage there, not to mention glue.
Very early on, though. This is so early, right? A Farsa first pick here up against Team Hawk, who are known to go for those crazy, very divey heroes, right? And Gary, as an assassin player, I think right now he's looking at it. You can see the smiles on Team Hawk's faces right now. They might want to go for something like a Hayabusa that can dive towards a Farsa, perhaps something like a Grok too. That is a very good flex pick into the second phase.
Really love the Grok here. It could be a counter to the glue in a way when it comes to the laning stage. It has good peel for the carry, and you can cancel the ultimate of the Farsa. So I think that's a hero that they should be considering right now. Instead, it's going to be the Fanny. Oh, there it is.
Okay, so they lock in the Grok here, like you guys are mentioning. And again, if Fanny's open and you know that Gary's going to be one of the players playing in the fight, you know that Fanny is going to be opted for, right? So they lock that in. And again, going back to a previous series, you kind of saw how useful a Fanny can be, especially if that early start happens. But now you've kind of got to build around this, right? How do we protect that purple buff for Gary? How do we play around that? How do we get this early snowball advantage going until eventually we can transition to just allow
they go for the Estes? I think they go for the Estes right now. 3rd pick. Because it can be banned out. There you go. They hovered it. I think there's no reason not to get it. There it is.
I mean, that was the answer towards a heavy dive composition from MDH yesterday. They were up against a Fredrim, a Lolita, and a Hayabusa with a Claw 2. Hey, it's basically a lot of dive 2 here, but the thing is, it might be a bit more burst. And guess what? There's a lot of CC from that wild charge as well. So, Incendio, especially here for that roamer, Apex needs to be very, very careful.
I mean, the only thing that worries me about Estes, right, is when it's locked in, typically the whole team is going to be centered around that Estes pick, right? That's kind of where that whole Ube factor even came from. But so when you have these 3 picks already from Team Hawk and you're forced to fight around this Estes, Fanny can just cable on through as much as possible. You got to also be conscious of where that wild charge is going to come from. And still, we have 2 picks left from Team Hawk as we get through the second ban phase. And I mean, I feel like with an Estes, obviously the survivability, the sustainability is there, but still you got to be crucial about where you're placing, especially in the objectives, right? Because the thing about Grok, you think you have a good advantage in terms of objectives and spacing, but then here comes that Guardian's Barrier to kind of throw things off, and then you have Fanny flying around everywhere, right? So still something to consider here. Bans, though, for this phase, the Brody is going to be taken out as they narrow down those gold options. Also, Hilda is actually going to be banned out by Incendio Supremacy.
Yeah, it's all about the roamers for Incendio Supremacy. They understand that this Grok will be a flex pick and more than likely going to be in the X lane so that you can match up against that glue. While Team Hack, I really love this Brody ban because it is actually a good component on how the Turkish Delight formed yesterday. It was one of those burst heroes that can combo up with the Farsa and is easily accented by the Estes pick.
Well, on top of that already, right? Honestly, right now, Team Hawk, they're going to have to choose very, very well on what to ban in the final slot right now. My opinion, Martis. Get rid of it, right? We saw what the Martis was. Well, yeah, it is already gone early on, very early on. But right now, I guess
that's the next best.
Yeah. That's the next best, right? Just get away these bully junglers out so that the Fanny can have a better jungle phase, a better pathing in the game. And right now, I think they're doing a good job at that, getting away some of the bully heroes too in the gold lane.
Yeah, take out those utilities if you can. And I mean, even taking a look at this, right? Look at Man, the Ocean Shaman. Shaman. Number one highest pick of Kadita in M4, 3 picks, 67% win rate right
2 out
there.
of 3.
That's great for him, and that's why that last ban was targeted towards him, because we know that Team Hawk is one of those teams that really like to play around that burst potential, and so they take it out here.
Maybe Fredrin or Leomord is the choice now for Incendio Supremacy. There you go, the Fredrin. It just makes sense. You need a frontliner. It has good sustain. It can help you initiate with the glue. So it's like you're the first man in, so that the glue will have a better time at finding the right targets. And it's an open pick. You don't really give out your strategy just yet because you're hiding your gold laner. So what will be the answer now for Team Hack? They need to find a lot of damage, actually a big burst. Lunox could be a choice. Eve is already banned out, so you don't have the answer to the Farsa. So maybe a Lilia, perhaps for Team Hawk, to go with the Grok and then go for a roamer that can also help you out with AoE damage. Maybe a Lolita, for example. Oh, the Valentina, we actually forgot about it. It's also still available.
Surprised it's still open, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not something that we typically see here. Valentina being locked in, though, hey, it allows you a lot of options, right? There's the Lolita to complement this. Valentina, though, you can take the Feathered Airstrike. You can take the heal from Estes to have that Blessing of the Moon Goddess. You can work around that. Now this kind of evens that scale a little bit, and then this is going to keep Incendio Supremacy on their toes, right? Especially when it comes to what does the Valentina take.
Exactly. Well, now if we're looking at Incendio Supremacy, they can go the easier route with Beatrix, for example, like a standard Ube, right? But they can go make it a little bit funkier, perhaps, with a Pop and Koopa, so that they will have a solid lockdown, or reliable, at least, lockdown to set up for their other lockdown so that they can push. Or maybe something like a Bruno that doesn't really care about the tankiness of their opponents. But instead, it's the easier route, the Beatrix.
It's just efficient. It's a good pick right now. Even though the win rate hasn't been too good here at M4, we've seen that teams can still make this work. Just earlier in the first series. And with this composition, like you mentioned, Wolf, it's just the Ube strat, right? They're going in, they want to clump up, and they want to get that healing. Question is for me now, up against the composition that Incendio, well, again, that Team Hawk have right now, with a lot of CC, a lot of burst damage, and on top of that, they also have the Valentina that can steal away that Estes ult. The sustainability is there too for Team Hawk. How are they going to fare?
That's why it's so crucial to how this game goes for them, because with that Valentina locked in here, you have a lot of dynamic to work with. And Incendio Supremacy, they've got to allow that Beatrix to get online, right? Sunshine's got to be able to get to that point in the game where he can kind of pop off. You got to keep things in that tempo in your favor if you're Incendio Supremacy here, and we want to see that Turkish Delight pop off once again. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the land of dawn here. The first game between Team Hawk and Incendio Supremacy.
Right off the bat, one thing that I notice here is Gary actually went for the Festival of Blood on the Fanny. So Gary knows that he does not want to go for that crazy burst. He knows that the enemy team won't be alone, so he didn't go for the high and dry. He opted for the Festival of Blood just to prolong those team fights.
Good thing you pointed out, because it doesn't make sense against the Turkish Delight to go for solo pickoffs. And Festival of Blood allows him to go for more cables, actually, and be aggressive in the early stages.
Wow.
Sorry to see it. There you go. The dash in from Min to stun him up for Gary to pick up first blood.
just like that, right? I mean, this is what we saw previously from Ken with an early kill on the Fanny. You know, Gary is running a different emblem like you guys mentioned, so hopefully for them, for Team Hawk, they want to extend those fights, and again, if Man is taking that heal, that sustain, it really prolongs it even further. Now, Lola taking that high and dry on this Grok, if they can find those lockdowns, it's going to be troubling. Still in the mid lane, a lot of poking back and forth here between these two. It's Min and Man that has to be worked on. And a lot of this too, I mean, well, they get the flicker out, but still, all this leading up into that first turtle in about 30 seconds here.
Well, you know, you can see already a big advantage over Team Hawk just because of the fact that this mid lane get destroyed by Team Hawk. My goodness. Mid lane is the
death lane.
Death lane.
What was that damage? What was that coordination though, right? The fact that all of them went in, put their CC in together, and Gary just used his ult. That was that, right? It was so clean by Team Hawk. 2 kills already.
But again, you know, at this point, early start, 2 minutes in, first turtle comes up. It's going to be really dicey if Incendio Supremacy wants to actually contest this. But it is TNZ here contesting it, but being zoned out by Min and Man. There you go. Man decides to take the ultimate from Apex 47. Yep. You're going to have that sustain. Uh-oh, Lola.
That's a solo kill up in the XP lane. Man coming up now. Alien's going to pop the split, gets out in time. Man trying to chase him down, but Alien actually just gets out, has a pretty good laning phase early on. Gary's going to be able to dive in just for a bit. Remember, no high and dry, no killing spree. So in terms of just that assassination, won't be as lethal. Needs people to set it up for him.
Min.
Like this! Min, just as I say it, Numenal Blast to set it up for Gary to pick up another for Team Hawk. But Apex 47 now going to be able to actually come in, Abrasive's Wrath, finishes Gary off, despite Man having the ult. TNZ now going to be caught low. Lola trying to look for more setup, trying to look for that CC. TNZ is going to be back to half HP with a healing from Apex 47.
Oh man, this mid lane is definitely the lane of death in this game already. Though Incendio's able to equalize the cold that we have right now. Gary losing his life in the mid lane means that they will not be able to take out the turtle. In fact, Incendio Supremacy are not considering the turtle just yet. They want to clear out the mid lane and then deploy all of their members in a faster Turkish Delight activation.
Well, I mean, they're working on it, right? They're going to be setting up for something else here. They want to focus on this turtle.
Oh, my God. Well, Min is gone just like that. Gary looking for a trade here, but Rosa is actually going to be able to use the wings by wings, stunning Man up. He's very low. For the airstrike coming in, Rosa taken low. Still able to get back to Apex 47 with a healing to come through. TNZ on the turtle. Alien's only the other members away. Gary, oh my God! That retribution by TNZ. Very, very close from Gary, stealing it away. Alien bringing Lola back. TNZ rotating over towards that XP lane, but it is just both teams disengaging, and Gary is still on that purple buff. We'll be able to secure it.
See, this is the thing, right? They get that turtle. Things now going in favor here for Incendio Supremacy. And all the meanwhile, Sunshine just having a good time at the bottom with Panda there. He did pick up the BOD, right? So he's got that Weapon Master, he's got the BOD here. And I mean, anything that stands out to you, Wolf, in terms of emblems here?
Just the Festival of Blood. And the fact that the high and dry was the choice now for Lola. We see sometimes Grok pick up the Weapon Master against the Glue, but this time it's going to be the high and dry. I would love to see him be in action. So far, Lola has not been activated yet. Would expect him to be more aggressive, should be more aggressive, as Sunshine just becomes a...
That's why you get the skin, man.
That's why you get the skin. You get to fly, literally fly.
Sunshine.
Sunshine.
Oh, whoa, what happened here? Gary trying to invade Rosa. Rotating as well. TNZ gets the Retchi down, picks up the purple buff, and takes it away. Can we get the camera
That's a new effect
there. What was that?
What level's your battle pass, Sunshine?
Hey,
I want to get that.
Level 151.
151, he's got the figurine and the special effect, the hidden one. But I mean, again, going back to this, right? Incendio Supremacy in a great position. 1.4K ahead here. First item's already coming out here, Wolf.
You can see the Cloud Destiny already available for Rosa, so he's finally able to survive like the abysmal laning stages they had. And Incendio Supremacy are already amassing all of the farm, and look at the defense. Sunshine with the damage. They still want to go for this.
They do. They really
want
do.
it.
Rosa popped the feather airstrike in the mid lane already though, so there's no more abilities to lock him down. Panda is going to be forced back away, but you can really see why the S-Test came through. Min now looking for something, feather airstrike comes in. TNC getting a whole lot of damage, what? Min gets bursted down again, deleted. And Incendio Supremacy now built up a 2.4k gold lead. Wow.
And slowly and surely they are able to get the turret down bottom lane, and then the turtle uncontested by Team Hack. The aggression coming out from TNZ. He knows that there will be sustain from himself and his teammates, and now Alien with Dominance Eyes. He's gonna be surviving for now. Baits out that dash.
What a good play there. Distracting the enemy team. For the airstrike gonna come down again onto the mid lane. Min's gonna be taken low again! Taking the whole lot of the Bandit's rage.
I'm sure, you know, if you were here the other day, Chas loving the AoE damage available from Incendio Supremacy, because that's what's going on here. You see how much front-loaded damage is not only from Rosa, but even Sunshine now. When they decide to go that route, they're putting on the pressure here.
This is the classic Ube formation, by the way, from M3. You get 4 members group up, including the jungler, and the XP lane will just take the long lane, or the opposite lane. And they just sustain themselves.
He just stands there menacingly. Sunshine's gonna fall. That's a shutdown come picked up. Gary with the cable, styling on Incendio's Apex gonna fall as well. TNZ finally joining in with his team up in the top side of the map. Alien has rotated, but 3 members have fallen. Incendio bit off more than they could chew.
Good dissection coming out from Team Hawk as they forced Incendio Supremacy to commit a lot with that first kill onto Lola. When the Moonlight Immersion is down, you can see that Apex 47 doesn't have as much sustain as you can see. Also, Sunshine didn't utilize the flicker, which was interesting. I don't know if it was on cooldown back then, but all of those other, you know, minor mistakes coming up from Incendio Supremacy and minor over-aggression allowed Team Hawk to get so much of an advantage.
I mean, even just looking at this, right, the pick rate, this is for carry. 51% with a win rate of 62%, 17 out of 26 games. You can see why it's so highly contested now. There are some struggles where you see, you know, Panda trying to get in range, and just even how tanky TNZ is right now. And they have to respect this feathered airstrike from Rosa. Even though Rosa had a rough start, Rosa's done an amazing job at just still being very valuable on this Farsa pick. And now that this first Lord of the game is up, I mean, Incendio Supremacy in a great position to just kind of take this one. It's really going to be up to Min here to find another crazy setup with that Neon Blast, or even Lola. They could fight around that, but still, you can see every member of Incendio Supremacy pretty much trying to get in position here. They would love to secure this first Lord of the game.
Despite losing 3 members in that top side of the map, again, they're only down to 1.5k gold lead, which is still a very, very good position to be in if you're Incendio. Meanwhile, they're already chunking the Lord, now down to about half HP. Sunshine with a Bennett. Alien trying to just be that frontliner. For the airstrike coming in, and blast as well. Rosa's gonna be able to actually stand there. Before the airstrike responded back into Wings by Wings. Rosa gonna be caught. Gary with the cables finds 1 kill. Rosa is down. Sunshine still able to hit the other Team Hawk members away. That's a turret picked up by Team Hawk by the mini waves. And Incendio Supremacy are playing the long game, but it feels like Team Hawk right now have the advantage. TNZ catches man off, but that's a defensive flicker away.
I think for Incendio Supremacy, you have to consider taking care of Rosa. You don't have to take care only of Sunshine, because Rosa is a big damage doer. It's very important and very crucial to the Ube strategy that Incendio Supremacy is doing right now. Every time that the Farsa is getting picked up, that's a massive amount of damage that's lost from Incendio Supremacy.
I mean, here, the focus on the top side, looking to get this tier 1 down. You know, core items being picked up here, especially for Panda, allow him to kind of skirmish a little bit better, but you can see how hard it is for Man to even get that Rose. He wants the feathered airstrike, he really does, or even Apex 47s, but he's having a hard time getting it, and sometimes he puts himself in a position where he can't. He does have Apex 47 now, but I mean, at this point, still, you want to be able to get in a good position for this possible Lord take. The downside is for Team Hawk, you don't have that tier 1 down yet in the mid lane, and that's why you see Incendio Supremacy controlling so much of this, because they're holding on to that, and that does make a difference here. Now, that's exactly why Gary's kind of just going around the map, putting pressure if he can.
I really love what Gary's doing right now. It's very smart. Divide and conquer is the idea for Team Hawk. They know that if there's someone who's dealing with the bottom lane or the opposite lane, will have to spend a lot of time before they're able to regroup and take the fight afterwards. Here's the reason why they now diminish the goal into 100.
Gary stole the purple buff away. He gets a kill too. He gets out on top of that with a healing from Man, stealing away the blessing of the Moon Goddess from Apex 47. Team Hawk, not only have they equalized, but they've got the lead back.
Gary, what a guy.
What a guy.
What a guy. His rotations were on point, and the usage of his ultimate, and he knows that his team is going to be backing him up. Instead of going towards the river, he went to the mid lane because majority of his teammates are there after his kill onto Rosa. And the fact that he stole that purple buff, because Incendio's idea is give the purple buff to Rosa now, so that is why TNZ is not committed to the retribution now. Incendio have conceded the control of the Lord area.
Well, it does seem like it is going to be a free Lord. The crowd goes wild as Team Hawk secure the first Lord of the game.
So good pickup here, and all this resulting in just those macro decisions as a team, and even down to the micro decisions, the way that they kind of just moved around the map. They got some of those ultimates out from Incendio Supremacy, which gave them the advantage here. They're still holding on to that tier 1, but I mean, for how long now that Lord is marching bottom?
Oh, Man's gonna fall to the feather airstrike there. Min in the midst of it all. Alien, oh my god, that burst from Panda. It's not even DPS at this point, you can call it burst because of how fast he's attacking. TNZ in the midst of it all, once again, jumping in. That's Alien, Logan for the slam, pass. Lola's gonna fall. Alien still, the front liner. Gary! From out of nowhere, comes back in with the cables, finding a trade. 2 for 1 in favor of Incendio, but the Lord still pushing him towards the base of Incendio, giving more pressure for Team Hawk to pick up more objectives.
Well, Gary's just making a case. He wants to contest the title for the best jungler, the King of the Skies, against both Kyrie and Albert and Carl Tesius. Really making all of these great assassinations and saving Team Hawk time and time again. That would have been a very good clash for Incendio Supremacy as they're getting all those kills and they're pressuring Team Hawk already, but the map as well as the control of the gold laners and the position force the mid laners. Gary's just making it difficult for Incendio Supremacy to cook their Turkish delight.
Well, I mean, again, you know, the fact that Incendio Supremacy is still in this game. Yes, they finally lost their tier 1 turret in the mid lane. They were holding on to it for dear life. They still have great tools here to win these team fights, and that's kind of what we've seen in the past couple minutes here. Whether it's TNZ finding a setup here, Apex is sustained, even Alien, if he can get to where he needs to be, they've got great things to consider here, and that's what we see from Team Hawk. Now, biggest thing for them, Panda, you gotta let Panda just unleash, right? Yep. Gary has been putting pressure on the side part of the map, the top and bottom lane, and then he kind of just swoops in, and that's what you're expecting from this Fanny. But still, Panda, if he can get taken out from Incendio Supremacy, they lose a ton of burst potential. And Sunshine's already at this point on this Beatrix where he's got the damage, right? If he can be protected, again, sustainability here in TNZ, then you're going to be in a good position to fight and win those against Team Hawk.
Yeah. You need the window nature for both marksmen here. I think that is also the next spot for Sunshine.
Yeah,
they're going to be waiting for it. You have to understand that Incendio Supremacy will wait for their items before they fight once again. And that will be just in time for the next Lord fight.
I mean, if you look at Rosa, also Winter Truncheon built up, right? So you can already see the respect being given, but
there it is.
My question is it too late? Because the thing is, Sunshine has been caught 2 times. Rosa's been caught 5 times before we see those defensive items come through.
Well, I mean, we just saw Sunshine pick up that Wind of Nature, and perfect timing, right? The next Lord's going to be up here, and you can see, right, Team Hawk has obviously that advantage, but again, I'm going to say, Incendio Supremacy, they should contest this. They have the right tools that they need. They just need to not be outplayed macro, right? Macro style, because you can see it, right? They have to park Alien here on the bottom side, handling those waves, not letting it be pushed in. And that is what Gary is even doing so well here for Team Hawk as they prepare for the best moment for this next Lord.
they need to do now is to find the opening. Bottom lane, that will be pushed by the Fanny for sure. So who is going to defend that? Is it going to be Rosa or is it going to be Alien? Both are needed in a team fight. Or do they just fight literally right now and force Team Hawk to not be able to do what they're planning to do? And wow, okay.
Nope.
So
a little too far.
A little too far. Weird.
Gonna go ahead and reset it for now. Lola, though, and still parking Gary on the bottom side, like you were mentioning, right? Putting the pressure there. It's gonna force Alien away. Now that is a big loss here for Incendio Supremacy if they don't have Alien with them. But someone's got to deal with these waves. These walls just doing things here for Team Hawk right now. Incendio Supremacy, though, they're gonna have to deal with this. It is a nice little lead. They don't have Alien here. Half health for the Lord.
It's a good forced error by Team Hawk. Alien in the bottom lane. Min gonna be caught here by Roses by the airstrike, but he's gonna be able to go for the stun. Winter Truncheon to dodge away, but look at them in front line. TN's gonna be caught here. The healing comes in, but it's not enough to deal with the damage from Gary, from Panda, from Man, who picks up a double kill. Alien now in the midst of it all, going for the chase. A Hail Mary, all alone. 1v5, has the split to buy a little bit more time to get out. Jumps onto Man, but Man, he has the mortality. The team doesn't care, ignoring Alien 100% of the way. They're gonna go straight for the base. 8 seconds on Apex 27, and Team Hawk and strike first with first game.
Man, 17 minutes I think that was. They just decided, you know what, we don't need the Lord to win the fight, take 4 down, you know, Alien, he's gonna do glue things, let him be, push into the base, and take that first game of the series.
All throughout the early stages of the game, you know that Incendio Supremacy has already gotten it. They are controlling the economy. They're winning the team fights. But it was a big blunder in the middle part where they got beaten by the side of Team Hack. And why was that? What happened? What did Team Hack do? Well, they won by macro.
Yeah.
Gary was the precursor. He controlled the map. He made Incendio Supremacy react so much, and then he went for great assassinations. Great macro display, but even better micro play coming out from Gary. Definitely winning that game for them.
And at this point, Gary gave him the MVP, right? He split push. He did everything perfectly in that game, even to the emblem. He took that Festival of Blood, really
Employee
doing
of the
him
month,
wonders.
man.
Wow.
He's Employee of the Month.
Employee of the Month for Team
He wanted
Hawk.
to be that guy, and that's what he was after, right?
Gary the carry.
Gary the carry. Speaking of that, we do want to give a special shout out, of course, to Secret Lab, the official gaming chair partner of M4. We're talking about built-in lumbar support system that you can adjust to your spine, an incredible magnetic memory foam pillow, which I think we don't have right now, but still, the brand new fabrics is all sorts of colors and designs. The Secret Lab Titan Evo 2022 gaming chair is designed to keep everyone seated in incredible comfort for a long, long time. We surely love them, and there's also more here, Mirko. There's an M4 pass.
Absolutely. If you guys want to get that flying Beatrix effect, right, or just the skins in general, you guys can level up your M4 pass right now because it's available, and you guys can just complete all active tasks to reach level 75 at ease and for free. Log in now to get exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser skin, the Beatrix Stellar Brilliance skin, and the M4 Beatrix figurine that's awaiting you in the game. And perhaps if you unlock it in real life. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBB M4, and hashtag Dare to be great.
And there's more. The M4 Battle Night is going live on January 21st. Expects loads of events and rewards for grabs in-game. First off, complete battle task in-game on January 21 to get a skin choice chest. You can choose the skin you like most from the chest. Aside from that, battle bonus awaits you on the same day. Play matches and you'll get team star protection for 3 matches, double star raising points, double protection points, double EXP, and double BP for 5 matches. We're not stopping there. There's more. Free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins will also be available that very day. So save the date, log into the game on January 21st, enjoy the match and win tons of rewards. Let's all celebrate M4 Championship together, including with our friends.
Families.
And Gary and everybody else, you know? So
Gary is a secret twin. He's Min, Man, and Gary.
I concur. And now we're gonna throw it over to our analysts to break down this game further. Again, an amazing macro-style game that we just witnessed. Guys, what do you have to say?
Thanks, Naisu. That was a masterclass in macro. It shows the beauty of high-level Mobile Legends. If you're wondering about where your magnetic pillow is, well, I stole them and it's back in my hotel, and that's why I'm the big dog here at the analyst. And my name is Getting Cute. This is going to be Jace as well as Assassin Dave. Break it down for us, boys, because Team Hawk already at match point. Incendio Gaming, I mean, you mentioned it, Dave. They're like, man, this draft, Ube all the way through. Blacklist International vibes just seeping through.
Absolutely, and Team Hawk's prepared for it. It picked up the Fanny, and that just ripped through the entire Incendio comp like a hurricane. I mean, they have no solution for it, right? You saw that Gary was able to invade the jungle, right? Get the blue buff, and kill Rosa and gets away with it. And he's the only person who puts Rosa with 5 deaths. And let's take a look at the item build.
Man, looking at the item builds right here, I really have to commend Gary, right? He identified that, okay, I may have picked the Fanny into a wrong situation if you would go for high and dry, instantly switch into the Bloodlust emblem as well, going in, you know, pure sustain. I think that he actually swapped one of the items. The Windhawk was actually a later switch. I think he had the Anti-Cuirass as well, going in very pure defense. Another first item that he took was a Blair Hephaestus, emphasizing on that, and that's how Gary, you know, got the pick off on Rosa multiple times and delayed the push of Incendio Supremacy.
Actually, to add on to that, the fact that he has that 13k, previously we did see him with a Sea Halberd in the earlier stages immediately after he got his Hunter Strike. And again, that early game looked great until Incendio Gaming turned it around.
Absolutely. Alien was the key to victory for Incendio Gaming there in the mid-game, right? You saw Alien one-on-one the Grok on the side lane, and this guy actually just gave Incendio a chance. But through the mid to late game, the supreme macro from Team Hawk was just insane. You saw the 5-man team on the top side when they were about 1,000 gold behind. And let's take a look at kill participation. Mean 92%. What can we say about a mean man combo? I mean, in the mid lane, the early game, easy 2 kills with a stun, and Gary waited for Mean to go into the tower and then fly in. Those were flawless.
I don't think it's the Petronas Twin Tower issue right now. I think Gary is that forgotten triplet, all right? A forgotten triplet. You saw how he was able to synchronize so well with Min and Man in the mid lane. That definitely immediately throw Incendio Supremacy into a losing mid lane. You lost the wing by wings, you lost the Farsa advantage, and then all of a sudden you lost your turtle, you lost every single thing. And not only just that, I also have to really highlight the fact that Gary, macro play, micro play, everything. This dude is amazing.
He's the all-in-one package, you know? These are the product, you know, the hair products people warn you about. The all-in-one shampoo, conditioner. You gotta be worried about that. And honestly, if we're really thinking about the overall game, you have to admit, the wave manipulations from both of these teams, immaculate, so delicious, so very good. But at match point here, hopefully Incendio has something else.
Yeah, I mean, they really have to figure out how to either ban the Fanny or figure out how to answer the late game split push, right? The Fanny was able to accumulate a bottom wave and then put a pressure onto the lore fight. That was absolutely insane. So with that being said, guys, let's take a look at MVP of that match.
Yes,
it's
let's
not
hope.
Gary.
I mean, it's got to be, right?
It has to be Gary.
It has to be. Come on, no surprises here. Gary as the MVP of this game on his Fanny. Superb gameplay and honestly great itemization.
Down to the macro, I believe. Like, you saw how Gary was constantly playing off the map, knowing the fact that he is a Fanny, he could jump from one lane to another, and because Incendio Supremacy went for the Ube strat, they need 5 together. And you saw at the very last team fight, right, what Gary did. I shot bottom lane and then joined the team fight. Glue, on the other hand, has to join go all the way down to the bottom lane, clear it off, and by the time when the Glue went back to the team fight, it's a little bit too late. The Ube strat is gone.
Yeah, they forced Incendio into a really awkward position where they actually took the fight here. With the MVP, let's take a look at a heat map of Fanny. You can see that this guy was actually, I mean, it's all over the place, right? In his own jungle, mostly the blue buff, and then go to the red. But he's getting so many kills in the mid lane.
He is, and I think, you know, a lot of his focus was to make sure that Estes was as weak as possible. And then when he realized, oh, he's got a little too many items, then after the 5-minute mark, he starts putting pressure into the side lane. So very dynamic gameplay coming out from a Fanny. And most Fannies are pretty one-dimensional, even though the hero can be so creative and expressive.
Yeah, absolutely. And Fanny, different from Lean, this character doesn't have the cooldown on the dash, right? On the skill 1 of mobility.
Right.
So when he split push, even though you saw the Fanny on the bottom lane, you still can't really do too much, right? Like, the Fanny can just fly back in within a matter of seconds.
just traveling from one lane to another. Basically, it's like playing that thing, you know, the whack-a-mole thingy? That's basically Gary. The more that refuses to appear in one lane, you see him top lane, you see him bottom lane, you see him mid lane, oh, Rosa is dead, and then you see him top lane again. Basically, Incendio has their hands extremely full.
Well, that's what we call impact here. However, Team Hawk at match point, Incendio Supremacy playing for tournament lives here. Let's see, is this a conclusion or just a continuation? Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, and we completely agree with the fact that Gary is part of that. He's a triplet. He's the
forgotten triplet.
The forgotten triplet. Yeah. But also, before we get further on with the next match, we do want to mention our official partner for merchandise. That's Gank. We actually just visited their booth right between these matches.
Free stickers.
We got free stickers. We'll have to check out the merch later, but a lifestyle fashion brand made for the modern gamer and is the M4 World Championship official merchandise partner. Grab the M4 merchandise at www.gank.asia today. And if you're here, if you actually get to watch through the tournament, don't forget to visit their booth outside. There's also the M4 Pass, which is available now. Complete all active tasks and you'll reach level 75 at ease and for free. Log in now. Exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser, Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, and the M4 Beatrix figurine are awaiting for you. Don't forget the hashtags, hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBBM4, and hashtag Dare to Be Great. And now, boys, we have game number 2. You just
sorry, I was looking at that figurine, man. I can't wait to bring it home, right?
That fly effect, though.
Yeah, dude. What level? I think you need to reach 151.
151.
Yeah.
It's too easy for Mirko, though.
Oh, yeah.
I thought you were going to say it's too easy for me.
No, not me. I don't have as much resources as this guy. Here.
But the Beatrix figurine is closer to you, so that's something right there.
Well, it's still up for grabs for all of us at the desk here through the tournament. But jokes aside, game number 2, guys. Wolf, I'm going to ask you first, because you're the mastermind over there. What does Incendio Supremacy have to do? I mean, are you the one that coined Turkish Delight yesterday?
Well, you kind of used it in Tagalog broadcast in the first day of group stages because we were very surprised about it. They went in for the ESD, so to answer your question, what do they need to do? I think that the trades were favorable for them. There was a time where they could have just fought before Gary was able to do the split push so that they can force the issues. What I saw from that previous game was that they weren't the ones in control of the game. They weren't the ones pressing the issue. Even when they have the team fight advantage, it's as if they are waiting for something to happen from Team Hack. They're waiting for Gary to make the move before they make the move themselves. It has to be the opposite way. They have to be the ones to press the issue instead.
You know, it feels like, you know, if you want to put Incendio Supremacy style and you want to say, hey, it's the Turkish Delight, it's more like it's a snack. And then from Malaysia, from Team Hawk, it's just like, here, have some nasi lemak, full meal. Just eat that, bro.
I want nasi lemak.
Me too, man.
Yeah. It's quite spicy.
Gary Special lemak.
Gary
Special.
Yeah.
Well, the Gary nasi lemak. That's going to be a new thing.
That's a new thing. That's a thing now.
I mean, just saying, we're not hungry here on the desk, right? But going back, hero pick recap too. I mean, even if you look at this, the biggest thing that sticks out to me, like you mentioned, Wolf, is Incendio Supremacy was responding the whole time, right?
Exactly.
And you can actually just change that by just ban out the Fanny, right? Because Fanny
true.
is so mobile, right? That's one of the reasons why she's such a high skill cap hero, but also at the same time high impact. I think it was Gideon that used that. The impact there, especially with that Fanny pick, you don't want to always be scrambling to catch up to her, right? So just ban it out of the in the draft. Don't have to worry about it and kind of go with that approach. Because honestly, even if you wanted to go still with that Estes pick, you could actually, the team composition wasn't bad. It was just, you were constantly responding to Team Hawk.
Yeah. And looking at it again, Incendio, I think they were just too ambitious in the drafting phase, right? They went for the Yuzong ban, for very unconventional bans here. We understand why. They wanted to pick the Farsa early, but they could have just picked up another hero early by banning out the prior heroes first. They need to understand that their composition is very susceptible to these kinds of crazy engages, especially considering, hey, they still double down on that Turkish Delight strategy, even up against the Grok.
Might be the Farsa, which was too early of a pickup. There could be a lot of answers to that, but it is what it is. It's also one of their comfort picks. It's probably why they prioritize it. But I do agree with you guys. Fanny should be a consideration now for Incendio Supremacy. It was way too good. I like the fact that they gave out the carry in exchange for the glue, though. But in exchange for glue and Farsa, might not be the best of trade. So We'll find out how they approach it. We don't know yet which side they will go on. I would assume that Incendio Supremacy would still prefer the second pick, as the way that they're just drafting is just they're more comfortable getting those 2 picks and that last pick.
Well, I honestly feel like, you know, either team is, for the most part, even given the statistic we saw for carry, you can just give it away as long as you have an answer for it, right? And you have those 2 picks to kind of start that game plan for you. But now we're going to load up here into the draft. Game number 2, match point for Team Hawk here. Incendio Supremacy going to want to start strong in the draft. They're going to be on that blue side, so they will have that first pick. Great first ban, like we said. Just take it out so Gary can't get it, and you don't have to be responding to him the whole time.
That's right. I wouldn't be surprised if the carry is going to be banned out by Incendio Supremacy as they don't pick it up, or maybe they just prioritize the glue, right? But then again, Eve will not be going through. Team Hawk can't consider banning out the glue this time. As compared to the previous game, it was very difficult to deal with. Though they have shown that they can actually defeat the glue with the Grok.
Yeah, for Team Hawk, right? They honestly, right now, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Just leave the carry open. You have a lot of other picks. You have an assassin player as good as Gary that can dive towards that carry if Incendio actually pick it up. We've seen that Sunshine here on the carry so far in this tournament. I don't think he's played a lot of carry games actually because it's just been banned out. So that can also be a big question, right? Is he comfortable on the carry? The glue is still going to be banned out by Team Hawk. You can already see some respect given over after that Fanny ban, right? You need to understand that, hey, give respect.
Yeah, just give respect. Even when you get away from it, you win against it once, don't stretch your luck.
Don't stretch your luck.
Just try to ban it out. And that is Team Hack's going to be banning it out. I wonder if the Joy is going to be the choice for Incendio Supremacy. So far, that is a hero that we rarely see because it's almost always banned.
I mean, still the question is does Joy really deserve that ban? I feel like some people are still debating it because usually you see Joy in the jungle. I feel like that's where the more success is. Again, this is reminiscent of back then when Julian was always banned back in MSC, right? So Joy's kind of in that position. But this is the Ling ban coming out too, so it's 2 assassins. Still though, we could possibly see Gary still even pick up that Hayabusa, right? Which has popped up a lot throughout this M4 tournament. And still a great choice.
Instead, you don't want to play the Wakagari game again, just like in previous games, so they just ban it out. Now, it opens up both Kaja and Valentina, but at the same time, Joy does it deserve the ban? I think against Incendio Supremacy, knowing that they have not picked that up yet, you can kind of gamble it. However, it's always like, all teams need to know how to play Joy. I don't see that for Incendio Supremacy knowing how they play. There it is. They will give out a Joy.
Because it's almost like one of those things. So, I mean, even the group stages, the discussion was, man, are some teams just picking these heroes because because they're strong, and then you see them and they don't, it doesn't really work out for them.
But carry.
Incendio Supremacy going to go ahead and pick up the carry, so this is the first start for them.
We saw in the first series of the day, once you pick up a carry and the Kaja is open, the Kaja gets picked up instantly, and the Kaja does so well against the carry. Because the range that carry has is pretty short, right? You can really punish the carry. And right now, Team Hawk, I think they're going to...
Joy carry.
Joy
Kaja, yeah.
That picks up a counter for Joy too, right? You pick it up away from Incendio.
Exactly. I think it's not rocket science to pick those up. And I'm pretty sure the Team Hawk has...
Your rocket science.
Yeah, your...
Science.
Your Joy.
Hey, thank you.
Hey.
You threw him off. Well, that is point. There it is, though. It's not Kaja.
It's not Kaja.
It's Grok.
So it isn't rocket science.
Yeah,
it's more.
It is. Okay, so what I like about the Grok is that you deny it away from the carry. The combo of the carry and the Grok has been proven to be the bane of Team Hack when they went up against Echoes. You don't want to give that up.
Yeah.
Also, it's a big open pick. You don't reveal yet whether or not it will be a roamer or will it be an X-Lane. Kind of opens up the Benedetta and the Estes. All right, okay. So, the Turkish Delight still.
Well, I mean, they're still going with it, right? And this, again, if you're going to have the Estes, you always have to be mindful of that, right? I mean, we've talked about this so many times when Estes pops up, the sustainability and everything. But this time, with a Benedetta, I like it because, I mean, we've seen some great setups with Electrify Blow, Petrify combinations, but then sometimes, when those amazing moments happen, you don't have that damage to follow up. Now, having the carry there and kind of locking people down and then having that safety net of the heal as well could be beneficial, but still I think the biggest question mark is the Kaja possibly locked in here, right? Because, okay, that's the Claude. So Claude's coming up. This is a very different trend of the draft that we're not used to seeing, I feel like.
The Claude is one of the theory-crafted answer to the ultimate bonding strategy because they group together. You have our Thievery as well as the Blazing Duet. Then again, the presence of the Benedetta kind of makes it difficult because you have ways to kind of bring back the damage, and also you have access to the backlines.
Not just the Benedetta, but also the carry, right? Claude really struggles up against the carry in this lane matchup. So picking up that Claude is a bit risky.
Yeah.
But I get what they're trying to do, right? They're up against the Ube, they're up against this kind of strategy where they want to group up. That's some AoE damage, and on top of that, you also have that Battle Mirror image that just is such a good escape tool. And Incendio Supremacy, from the games we saw, or from last game, literally, they really struggle to pinpoint on a target when you're up against so much mobility, and that's exactly what Hawk are doubling down on. Joy, Grok,
Mobility.
Mobility.
Yeah. Not only that, but too, I mean, the fact that technically you don't know where the Grok is going just yet. You don't know where the Joy's going. Because
Grok.
Well, that's stretching it a little bit, but it could work. I mean, but still, roam Grok, side lane Grok. Joy could go in the jungle, could go in the side lane. We've seen that happen too.
Very flexible.
Heck, we've seen her in the mid lane too, right? So still, that's something there to consider. Obviously, Claude going to the gold lane. So still, the targeted bans here are towards the jungle for Incendio Supremacy. They take out that Martis. They don't want to deal with that utility. I mean, just the tankiness. They might even take one more jungler out if for Team Hawk here. Because the response from Incendio Supremacy, they know that stat from Man with his Kadita. They take it out, and there you go. That's actually a great choice here, the Valentina, because you don't have to worry about them taking your ultimates as well.
Wild Charge.
What's Rosa going to play now, right?
What is Rosa going to play? Yeah, still have the Savior, perhaps.
Oh, man, up against that dive?
Yeah, but the dive is just way too good. Maybe a Lilia, perhaps, if they are allowed to. But, you know, Team Hack can just snatch that away if they... that actually fits their composition, too. So, they are... Incendio Supremacy in a very bad spot. Eudora going to be banned out. One of the heroes that Team Hack actually played, too.
Interesting. It's one of the pocket strategies or pocket picks for Man in the mid lane. Now it's time for Team Hawk to go for pick, and I honestly think at this point they need a mid laner, right? Do they want to go for something like the Lunox and take it away? No, they go for something like a Faramis. Yeah. So you mentioned Lilia. I personally like the Lunox here for Incendio Supremacy. Up against so much mobility, you need someone to be able to burst them down before they even notice, right? And Lunox has that kind of capability. Lilia, on the other hand, very hard to hit those skill shots with a lot of mobility being placed, a lot of blinks as well, like the Claude. Let's see what they go for here. That's the Lunox pick coming through.
Well,
what do they pair it up with? You're looking for a jungler. Fredrin still is good.
How about they need that.
They need that. They need a front liner. Well, Barrett is also available, so that's also one consideration.
Barrett's Fredrin.
That's right. I have a crazy idea. What if they pick up a Leomord, or actually a Balmond?
A Balmond?
Yeah, but that's very unlikely. Leomord is a choice.
No, we haven't seen Balmond.
Okay.
Yeah, the Barretts.
Solid front line, right? They go for the efficient pick again. Not much risk with this pick. Very good clear.
Yeah.
Still an overall good pick.
Again, it's still something, you know, utility jungle. You can focus on the objectives. That's what you need to do. Almost probably like the second best choice if Martis is banned out, right? So I guess if you look at Incendio Supremacy specifically, they've got their bases covered. I really do want to see how the Benedetta is utilized as well, if they can kind of just put pressure around the map this time. Maybe it's Incendio Supremacy that's being like, hey, Team Hawk, respond to us this time, right? But even just looking at this, I really am interested. Okay, it's a Diggy.
It's Diggy mid. Wait, Diggy roam, Faramis mid. And that's the Grok in the jungle.
Yep.
No, it's Gary.
No, it's Gary. Oh,
it's Gary, man. I know you were excited to see it.
Come on.
Come on,
but
Gary.
Do you want to see Gary in a single dash hero, an ultimate for a dash? You don't want to see that. You want to see like a Gary.
Yeah, that's a Gary. Joy.
That's a Gary. Joy.
Joy is a Gary pick.
Well, I mean, we'll have to see. Again, this is a very still weird, unorthodox draft, right? But it's Team Hawk. What can we expect? This is kind of something you what's that saying with Malaysian teams? There's a certain saying.
You're never sure.
You're never sure. Yeah, I was thinking. No, I was thinking of the Tagalog version. But yeah, you're never sure, right? With these Malaysian teams here. But again, crucial match here. Their match point for Team Hawk. Incendio Supremacy. Even looking at the lineup, they've got great tools again, like they did in the previous game. But can they make it work here? Ladies and gentlemen, we're loading up into the land of Dawn. Match point for Team Hawk. Incendio Supremacy looking to extend the series. Who comes out on top?
It's going to be very difficult to find out. You're looking at Incendio Supremacy. It looks like a very difficult lineup to pull up.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just talking about like ease of execution here. It's like so many conditions for Incendio Supremacy. If their composition is good, it's really looking good. But when it comes to like the raw damage or execution for Incendio Supremacy, it's definitely more difficult compared to Team Hawk.
I agree, right? Incendio Supremacy, looking at their composition, there's a lot that needs to go right, and especially that gold lane, because they're going to really bank on the fact that Sunshine and Rosa can melt down the frontliners from Team Hawk, and the bursters, the divers, technically, Gary, Panda. The way Incendio are playing right now is they're peeling with damage.
Yep.
I thought you were going to mention the Ghost Bursters, But I feel like Faramis, in a way, isn't as strong as okay.
Missed it.
Not going to be able to get that, but still, I mean, very reminiscent of the previous game, right? A lot of early action here. The best thing, though, is if no one is able to get that first blood before that first turtle comes out, Wolf, who's got the advantage for that first objective?
I think Incendio Supremacy, just because of the fact that they have the Barrets, is very strong in the first few minutes of the game. And when it comes to like turtle fights, you can hold your ground utilizing your Daytona's Welcome. You can still pick up the Retribution when the fighting gets dicey, so you are actually immune to stuns or crowd control during that period. So I guess to answer your question, Incendio Supremacy should take advantage of that fact.
Well, let's see, right? Because early on, you can already see the matchup here. Sunshine is doing it a little bit better than Panda in the gold lane as expected. Because of this, Incendio do have a bit more pressure to play on towards the turtle with Alien rotating to the mid lane and actually lane swapping with Rosa. Rosa wants to get that level 4 quickly. The turtles reset it, and they're both just going to disengage.
Yeah, everybody's got to be pretty much careful here at this point, but across the board, all green lights for everybody. So it really comes down to how they utilize this, especially even with the Time's Journey on Min here. But the poking coming out.
Alien with a petrify the final blow. That's a Time Journey, but Min's going to be taken out. First blood over to Incendio Supremacy.
Oh, great decision there coming out from Alien. Also able to secure that first kill for himself. Should also be that turtle.
Whoa! Gary coming in, picking up the retry. That's a missed time by Lola as Gary now is going to be forced to back off. Tianzi picks up the kill. Man, forced to flicker out, and Tianzi will just trade that away with a purple buff steal on Team Hawk's jungle.
Fortunately for Incendio Supremacy, they found the post-turtle fight and won it because the setup was already there for Incendio Supremacy. They have 4 ultimates available in that fight. Alien already poked T-Mac and got a kill afterwards. They have all the advantage in the world. Even Gary's a level under the opposing Barretts, the jungler of Incendio Supremacy. So everything should be theirs that moment. Fortunately for Team Hack, they got the turtle, but they lost the post-turtle fight.
Yeah, I mean, already off to a great start here for Incendio Supremacy. Again, playing around with this lead that they have. And really, I mean, a lot of it too, Sunshine just being able to farm up as well as he can. Now, he had the Corrosion Scythe. He's going to be working on the next item. You got to protect Sunshine, allow him to scale up, because right now, a lot of that early damage with Rosa having an early kill here, running that last worship, you know it's going to hurt, right? And Tianzi, like we mentioned in the draft, having this Barrett's pick and just kind of being able to secure an objective with the Daytona's Welcome, being immune to CC, is really going to benefit you here, because with this early lead, you got to continue to compound interest it, build upon it, and transition to mid-game.
And the thing is, Incendio, they have the lead whilst also having 2 very late-game heroes that needs to scale, right? Remember, Rosa and Sunshine, they're waiting for items, man.
Yeah, they're going to be waiting for their major core items. I don't know if Rosa is interested in going for the Lightning Truncheon, but since they are utilizing this Nunox in an Ube setting, we want more of those AoE damage. And of course, Sunshine, Gonna be waiting for the wind of nature before they fight, so that Panda as well as Lola will be nullified by Incendio Supremacy.
Man, I just feel like there's also just a lot of magic damage from Team Hawk. You can already see action more for this turtle.
Shadow Stampede bringing TNT back. Alien in the midst right now. That's going to be the healing coming from Blessing of the Moon Goddess. As TNT finds it as well. Defensive fire as well. It's combo together. Min finally pops a time journey, but it might be a bit too late. He's 1 HP. Panda's very, very low. Alien's looking for the dive. Flickers out. Gary now caught. That's a Phantom Slash. Gary gonna be falling down to the hands of Rosa. Meanwhile, Sunshine, that was a 4v5, and Incendio won.
I mean, 4v5, and you just saw, that's how much the sustain from the Estes pick works so well, because you saw everybody was quite low, but no follow-up, no kill was converted for Team Hawk.
Rosa, the Ruby Diddy play, the Lunox bomb just zones out the members of Team Hawk, and eventually, Incendio Supremacy are going to be able to take over the map. The aggression is going to be there. It's time for the ultimate bonding experience. Hell, the Turkish delight. You can now taste it. It's how being served to Team Hawk.
3.7k gold lead. And we have to talk about the Joy pick now because we mentioned it in the draft. Our team's picking Joy just because Joy is a good pick, because it seems like right now the Joy isn't really working out for Team Hawk.
The Radiant Armor pickup coming out from the Barretts, which is TNZ. More of a sacrificial role now, going for just tank ability. Allow them to nullify the effect of the Joy.
Well, I mean, at least they get a turret here on the top side, right? But Lola having a bad day.
Lola is just not, having a good day. 0-2-0 here in this game. Incendio keep on punishing him, but he's under the turret. It's not like he has any counterplay to that right now.
Well, Rosa.
But deadly, man. I do agree with this. Number 2 in hero damage, as you see, very aggressive plays coming out from Rosa, committing the Lunox bomb against under the turret, and he will not stop. Oh, Sunshine.
It's a solo kill practically. He goes in for the BMI, but will actually just fall to Sunshine. Sunshine still gonna be able to pick up the double under the turret while Rosa is tanking and Apex is dealing out the heals.
Oh, it's very aggressive, combining the two ultimates of the Lunox, and of course the fact that Apex 47 can just heal him up. They're so aggressive right now because they don't get the Phantom Step to clear it out, and this is total dominance from Incendio Supremacy.
He's an assassin, he's not a marksman.
It's always sunny in the land of dawn when Sunshine's playing, man, because what a game he's having on this carry already. It's not even at the 8-minute mark here. Next turtle comes up in, what, almost a 6k gold lead. Massive here for Sunshine, and I mean, it's Incendio Supremacy coming out just swinging basically at this point.
They know their timings, they know what they needed to wait for, and now they have total dominance. They will not be defending bottom lane, unfortunately, as Alien is far too late for that. Oh, I say that though. Joy is not a great pushing hero, unfortunately.
Definitely not right. I mean, in terms of damage and team fights too, he hasn't really been able to dish out that much. Panda clearing out the mid lane, getting some pressure back onto the team, but Incendio, with their Benedetta that's ahead 2 levels, they're going to control the side lanes 100%. Uh-oh, Alien with Eye for an Eye, getting out, Gary jumping in, that's the final blow, back to worst Team Hawk. Stampede brings him back, but it's all for Lord Alien, oh my god! Almost finds a trade.
I mean, that's just how far ahead Incendio Supremacy is, but meanwhile, Alien going what, 1 versus 4? Lord just taken by Incendio Supremacy, and now their eyes are up here on the top side of the map.
The maneuver coming out from Incendio Supremacy, classic to the strategy that they wanted to utilize. The XP lane will play the opposite lane from the Lord, or the long lane, and then they just take the Lord afterwards. They bought a lot of time. They even took the tier 2 turret up top, and now they're controlling mid. So with the Lord, I think that they will be able to clear out all of the outer turrets of Team Hack.
I think you've just planted Gary there. He's going to deal with the Lord the best he can, but Team Hawk going to have to sacrifice probably some more turrets here, trying to buy as much time as possible with that Guardian's Barrier, but ultimately going to lose more space across the map. So the question is, even at this point, as the game transitions even further, what does Team Hawk need to do here to stay in this game, to get back from this massive lead from Incendio Supremacy, Wolf?
Wow, I guess it's the Gary macro that will be the answer.
On a Joy, though.
On a
Joy. Unfortunately, I mean, surely you have a lot of dashes, right, that you can escape, but now look at the pincer maneuver coming out. Alien's just buying time.
He is buying time. Now, you can see Gary, the great escape, trying to run away. Apex 47 is waiting. There's Gary. Is going to be able to dash away towards TNZ. That's so he dashes. Hey, Gary gets out. It's clean, and it was easy.
Giving the thumbs up as well as he escapes that again. Maybe that's why, maybe that's why Joy's picked, because you get to do that, right? But still, does it actually... Is it actually value as, especially mid-late game,
team fights?
especially late game team fights? Because I can't recall who said this, but it's almost like Joy is kind of like a mosquito, right? You're just kind of buzzing around, and it looks really cool, it looks really flashy, but is the damage there? Especially when you're considering it with how much magic damage is on Team Hawk. Yes, you have the Genius Wand there, right? You have the Glowing Wand already, but is this enough, Wolf, for them to start to contest these fights?
I think that he's more of a shredder. So to answer your question, it will not be enough, but if he transitions to more of a shredder and Panda will be the sweeper, surely that will be enough damage. Combination of magic as well as physical damage in an AoE setting. So that might be what T-Mac is waiting for. They're waiting for critical mass onto Panda, who is holding on to just the Wind of Nature and Golden Staff.
What?
And look at them go.
Man, forced to use a time journey. Alien chasing him down. That's going to be the damage from TNZ in the back. Flanking, getting the position down. Lola defensive, wild charge out. Panda gets out, but when... oh my god, in the time of just one basic attack from Claude, Sunshine is able to dish out, like, what, 2 passive procs?
Yeah, and look at this. Lola doesn't have the flicker, and you can see Min is dead for now. Panda will have to just back down. They don't have any team fight integrity heading into the second lord of the game. Incendio will just take it for themselves. What Incendio did is just to force out some of the resources of Team Hack.
What?
Even the Lord was shredded.
My goodness.
I didn't even see the Lord.
He's just gone. I mean, this is a tough situation here, right?
Definitely.
And you're really wondering, again, was the Diggy the best option with all the available heroes here? And still, at some point, it's really tough for Team Hawk. They're going to have to defend in their base here as that Lord is still marching down the mid lane. And, I guess they can buy themselves more time, and that's what Gary's really trying to do, just keep pressure here in the bottom side. But still, when does Panda get to that point where he is a threat here? It's going to be really tough for them to defend.
Gary's too far.
9,000 gold lead too, with the Lord already in on the base turret. Team Hawk trying to defend right now, as that's going to be the top lane base turret taken down. TNZ with a death to this welcome, forcing a time journey early. Man, still trying to buy some time. Goes for the Shadow Stampede to zone the other members away. One base turret down. Gary cutting the waves in the mid lane, denying the push from Incendio Supremacy.
I'll just be able to push out. So what Gary was able to accomplish is to defend the turret without him being in there. That's the mid lane. However, top lane still falls to Incendio Supremacy, inching to a 9.1k gold lead for now. And all of the heroes have all of the core items that they needed. Very tanky Benedetta, very tanky Barretts, and a lot of sustain. Oh my goodness!
Wow! While in the wild charge, he gets melted down by Rosa and Sunshine. Now they're on the base. The call altar has been placed, but Gary's going to be able to actually lose all that out.
Oh
my god, that single target damage is unreal. Incendio targeting base right now. Panda with Wind of Nature. You cannot win of nature magic and true damage. Incendio strikes back.
My goodness. Very different game here that we saw from Incendio Supremacy. Very strong showing too. I mean, was this the full force of the Turkish Delight, Wolf?
It seems like it. We did say, we prescribed it after the first game that they should be answering all of those split pushes that Gary was able to do. It's what they did instead is to put a hero to actually manage, I think that's Benedetta, and then ban out the 2 of the heroes that they cannot lock down. All they care about now is to control the macro game, and this time they know how to do it. I also loved the early rotations coming up from the Barretts to press the issue against the Joy.
Remember when we said that the main cover peel for Incendio is going to be that damage? That damage was insane, dude. What the heck? The tanks were flying. Grok was in wild charge animation. He died.
Yeah. Sunshine, man.
Yeah.
Right? Sunshine, this is why
God.
this is justifies that carry is such a high pick
Exactly.
hero, because you saw what it does to tanks right now. It just shreds, and then paired up with, hey, a Lunox, you have the magic damage shred too, so it's really hard to deal with that, especially when you're talking about such a massive gold difference, right? I mean, they were just, Team Hawk was constantly trying to scrap back into the game, but also a big question for me, and I'm sure, you know, even the analysts are going to break this down further, because my big question is, what's going on with the draft, right? I mean, very confusing. Diggy and a Faramis, very tough there to make that work, to make that actually kind of come to fruition throughout the game, especially with, again, that big of a lead, right? I mean, maybe if things were a little bit even, it would have been better for the Team Hawk, but I got to say, I can't wait to see how this is broken down by the smart guys over there on the landing stand, because we need to know. We need to know now. So boys, take it away.
And we're gonna let you boys know at the caster's desk. Thank you so much. This is the analyst stand with me, Getting Q, with Assassin Dave, and as well as Jace to break down this game, because so far it feels like, man, the games feel won by the draft in and of itself. And even so, Incendio has kind of found a way to push Hawk into the way they want to play.
Yeah, well, I feel like, you know, when the Joy was picked up by Gary, right? And that's because I think Incendio Supremacy has noticed that, hey, all we need to do is try to just take away the Ling, take away the Fanny, and then all of a sudden Gary is like, okay, what can I do to buy time for my team? Yes, you have some dashes. Yes, Joy, technically speaking, is like one of the many heroes I can do, but until today, I still have questions about this Joy. What is so special about this hero? Constant ban, and if it's picked, she doesn't really perform up to what I expected a Joy would be.
See, the thing about Joy is if you put Joy in a jungle position, going in against the Wu-Bei strategy, all of a sudden the damage just feels relatively low, to the lowest you can imagine, right? Like, because of the ultimate from the Blasting Moon Goddess, there's so much heal. Now, Joy's ultimate already doesn't do that much damage. Now, with that heal, it's just gonna be even less when you look at it. Joy is mostly played on the side lane with the Vengeance, because that's when you go to dive to the backline and have the marksman actually kill themselves. Let's take a look at the item right here.
I mean, so far, I feel like Joy might have been a little bit of a bait strat coming in from Incendio Supremacy, because it feels like they purposefully let it through. It's like, yes, we're going to get the carry. That's already a very good sign. Give us the Joy, and then we'll see how we're going to play around it, because they even have secondary win conditions in Rosa in case Sunshine gets wild charged by Lola on the Grok.
Yeah, and also, I was also kind of surprised when I saw Min with the Diggy went for the Avarice Emblem instead. I mean, I thought when the Diggy wants to go for the Avarice Emblem, I thought you may be playing like, you know, how my Venus would play. Like, I'm just gonna dump all the bombs, all the damage into my bombs. I'm gonna try to zone you out that way. But I can see, you know, Gideon, you mentioned this. The main goal of the Diggy is to basically use a time journey to allow this Joy to complete her dashes, enter the ultimate, but I don't really see that happening from Team Hawk.
Exactly. Was Diggy here in this composition is really awkward, right? Because it just doesn't provide too much. There's not too much CC coming out from the side of Incendio, right? It's a pure damage, have a really beefy front line with TNZ, and Apex 47 is really providing that even beefier front line. Let's take a look at a kill participation here. Apex 47, absolute predator here on Estes, 100% kill participation.
I mean, if you only have one kill, that 100% team participation, I mean, it's really hard to see these numbers, right, Gideon?
It really is, and I think, you know, Alien did a great job at maintaining Lola's pressure and just putting him on an island. I clear faster, I rotate faster, I maintain these trades so that I'm healthy enough to rotate and actually make a difference, because every single time we see, oh, Gary getting the perfect setup to jump into the backline, wait, where's my team? They got petrified in the ult.
Now, Alien is definitely a threat, but the spotlight I want to point out is the Estes and Barat's combo. I mean, that is just too much. You saw the lore fight, you saw the turtle fight. This guy, TNZ is literally playing like a tank mindset, right? Walking in front, soaking up all that damage. Just when you think he's about to die, Estes coming in with the rescue and turn the whole fight around with one single skill. That's absolutely insane. And with that being said, let's take a look at an MVP of the match.
MVP of this match from Incendio Supremacy, it's Sunshine with a perfect KDA.
Perfect KDA right there. Wind of Nature already built. You also got the corrosive. So everything that a growing carry needs, Sunshine has provided. it all. Even already going into the tenacity boots as well, that provide that tenacity buff so that the carry doesn't really get stunned out too long, and also even building some magic resist so that Sunshine can stay longer in this team fight.
Now the thing about having carry and just able to do damage for free, especially when you pick out Diggy, you don't have anything to stop the carry from doing the damage, right? I was expecting actually from the team side of Hawk to pick out Lolita or Chao to isolate maybe it's Steve's heal, right? Or to isolate the carry, but instead we see the carry doing damage for free. And let's take a look off the heat map. Oh my goodness!
Look at
God.
And this is between the 5-minute mark to the 10-minute mark. After the gold lane was done and settled, he started putting so much pressure towards the EXP lane, and even so, started invading into the enemy jungle. He gets to walk in for free. The entire strategy, again, just inspired by Blacklist International. Have 5 members, you got the bodyguard squad.
Yes.
Walk in, take what you want, get back out.
Yeah, this is like the heat map of a jungler. If you tell me this is a heat map of a marksman, I'm like, no, my heat map of a marksman, I see one lane and one lane only. But Sunshine was able to be afforded so much space, and that's because of that Turkish Delight strat.
And that's the essence of this Wu-Wei strategy, right? Once the marksmen get the tower up the goal lane, they start switching lane, go to the other side, and then you start going together, the 4 men taking the bottom EXP lane tower, and then going to the jungle, start taking everything together. Every time, wherever this carry is, you can think of that's the entire side of Incendio. That's where they are the entire time, right? So his heat map actually reflects the entire heat map for the side of Incendio. So very, very good rotation, very, very powerful and aggressive rotation from that game. Going to game 3, are we gonna see a Steve stand?
Oh, honestly, I do feel like there might just be it. I don't know how they're feeling right now, but let's have a look with what Mara's doing with some of the Team Hawk supers.
We're here with the supporters from Team Hawk! And they got their drums with them. All right. Here we go. So let me know who you find to be the best players in Team Hawk. Who would you say has the best personality?
Based on our opinion, the best player that got the best personality is Gary.
Gary? Why?
Gary!
Why? Oh, do you agree?
Okay, why Gary? Why is Gary the best player, the best personality?
Because he's the one who close with us, even though we are the fans, but he want to know a lot about the fans, so I think he's got the best personality.
Oh my God, how nice is Gary? Come on, give a big shout out for Gary! Yibombe! Yibombe! Yibombe!
Okay, I'm sorry, I just hit his finger. Okay, if you think, what do you think the heroes they need to use right now to make sure that they win the next game?
I think Gary should be pick Gary, Ling or Fanny again for that game.
Ling or Fanny?
Yes.
Okay, now if you could eliminate from the opponent, one player from the opponent, you don't want that player to play anymore because that player is too good. They're giving Team Hawk a hard time. Who should we take out?
Rosa.
Rosa is too
my
dangerous
favorite.
apparently. Rosa is too dangerous apparently. Now, okay, you guys talk about the play you want to take out, right? Okay, public enemy, Malaysian #1. When Wolf is casting or analyzing, Team Malaysia loses. If Team Hawk loses, will we go find Wolf?
I will give Harun to answer the question.
Come on, will you?
We will find Wolf until the bottom of the worm.
In Malaysia, we say, we cari wolf sampai lubang cacing. We will chase after wolf till the ends of the world. Wolf, be careful.
Whoa! Oh my God, you're in trouble now. Okay, now the players can hear you right now. What do you want to say to them? Let's pump them up, okay? Say something very encouraging, and you better make sure it has a magic spell to pump them up. Go.
To other players, we know you can do it. That's why we are here. We are from Malaysia, come here to support all of you guys. And I know, all of us know that you guys can win this game and be the best among the best.
Be the best amongst the best. And now, let's gather all the Malaysian viewers to support Team Hawk. Go ahead.
You can comment down and like, Ibambe!
Ibambe! All right. Good job, guys. I'm sure that they felt that energy. Now, we're gonna go back to the caster's desk and see what they have to say. Casters.
I know, Wolf. I know.
Can they see me now?
They can see you now. Welcome back to the caster desk here. Again, I'm Naisu, joined here with Mirko. And this is Wolf.
Public enemy #1 for Malaysia and SG.
Wow.
Well, what's going on here?
What's going on?
I don't know what's going on. But then again, you saw that
It's a
so
close
far,
up to you.
it's a close-up. I'd just like to send a message to all of my Malaysian and Singaporean friends out there. This is not my fault. Honestly, you would think that I am bad luck, but it's actually Gideon and Lafell who is also there with me. So am I the one in trouble, or is it Lafell and Gideon?
Well,
think about that.
Well, we'll leave that to the viewers and the fans out there, but I'll help you, Wolf. I'll protect you. Don't worry. But, okay, going back here, this is the first, by the way, this is from yesterday and today. This is the first series now going 3 games. Yesterday was a complete sweep. Last
first
series,
match.
yeah, first match was a sweep. And now, so we have game #3 upon us, and this is a crucial, I mean, this is literally, and now we said this earlier, there was a do or die situation for both these teams. Now it is, right?
Welcome
now
to group stage.
Now welcome to the knockout stage.
Group stage, best of 1.
Group stage, best
We're
of
back
1.
to a best of 1 for the first time in the lower brackets, right?
Yeah.
1-1, best of 1. And who has the edge here?
Okay, so what we saw from Incendio Supremacy is that they banned out. They literally just denied Gary to play a game, banning out 2 of the stronger heroes, Fanny as well as the Ling, and then just force him to pick up the Joy. Maybe if Team Hack will also decide to go that route, maybe if they ban out the Estes this time, it could be a totally different story. So who has the advantage? I think that both teams, there's no advantage here. So far, it has been really good for both teams when they win.
Well, strangely enough for me, right? The Kaja.
The Kaja.
Kaja wasn't picked. It was completely ignored in the draft for game #2. Not banned, not picked.
I love this, by the way. You know, we've got this highlight, the headline here. Unexpected performances from unsung underdogs. Yeah. And, I mean, what more of a poetic way for it to come down for these 2 teams who were seen as underdogs, right? And now it comes down to that 1 game. And, you know, I'm sure everybody is speculating the draft for game #3. And we've already made some good points, specifically, too. I mean, again, back to it, is Joy just picked up because it's open? I mean, it's constantly banned out. I mean, I'm not sure 100% what the ban rate of Joy is, but still, I feel like, now, maybe, again, if you didn't have the digging, you didn't have the Faramis, maybe we could have seen a different result with that Joy pick, but still, I agree with the fans out there, especially from Team Hawk. Give Gary something to be proactive on instead of that Joy that does damage and isn't just, you know, flashy.
Not just a mosquito. We need a Gary hero this time. I mean, we saw that he played the Joy really well. Unfortunately, they weren't able to use it in a composition setting. So it wasn't a full team effort coming out from Team Hack when they wanted to pick up the Joy. Maybe if they chose something like a Lolita, which we kind of thought that would be the case for their last pick, instead of a Diggy, it'd be totally different. Surely Diggy is still a teamfight hero, but you don't have an actual stun, and you don't have an actual engage in the previous game.
I think you can actually say that that was Incendio Supremacy's doing, right? We're talking about Gary not getting his pick, but if we take a look at the drafts again, it was banned out, or it was picked away from him. We saw that the Ling was actually banned out in the second phase of the draft. The Haya was open, but up against that composition that really wants to stick together, I don't think it'll really work, right? The Haya could have worked, maybe in game #1, but it doesn't matter. They already won game #1.
Well, I think you're right off the bat, if you really want to, start having those respect bans come out, right? Take out that Estes if you're Team Hawk. You don't want to play around that Turkish Delight Ube strat, that sustainability. Just take it out with the draft here. Again, I feel like the previous game's draft was something that was very unorthodox from what we've seen so far throughout the tournament. And now this time, again, with it being down to basically a best of 1, you're going to see those respect bands coming out here between these 2 teams. And still, I feel like they're going to target Gary. And again, for Team Hawk, just go ahead and take out the Estes and then follow up from there.
At this point, you will respect Incendio Supremacy's like mastery of that kind of hero. It's not just above the heroes, how they move towards it, the way that they're baiting out the spells. In fact, if you look at game number 2, the way they utilize the ultimate, the Moonlight Immersion, coming out from the Estes, they timed it perfectly well. They wait for the full committal coming out from Team Hack so that they can punish. There will be a certain point in time where you're confident you can get a kill. Then eventually the ultimate pops up and now you're in a bad spot. That happened in the first turtle, or actually the second and first turtle, the team fight that we saw. And maybe this is also the time that where you should be denying Incendio Supremacy of their strength in the early stages of the game. They have been given a lot of like free stuff in the early stages, which should not happen against a team that really likes to group up.
Well, I mean, again, we're just moments away from the draft here. We are going to be looking, I believe, at a player head-to-head possibly between these two teams. And even going back while we're waiting for that, I still want to point out the fact too, this could be a moment for that Malaysian switch up, right? That's kind of what we saw from both teams before, where they kind of do something like tricky. Some people consider it a cheese chat, some people just the Malaysian shuffle, if you will. That's something that you have to consider if you're Incendio Supremacy here, because what we saw is when they have that strong start, they do so well with the momentum. Now, those kind of switch ups, whether it's a lane swap or anything else, really puts people by surprise. It takes them by surprise, and it gives you that advantage.
I want to talk a little bit about the carry pick, right? Because the carry pick was really good, obviously. First pick for Incendio Supremacy. I didn't like the response towards the carry pick. Picking up a Claude. Again, we mentioned this in the draft itself in game number 2. Carry does really well up against a Claude. The main problem in game number 2, again, was that carry. So with Panda on the weak side of the map, even though he was getting a lot of attention from the mid lane and even from the Diggy, just shows that I think they got it wrong. They got the priority wrong there. They're looking to play around the weak side of the map up against a losing matchup when they could have actually played for the Grok. If they went for the Grok, if they caught Alien or just made him low a little bit, get a few turtles on the board from that winning lane, they would have been able to at least make it a fight.
There's a severe lack of damage that we saw coming out from Team Hack because they chose the Joy, and Joy is not an actual DPS source. Sustain for sure, it's there. Damage over time that will come out from Joy, but when it comes to like actual burst, they don't have a shredder, unless of course the Claude gets like fully packed with items, which did not happen. So maybe a Harith could have been there. It's a good lane matchup versus the carry if you think about it. And like we said, maybe something like a Lolita together with something like a Farsa or something else. I do like the Grok choice coming out from Team Hack, though. They are playing it correctly, I think. It's also like a good lane control kind of hero. So that might be also a hero of contention between these two teams.
I think just overall, there's so many combinations that you go with these heroes that we see often picked here. But at the same time, again, if you just take out the Estes, it adds so much more variety that you can see thrown on the table because you don't have to deal with so much sustainability. But now here we are, game number 3 draft upon us. The crucial matchup between Team Hawk here and Incendio Supremacy. So it's going to be Team Hawk on the blue, Incendio Supremacy on the red. Already 2 heroes. There's the Marches and the 1-1 band.
Fun little pattern here for this series. First pick is still at a 100% win rate. So Team Hawk now back in first pick. Last time they still went for the first pick carry, right? I think now it's time for Incendio to say, hey, no more carry.
No more carry. Just like the glue treatment coming out from Team Hack previously. I do agree with that because so far the teams that pick up the carry I think won all of the games.
Yeah, 100% win rate.
Yeah, for the series, I mean, for the series. So that is that's an important stat because carry is not only like stat-wise very strong, it still also is strong as a hero.
Well,
instead of the S, it's going to be the Barretts.
Wow.
Maybe they take, maybe they don't. You know, I mean, they could just be looking, Team Hawk could be just looking to take the carry possibly here. Again, with Barretts coming out, the ban and that Marches, you're taking out 2 of those high utility focused jungler options, and you're going to kind of force a hand here from Incendio Supremacy specifically, but still, it really, I'm wondering what their last ban is going to be here.
You know, that's actually a really good point there, Naiso, because now you're only left with one last ban for Incendio Supremacy. Are you going to ban out something like a glue or a carry or the Ling? That has been a problem.
I think carry, right? You need to go for the carry ban right now. The only 100% win rate hero in this series has been that carry, and you can see Team Hawk are leaning on it. They want to pick up that carry. They're literally just forcing Incendio. Go. Leave it open. Leave it open one more time. Let's see what happens here. I dare you. But Incendio, they can't fall.
Okay.
Okay. It's all about fire from both teams this time. Don't deny the comfort picks from your opponents. Let us play with the best composition that we have. Best heroes against best heroes. I don't know why you're worried. I'm happy about this. We're going to see some explosions in game number 3.
There's the first pickup with the carry.
Wow.
Going in the hands of Team Hawk.
So do you go glue immediately this
Glue
time?
Kaja. Pick up the Kaja. You need someone to lock this guy down. Because you need someone to CC her. And with the Grok Kaja, you have just 2 CC abilities that can really shut her down. Remember, close range, as long as you don't let her basic attack, you're good. But if she basic attacks with full items, you're done. You're done.
I just don't want it to happen something like a Glue plus Farsa or a Benedetta plus Farsa for Incendio Supremacy. Well, while it makes sense, it's not the best case in a knockout stage wherein you can be eliminated. They locked it in. Farsa and Benedetta don't.
Hold on. Is it okay?
They did it.
Well, they're going for it. Hey,
I jinxed it.
To be fair, we did see a massive game previously with Benedetta, right?
I agree.
It's there, but I guess this leaves the question: does Team Hawk actually just go ahead and secure the Kaja for themselves? Do they want to go that route? Again, Valentina still open as well.
Grok Fanny.
Or Ling. I mean. Fanny's banned out.
All right, yeah. Grok Ling.
Grok banned out.
At this point,
Ling, Glue.
Hayabusa.
Glue Ling.
Up against the Farsa.
See, this draft leaves so much open basically
I think
at this
you go
point.
Glue and Ling this time. No reason not. I mean, Ling, Gary is still very...
Glue and Ling?
Say hot, I would say. Or still, you know?
I mean, I feel like the players themselves feeling this. That's Kadita Yuzhong.
There's the curveball. There's the curveball.
I mean, that's the dive you need up against the Farsa. Remember in game number 1, I think I just auto-piloted to game number 1 because I said the Fanny. Fanny was banned out. The hero that wasn't banned out, that was banned out in game 1, was the Yuzhong, right? So it's up now. Team Hawk, just pick it up. Why not?
Not to mention, this is also what we saw from game 1, the statistic, the Kadita pick for Man, what was they call them? The Shaman. Shaman, right?
That was actually banned out as well in game number 1.
So this is pretty much comfort at this point, right? I mean,
for both teams.
Just give it your all here on the best heroes you can. Now, you're still going to see those bans coming out from Incendio Supremacy, focusing on Gary. So still, it leaves to question, and you were wondering, even I mentioned the Hayabusa possibly, but like you guys said, you really don't want to go with that against the kind of Turkish Delight Ube strategy with that Estes there.
Okay, so Team Hawk will want to ban out the Fredrin together with the Barretts and maybe another tank here in the front lines, or they might even consider banning out the Harith this time. Because the way that I see it, even when there's like a Kadita and Yuzhong, because of the presence of the Estes and the fact that you have that passive for the Harith wherein you kind of reduce the crowd control that you have, it might be a consideration as a gold laner for Incendio Supremacy.
Well, in game 1, they did go for that Fredrin, right? So you can see where Team Hawk are going. In game number 1 as well, they just banned out the gold lane, which is also still a very viable ban to go for. You have a carry, something like a Brody can bully the carry early on, so we saw that in game 1. I think I'm gonna expect the same thing here, but for Incendio, this is where it gets really, Hilda. All right, they just went for the same ban,
Well, I mean, best, again, so much is left open that you're just kind of, you're going through that checkbox list of yours.
Wow.
Okay.
Not expecting the Guinevere ban.
They did pick it up versus a Blacklist International, game number 1, so Team Hawk with due diligence against
Is it time for the Valentina jungle?
This is literally 4 heroes banned towards the jungle from Team Hawk.
You're right.
I mean,
the Grok technically can jungle, so 5 jungle bans, right? Just thumbnail.
Thumbnail. Well, again, it's going to force the hand from Incendio Supremacy specifically, right? On what jungle you want to play around
Brody
here
is
with.
available. Brody might be the choice. I'm thinking either Brody or the Harith.
Oh, you can see it. There you go. That's what they go for. This is the game they went for yesterday.
Correct.
Oh, against MDH, they picked up the Leomord. And guess what their last pick was? It was the Brody.
It was the Brody. I wonder if they are considering something like a Kufra now for Team Hawk. Great versus the Leomord as well as the Benedetta. You have the jump, you have the protection. Something along the lines of, or what about a Baxia in the jungle for Team Hack? We saw that.
It's not a very Gary thing to do.
It's not a very.
It's not a Gary thing to do, but going against Estez, it's a great thing to have. At least like, you know, on the team composition with the way the passive works here and everything
with Fanny
else.
and Ling banned out, you know, might as well, right? If you're forced to play utility, go for just some anti-region.
Or maybe a D-Roth. Maybe we can see that. Oh, okay.
Okay, that's a Gary hero, and that's a Lolita.
That's a Gary thing to do.
That's a Gary thing to do.
Lock it in, go the Hayabusa. He heard my suggestion earlier. He heard what you guys said, and he's like, you know what, I'm going to show these guys.
They also kind of like pre-countered the Brody, right, with the Lolita. So, hey, go ahead, pick up the Brody. We'll see what we'll do up against that Brody. Other options, Iritho, we mentioned it. Brody, you know what, up against this, I don't know, Melissa can technically still work. It's very tough to pull it off. They still go for the Brody. Up against the Lolita, up against the Haya too. I like the single target stun, the lockdown that he has. But remember, that damage can just be completely nullified.
Well, I mean, it worked for them yesterday, right? You mentioned this, the Brody-Leomord combination that they pulled out.
Brody-Leomord Farsa.
Yeah, Farsa. Estes has been working wonders for them as well. So why not? Have that comfort here for your last game, potentially last game.
Exactly. This is what I like about what the draft, how the draft developed. I mean, they didn't care about the glue anyways. The Kaja, two of the heroes that are always in the discussion, right? Even Valentina is denied. Like 3 of the top dogs so far in the top bands denied. Not even considered. Even the Joy, actually.
You can see the adaptations that both teams have been making, the progress in this meta, just based on one series. They are improving this much. So I can't wait to jump into this one nice soon.
I can't wait either, because here we go into the land of Dawn. Our first game 3 in the series of knockouts. It's Team Hawk versus Incendio Supremacy. Who's staying in M4 and who's going home?
Oh, this is such a high stakes match, and I love the fact that they went for comfort in this kind of setting.
I really want to point that out, because in the game that they can get out of the tournament or stay in, face a team that will come out from the upper bracket. They bring out the big guns. Alien was amazing with this Benedetta. Rosa, very aggressive with the Farsa when he controls it. And that's also true with Apex, TNZ, and Sunshine. Whereas Team Hack, Gary with the Hayabusa, even when it's not that good, theoretically speaking, against the Estes, he will go back to comfort. Everybody just wants to play the best MOBP.
That they can.
That they can.
I mean, looking across the board here, hold on, already early action.
Rosa dodging away, getting the healing done as well, but it's going to be first blood over to Min. Team Hawk strike first again.
All right, so they start off on a good foot here for Team Hawk, but still, you got to consider the fact you're working with 2 Petrifies. You've got Man and Lola running with that. Now, on the other side, Incendio Supremacy, they've got those 2 Purifies, right? Those micro decisions as the game unfolds here are going to be crucial if they can find setups. TNC, though.
Uh-oh, there you go. Min still having some peel there. Rosa coming back in, looking for the stun, gets it down. TNC picks it up. Gary, Weaver re-engaged right now, but the healing comes through from Apex 47. Gary losing out on that trade, forced to back away.
And this means that they will now have the Phantom Steed heading into the first turtle of the game. They did take out one important hero, though, from Team Hack. So that is 1-for-1 when it comes to the first few kills. Although, this is not like the best situation for Incendio Supremacy.
Well,
the thing is, they will have ultimates up on Rosa.
That's what I was going to say. You know, they've got, I mean, they're looking for another kill here from Team for Incendio Supremacy to lead into this first objective of the game, the turtle here. But still, you can even see, right? Min and Man in position, looking for any advantage they can find, but TNZ not going to be fooled.
A good read, but still walks into the bush. The rough waves of the Petrify. TNZ can fall. But the airstrike now coming down onto Man, and that's Alien who picks up a trade. Jungler for mid lane. 1-for-1.
All right, so they trade that. I mean, Team Hawk could be in a position to just go ahead and take this. It might be better for Incendio Supremacy. Just give it up, right? You don't. Now TNZ's up, but he doesn't have the retribution either.
So just like that first objective, Alien though.
Alien wants it, jumps in with the final blow, almost stealing it away, but Gary is absolutely on point with that retribution.
Unfortunately for Incendio Supremacy, their plan was to get level 4 to Apex 47. That's why they put him even when he's roaming, he was in the mid lane. And Rosa went to the XP lane so that he'll get his level 4. Along the way, because they were focused on getting their ultimates up, at the middle, TNZ was found by Man with the Petrify combo. He was shut down. And that was very bad for Incendio Supremacy because now they will concede the turtle. Gary, as a Hayabusa, doesn't have the innate advantage during the turtle fights. And them getting the first turtle of the game is massive for the Malaysian squad.
Yeah, I mean, again, it was all a result of, taking out TNZ there early on and playing around with that. Setup though.
Blast and the flicker. Sunshine caught in the gold lane. And now Panda's going to go on to that turret gold. Phantom Seed by TNZ onto Gary. Bring it back right there. That's a lot of damage. Rosa trying to follow it up. Doesn't even need to be here. TNZ jumps in again with a Phantom Charge. Min is low. TNZ getting the healing back in. Airstrike comes through and Man's going to be falling down to TNZ.
Rosa on point. That stun canceled the animation of the rough waves. And you're gonna have to hand it to TNC. He punished Gary, knowing that there's no shadow, no quad shadow already for Gary. Was able to pull him back with the ultimate.
Black Dragon form though now onto Rosa. The Petrify only finding TNZ. Rosa had the Purify out. Then on blast now, no flicker, but it finds TNZ. Still having the healing, torn apart memory, being popped out by Sunshine to zone the other members away.
Tough situation again. You have a lot of that CC and ultimate available to you, but unfortunately Panda was already, half health, not able to really commit to that fight here. So Team Hawk kind of struggling, and Incendio Supremacy continuing to build up on this lead here. 1K gold, next turtle comes up. They're in a great position to actually go ahead and win this next objective fight as they still battle out in the mid lane.
Yeah. Alien now still in the midst of it all. Gonna try to go for the Petrify final blow onto mid in front of the kill. And that's gonna be Man getting out barely with the rough waves, getting the passive back in as well. But the sustainability from Apex 47 has been phenomenal. They're looking for more now. Quad Shadow in for the airstrike. Doesn't kill Gary! Falls down! Rosa is an absolute Chad, just stands there menacingly.
Oh, definitely. That is the term that I'm looking for. So much of a Chad because he went in forward, being a Farsa against a Hayabusa. And the best thing is he was able to land the stun, the passive control of Rosa, back-to-back stuns from top lane and now into the bottom lane. He's able to punish all of these slippery heroes as if they were easy targets. And Incendio Supremacy are really just on fire right now.
Look at the flanks here. You can see the Phantom Seed, and it's the collapse onto Min. Before the airstrike comes down, Min's gonna be stunned up. Min's gonna fall. Has the shielding up. The conceal is not enough to get him out. Panda now under the turret. Man trying to get the breath of the ocean down. Incendio back off, looking for the turret.
This is the thing. I mean, the sustain. The sustain is what is the huge obstacle standing in front of Team Hawk right now. And it's just too much for them to work with. I mean, wow. Panda's still scrambling here to really just farm up as much as possible. And it's Incendio Supremacy throwing everything at Team Hawk. Meanwhile, again, Alien having a great game so far in this Benedetta pick.
Look at this. Apex 47 actually opted to go for the Anticuras. And yeah, Alien, dude, this is the reason why they didn't pick up the glue. The reason why they pick up both Farsa and Benedetta as their first two picks is because they have mastered it so well. Rosa landing all of those stats. Alien controlling the lane so well, cutting the waves and even outplaying Gary at that moment. 0 and 3 for the Hayabusa. We thought that this would be a bad idea to pick up the Hayabusa. Now Team Max getting punished because of it.
Well, the Phantom Seed again. Incendio are looking for it. TNZ bringing Lola back for the airstrike, not connecting just yet, but that's going to be the Black Dragon form popped in. Lola looking for some damage. That's a lot from Sunshine. And both of the teams,
Alien.
This just looks like tilt coming out from Team Hawk. They can't land anything that they want to. They are frustrated on what's going on here. Incendio Supremacy in complete control here. Alien pushing in that bottom side. This is going to be just a free turtle for them. And yeah, going back to the question, do you really want to pick Hayabusa into this lineup, especially with, as says there, massive game across the board here for Incendio Supremacy.
We mentioned why the Hayabusa wasn't picked earlier is because they're going to be clumping up. What's the Hayabusa supposed to do on a high and dry emblem?
Exactly.
And that's exactly what we're seeing here. Incendio, they haven't changed their strat. Tianzi, though, is very aggressive compared to last game. Still under the tier 1, just zoning Team Hawk away for the rest of the members to siege it down.
Yeah. The only hero that will be away from the rest of the team is Alien's Benedetta. And the Benedetta is not a squishy target. In fact, he can actually use the iframes to get out of the Hayabusa's damage range. And he's even like outputting more damage compared to Gary.
1 versus 2.
Everything's just going in favor of Incendio right now. I also want to commend TNZ. I think his mastery of the Leo Mord is top-notch.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a glimpse of this yesterday. And again, why they swept that match they had, they're still going for it. I mean, in a great fashion here, man.
Petrified, that Sunshine caught. A good trade back finally for Team Hawk to get some momentum back on their side.
I mean, even with that kill, it's a massive lead here. Gary, no.
Gary jumps in onto 3 and they were waiting for it. Man now might actually fall off the Iver. Oh my god, that damage is unreal. Double kill, 5-0. Never tell Alien the odds. Tianzi going in onto Min. Lola's the one who's forced to back away in a 2v1 situation. And Incendio are dominating the Malaysian champions.
After a great kill coming out from Man, the Kadira, the Shaman, they managed to have a big blunder against Incendio Supremacy. Gary wasn't supposed to be there. You'll understand that they have many members out there. They have the Kadira as well as the Hayabusa, but they didn't have the damage. In fact, Gary was taken out so easily. And the fact of the matter remains, Alien is so stacked right now with the Bloodlust Axe and 2 casual items with the Black Ice Shield as well as the leg plates. It means that he's very tanky against the physical damage of Team Hack.
Honestly, if you're looking at this game, Panda, at some point, this is what we see so often with Carry. Either it shines or the team composition does so well against it that it just shuts it down. And that short range on this carry isn't enough to even get in the zone here. I mean, you're looking at Tianzi just constantly going in with the Phantom Steed, pushing people around, and then the artillery coming out from Rosa. And we haven't even, I mean, we've talked a little bit about Alien, but the guy is just massive on this Benedetta, just like the previous game here. So it's so many obstacles, so many steps for Team Hawk, and now they've got the Lord to deal with on the top side.
Great spot for Man, but he doesn't have enough against this. Alien does not spot out Gary, and TNT actually just utilized the ultimate out of nowhere. I wonder what the next items will be coming for TNT. Is he considering tanking up with the Dreadnought armor?
Actually pops in the Phantom Steed here early on. I think he thought that Mon would be there inside of the bush, but they're already slow pushing the waves there. It was cleared out earlier. Top lane going to be coming down with Feather Airstrike as well. Rosa might be caught, has the Purify to get out of the Petrify that was placed by Man. Now it's going to be the Petrify by Lola, finding a few. Numenal Blast onto 2. The healing comes in. Apex 47 still able to out-sustain. As that's going to be Alien picking up the base turret in the mid lane. Now in the 3v4, it's Man jumping in. Tianzi back at it with Phantom Steed. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, in a 1v1, Alien is able to actually dish out so much damage, sieging that base turret down very, very low. Incendio loses 1, but they might be able to actually get another here.
Well, they're still going for it. 1 hit away on this turret, trying to defend their best and hold on to it. They still have that mid lane exposed here. It's going to take a lot for Team Hawk. I mean, they find 1, but usually after that, they fizzle out, right? And that's just because of this disparity in terms of items for them. Now, Min, at some point, it could be a game-changing Numenal Blast. If they can find another target, get that numbers advantage, land the ultimates like they need to, overlap them, then they're going to be in a good position.
Oh no, Gary jumps in with a shadow kill. Does he have the quad shadow to get out? He does, but it's going to be read out by Incendio. Gary, no more movement abilities. Tianzi recalling on his dead body. Incendio wants to look for the end here. Man with the flame! Trying to save the game, but Apex out-heals the damage. Man now running for the hills. Lola jumping in with a Hail Mary play onto Rosa. The Petrify connects with the Purifiers there. Not enough once again. The Numenal Blast connects on a 2. But Alien connects on a 2 as well. That's the damage by Alien, by Tianzi.
3 for 1. Incendio looking for the end to upset the odds against the Malaysian champions.
Oh, minions.
They're gonna
And
hold
Gary's
on.
available right now.
Tienzi though, still okay. That was almost a situation where Incendio could have ended the game here. They take the discipline route, they back off, they get the Lord for this one. It should be uncontested. Team Hawk just scrapping for anything they can. I mean, Gary's got to be very careful on his next decision here, because another mistake like that will cost them the game.
What I saw from the last sequence of events for Team Hack is that their backs are against the ropes and they're going for all Hail Mary plays, and they're okay to get hit by Incendio Supremacy, and every punch that's thrown into them definitely hurts.
Wow.
Man almost going for a double knock-up into a double kill. However, the sustain coming out from Incendio Supremacy was there, and then the follow-up coming out from Min, utilizing the ultimate. Then comes Lola. What I saw from that is Team Max not coordinating their ultimates that well. Had it been that they come in together as one, as a team, that could be a completely different story. But this time, Incendio will get the second turtle of the game.
What are you supposed to do against this, man? I mean, 10,000 gold lead at this point.
10K here, Lord in the mid side. They're gonna have to deal with it. They're gonna be losing this man, making his way down though. Can they defend?
Well, let's see the Phantom Steed once again. Lola.
Oh!
Illuminate Blast! On to 3! Apex 47 gonna be knocked up here as the Gaiovich comes in. Tienzi's gonna be taken low. The Malaysians are here. They've defended for another day. Man finds the breath of the ocean. Panda jumps in onto 3. They've defended for a bit. 14 minutes in.
Massive setup there. The new Run Blast can change a game. It can change a moment here. Now they only get 2 down from Incendio Supremacy, but still working to get some space across the map. Again, you saw the gold lead here just a little bit ago and how much of an advantage Incendio Supremacy has. And even the items, Wolf, is there any saving grace here for Team Hawk as they try to make a play?
If they do find the openings, if they combo it up together, Man being an assassin, like a Akira assassin, and then of course Min just initiating against Incendio, and of course you have to use the ultimate coming out from Lola. If they combo it up together, you see the difference. They're looking really good. Now they have the damage. We come to a point that even when there's a 6.1k gold lead from Incendio Supremacy, you still have the chance. This is what Team Hack needs to do. They have to be disciplined. They have to be patient. They have to wait for their openings. Till then, Incendio will have the advantage.
Finally, Panda has gotten that item power spike. Right now, you can really see him pop off. And with the help of the others now, that's the rough waves onto Alien. Alien's gonna be taken low. Eye for an eye popped in with the feather airstrike 2 onto Man. Sniping him down. The punish from Incendio Supremacy as they look to capitalize on this man advantage.
Oh, that was tough here. Now, that could very well be the defining moment as Incendio Supremacy gonna march down in the mid lane. No. They don't have Lord, but Black Dragon form comes out.
4v5. That's gonna be the final blow. Connecting onto Panda, who's gonna be able to kite away for now. That's Lola in the front line. Panda now looking for the damage once again as the torn apart memory comes in. That's him now. Blast charged in. That's one member taken out. Rosa's gonna be taken low, but the healing comes in. It is too much for the Malaysian champions. Incendio has done it again.
Man, call them the dark horse if you want, the Turkish delight. They're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration as they just took out Malaysians champions.
Out of this world performance from Alien as Incendio Supremacy served the Turkish delight to the Malaysians. In the last sequence of events, they have picked up Man. Nobody dying from side of Team Malaysia, from Team Incendio Supremacy. Eventually, in the mid lane, the usage of the Yuzhong ultimate was far too early. They have found the opening in the clutch winter truncheon from Rosa, inviting so many members of Malaysia to commit onto him. And that's the reason why there were no more resources for Malaysia to work with. The ending push, the end game from Incendio Supremacy looked clean.
My goodness. Just cheer for them. They deserve it. The reverse sweep here in our first 3-game series.
Raise the Turkish flag up high. Give it up one more time to Incendio Supremacy.
That's it for us here on the desk. Analysts, break this one down.
Done once again. The Turkish Delights now come on and move on to the next stage. Unfortunately for Team Hawk, they're going to be going home. But man, if there are two things Malaysians are known for, crazy weird drafts, but also making the West feel like absolute monsters. It started with Na'Vi, and now we have Incendio Supremacy.
Incendio Gaming, oh my god, that was insane. Now I owe 30 push-ups to Leo. I gotta say, dude, that was incredible what they pulled off. You know, I usually don't expect a damaged jungle with a stage to work so well, but with momentum, with confidence, everything's possible, dude.
To be honest, guys, I feel like when I saw Incendio Supremacy's draft, I thought, you know, yes, the Leomord's going to go up far ahead. And the Estes will have a lot of time trying to catch up with the Leomord. However, this Turkish Delight strategy works so well. I feel like this draft, of all the drafts I've ever seen in my entire career, this is perhaps my favorite draft. You got a Farsa to go in, initiate with a feather airstrike, and then after that, Leomord goes in to clean up. If just in case the Leomord doesn't clean up, Brody is there. Everything works so well for Incendio.
A lot of weird moves coming out, so many interesting plays, but at the end of the day, like you mentioned it in the back room, Dave, the momentum carrying over from Game 2 into Game 3.
Absolutely. At the same time, you gotta give shout out to Team Hawk for pulling a great performance. However, in Game 3, it felt like they're pulling their punches, right? You know, they had a momentum in the beginning of the game. They got first blood. They had a great rotation to the top side, finding the kill. But yet, you know, some weird rotation coming from the EXP laner. You saw the Yujong coming all the way from bottom side, giving a lot of free gold to the Benedetta. You know, he got a full gold plate and just absolutely destroyed the backline along with Leomord. What a game. Oh my god, I'm speechless.
Look, we can break it down even more. Let's have a look at the item builds and maybe we can get a little bit of a better idea.
Yeah, just taking a look at the item builds right here, I feel like from the side of Team Hawk, if you notice how man is scrounging, looking for those big Omega bursts, but it's always countered by Apex 47. 1016 is his KDA. He's got the book as well, it's spamming the heal for days, and even just in case if Man catches anyone, or even Lola comes in for the engage, you expect instead Apex 47, this Ember is this portable base, just healing Incendio up to tip-top shape.
And I gotta give credit to Alien though. This guy 705, I mean his mechanics is insane. He's actually playing out of the world. You know, when I first got introduced to Incendio, they introduced this guy as the player out of this world because the name is Alien. But his playstyle is actually out of this world. This guy is living up to his name. He just single-handedly punished Panda, punished Man as well. I mean, find vision all the time. And dude, those execution of Benedetta, this is not a character that anybody can just randomly play.
Yeah, it really isn't. Last time when I went over to the NASA headquarters, they were showing me pictures, and all I saw was Alien's Benedetta all lit across the screen. I mean, keep your satellites on this man. He has so much more to provide. And honestly, I feel you can feel for Team Hawk, there were moments where it looked good, and then all of a sudden, a single, I wouldn't even call it a mistake, it's just collaterals, you know?
Yeah.
They're targeting Panda, and then, oh no, Gary gets hit by it.
Yeah, Rosa's feather airstrike has been impeccable. Just take a look at the damage chart, right? Damage dealt almost similar, but it is Incendio that picks up most of the kills, and that is because Apex 47 just healed everybody up to tip-top shape, and then Rosa and Alien all of a sudden could re-engage again, and TNC engaging. I think it's up to Team Hawk to try to use Lola to go in for the secondary engage or a first engage, because the problem is that Incendio with Rosa cancels every single time that each of these players from Team Hawk try to go in for the play. Gary comes in, try to shadow kill. Nope, I'm gonna cancel you. Min comes in, Luminant Blast. Nope, I'm gonna cancel you. Man comes in for the one more combo, Petrify. Nope, Rosa's there to cancel you.
Now, I have to mention about Apex 47. 94% kill participation. He's involved in every single team fight, considering how many kills that they have on the table. This guy did his job and did his job perfectly. And again, the synergy between this guy, Apex 47, and TNZ is incredible, right? TNZ, like I said, I have my doubts about a Leo more engaging, but he did it. You know, this is perfectly. They sync so well. I think next time, if you look out for this team Incendio, try to bend these D's and something like that.
Look, it's the perfect story. He picks Leomord,
Yeah.
they have the momentum, it keeps on going, but it's time. Let's reveal who the MVP is for this game. Going over to the boy, the myth, the legend. No, are they not going to show? Oh,
No, we're not.
that's it.
We're three of us who can't be the MVP.
Too good looking.
right?
We can't be. We
can't be the
yeah.
MVP. But I'm gonna have to tell you this. I, personally speaking, I have trouble. Rosa could be an MVP at the same time. Apex 47 could be also the MVP as well. Because personally, Estes doesn't really have a lot of movement speed in a sense, and you need to chase after a Leomord. It's like, you know, you're chasing after someone that's trying to go and kill. Especially when you're super bloodthirsty, it's hard and it's tough for all the Estes main out there to basically chase after, and it's like a rolling Leomord with momentum, right?
Yeah, I want to give the MVP to Apex 47 myself personally, because this guy's positioning, because with a support character like that, vision control is very, very difficult. Especially you're going against none other than the deadliest bush camper, Kadita, right? And Lolita at the same time. And yet he held up his game, healed up the entire team, especially the combo with TNZ. Dude, like Apex 47 didn't get too much highlight this entire series. I think he deserved the MVP in this game.
I don't know, but let's find out who's our MVP of game number 3. It's going over to the Alien.
Alien.
I'm so happy because I was like, man, Alien was doing a lot of
Yes, sir.
work, whether it's pushing pressure or at the very least cutting off that backline as we've always seen. But more importantly, his counter engages are so sharp.
And the amount of trust the Alien has in Apex 47 as well. Like I said, not only just the Leomord, I've almost forgot about the fact that there's also a Benedetta on the other side. It is also boils down to really this Estes identifying who I need to heal up first, when I should time my ultimate. This is crazy, insane execution. I feel like I said just now, this is my favorite composition ever. Everything that you need is right there in this composition.
Oh my god, Alien well-deserved MVP. How can we forget about this guy? Because there's so many highlights in this game. You know, we talk about Alien being the solo killer. He one-on-one gapped every single game in this entire best out of 3 series. You know, obviously, I had my eyes on Apex 47 because the wombo combo they already have and how well he positioned and how much value he's providing to the team. I just couldn't believe that such comfort pick to the side of Incendio was granted to them 3 games in a row.
You know what I couldn't believe as well? I just felt like Incendio is allowed to play the Estes 3 games in a row.
Yeah.
That, I feel like, could be a crux for the side of Incendio Supremacy as well. Now that this strat has been revealed, don't forget, they're 1 game away from actually getting eliminated from M4. They need to pull out the ace in the hole, and this composition is probably that.
Look at this man across the map. He is literally everywhere from 5 minutes to 10. He's already gone over to do bigger and greater things, that top side control, and more importantly, you're talking about that solo kill. I'm guessing it's a solo kill onto Gary right by the curveball.
Absolutely. Look at, he's having a lot of activities at top lane tier 2 tower. Just showing you how much pressure he's putting, right? Usually when you have a lane swap and you see a lot of activities like probably at tier 1, you know, because the top lane probably play a little bit more conservative. But in this case, Alien was performing so well. He's pressuring 1 versus 1, 1 versus 2, a lot of scenarios. This guy is popping off.
Not only just that, this guy is popping off. He technically nerfed Gary, right? Your heart invades into the enemy jungle. Gary couldn't find the farm, and even though Gary could, well, technically speaking, shadow kill, all this kind of stuff, it's like what our caster said, right? The iframes is there to basically deny all that damage, but let's take a look at the MVP highlights.
I mean, this is going to be a long highlight here, so buckle up. Game number 1, we see just incredible plays coming off from Team Hawk, immaculate macro, and I think, you know, Incendio, they caught wind of a lot of the habits in the drafting patterns coming in from Team Hawk.
Yeah, look at that Fanny. Oh my god, Gary in game 1. But Incendio find the trick, they ban the Fanny away. They're like, okay, we play the Blacklist strategy, the ultimate bonding experience. Let's make sure like we take this guy away. He's too crazy on the Fanny. The cable is too hard to deal with. The macros was insane. So let's just get rid of it. You know, so despite so much pressure, insurmountable amount of pressure, I would say. You know, I think the entire side of Incendio just played out of their mind. They require a lot of courage, a lot of just resilience.
not only just that they played out in the minds, mind you, right? I feel like Incendio, Supremacy, they literally adapted on that very stage, going through literally the meta, converting from one meta to the other while sticking through their guns. They realized what Team Hawk is weak at, and they took it away. I was actually very surprised that Team Hawk did not pick any form of, very quick assassin that could rotate from one lane to another. That's where, that's their identity. Team Hawk unable to do so.
Well, I mean, to be fair, even Incendio Supremacy, they understood we don't want you to do that.
Yeah.
And we forced you on something that's like less than perfect, which is enough of an advantage. Hayabusa is not as fast as Fanny and Ling, and that's just fact.
Oh my god, look at this clean sweep inside the base by Incendio. Oh my god, but going forward though, Incendio, tomorrow they will have another match.
Oh, they will.
And it's gonna be even harder because they will take on Falcon. So like, what do y'all think about the match tomorrow?
I feel like Falcon has the same identity as Gary, right? It's about Ken using the Ling, using the Fanny to jump from one place to another, and I feel like, if Falcon's watching this very game, they need to watch this multiple times tonight because there's a lot of tweaks that they need to do in their strategy.
Well, that's enough of us here at the analyst stand. We're going to be throwing it over to Mara to have a chit-chat with the winners of this match, Incendio Supremacy. Congratulations. Take it away.
Mara and Claire here with the winner, Incendio Supremacy! Congratulations! What an epic match, Mara. That was very well done. I'll just give you guys a little bit of an inside scoop. In between the game, I saw the players backstage, and they looked like they needed to catch up their breath. You guys look like you were very stressed out. Actually, this is the first series in the lower bracket where we reached Game 3. How stressful was it for you guys? Especially you, Rosa. I saw you earlier.
Diyor ki nasıl hissettiğinizi kendinize çok stresli görünüyorsunuz dediler. Bu şeyde nasıl hissediyorsunuz kendinizi dedi. Yani Türkçe konuşuyorum. I speak Turkish.
Sure, go ahead. You have a really great translator right here.
İlk maçtan sonra açıkçası moralimizi pek bozmadık. Çünkü ilk maç rakibi biraz tanıma maçı oldu. Isınma maçı diyelim. Ondan sonraki maçlar harika bir şekilde çok güzel takım oyunlarıyla kazanıp bir üst tura çıkmayı başardık.
So we tried to not get too much disappointed after losing for the first match. And then we just thought about drafts more, and we just mentally was prepared, and we think that the first match was like kind of warm up for us.
Oh. Wow, but yeah. They're really prepared. Double translator right here, left and right.
Yeah.
That's great. But yes, this time you guys facing the stronghold of the Twin Towers, Min and Man. How did you guys manage to break their defenses?
Diyor ki Min ve Man'ın yani ikiz kuleleri nasıl devirebildiniz diyor. Bunda açıkçası en çok Alien'ın şeyi var. O daha çok bizi yönlendiriyor, nereye gideceğimizi söylüyor ve biz de ona uyarak güzel bir şekilde rotasyonumuzu atıyoruz.
So we have to give credits to Alien because he is giving too much like in-game communication and helps us to rotate and to bring our macro to better level.
Was Alien the one doing the calls? Does he do the calls?
Like it depends, but when it comes to macro calls and to rotation calls, generally for the team in overall, it's Alien, yes.
Alien?
Wow, Alien!
You're really out of this world. Good job. Now, we saw a major difference from game number 1 going to game number 2, which ultimately led your confidence and the momentum going to win the game. What changed in between? Because we also noticed you guys did a different strategy, and some of the analysts and the anchors are also calling it the Ubi strat.
Yes.
Who called that? What changed for that? Rosa?
So you asked that why we choose Ubi East strat?
Yeah, like there was a change in strategy. Who decided that?
I decided that.
You decided
Yes.
that. All right, let's give you the credit. Okay, what did you see there?
So I knew enemy going to pick assassin, and I knew SS is good versus assassins, but I should have banned Penny in first game.
Okay,
Yeah.
so he learns a lot about the enemy's drafting, so you can outdraft them. That's really great because, as we know, the player as well, they're growing really fast, especially Rosa. We know how he plays each game, he improved, but is there anyone that Rosa looked up in this Mobile Legends scene?
Let's hear your voice. I've been saying your name earlier. Go ahead, take the mic. Inspiration.
Yeah.
Your idol.
Oh my Venus.
Oh my Venus.
Oh. Is there anything that you can mention about Oh My Venus?
Yeah, why? Why Oh My Venus? What is the reason? Ooh. What is the
Of
reason?
things, I guess.
I
so.
think personality.
The personality. Did you get to meet Oh My Venus?
Yes.
And how was Oh My Venus for you?
So lovely person. He's so lovely person.
And that's right. Oh My Venus is very lovely. That's why we call Oh My Venus the queen once again. Congratulations. Incendio, Supremacy.
Yay! Thank you so much and good luck for the next battle against Team Falcon.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Incendio Supremacy will move on to the next round.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Clara, that was very exciting.
That's right. Finally, we got 3 games.
Finally.
On the lower bracket, Mara.
Finally, we went to game number 3. And that's what we want to see here, something really exciting, an even match. But you know what? We got another match coming. So for all the Malaysians out there, don't you worry, Team Todak is still playing.
Yes, the last contender for Malaysia, but they will face against the Valley from North America.
That's right. We got to talk to Mobazane yesterday. They're going to be facing the humble Mobazane this time around. But that's kind of scary. When Mobazane becomes humble, I feel like he has something up his sleeve. Perhaps they want to surprise their opponent later on, and we're going to find that out. It's going to be Todak versus the Valley. So don't go anywhere. Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship. We'll be right back.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Enjoy the fun together. Pamper your soul. Explore the natural wilderness. Satisfy your appetite. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
Gets taken out by who? Oh my, the Southern Valley are going to M4!
I'm Hoon, I'm mid lane for the Valley, and I'm ready. The most thing I like about my team is just how much they care about this whole M4 and then the game itself. The commitment from my team is just it's exceptional. I think the Valley is gonna have a hard time at first, but it's really up to how well we adapt to the Asian meta or teams that are coming to M4. The Valley definitely needs more work. It's not as organized as other teams with the organizations, but I think our team bonding is way greater because we all have like one goal, which is winning. that's what kept us together pretty much. My role in my team is I can pull the team from the negative vibes, because when the arguments gets too heated, everybody has their own opinion because everybody's a good player. We don't have a coach, so I think I can stay in the middle and then see what's the best for the team, and then just games in general. I really love game. I love playing game. I skip school to play games, so I think I'm just born to do this, I guess.
Oh, Mobas ain't able to pick up that Lord.
I think the best player in our team is Zane because his commitment to the game is way greater than others, and then he has many different experiences from different MOBAs, so he knows what he's doing. It doesn't really bother me that I left Gosu, and it was a really great experience. General basically made who I am right now. He really helped me a lot how to set up stream. He boosted my stream. He was basically made who I am. It's just to pursue my career, to pursue the win. I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me. There wasn't any drama, it's just the fans that made it into a drama, which I understand because I was in that team for 5 years almost. I created that team with him, and then we were really good friends, so they thought nothing would actually break us apart, but made the decision that fans didn't want. I think that's why it became a drama. I joined Valley because I thought we actually have a shot to go to M4 with the squad that we're trying to form. That's why I wanted to join. We're preparing M4 by first watching many games from other teams, from other regions, because I think it's the best to know the enemies first, then focus on ourselves. Our playstyle definitely needs improvement. Our communication is a big problem to improve too. But I feel great. I think we'll be just fine in M4. Just new experience, new environment. I'm excited. I want to say to the other players, they need to be ready, because they say I might not do well because I've never been there. I've never gone against the pros in Asia, but I can prove them wrong.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going. Hi, I'm Moba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready. I'm really excited to represent North America again, especially after M3 and seeing what we accomplished. You know, I feel like we could make something happen and perhaps even do better than M3. I think the whole world has gotten a lot stronger after M3, and I feel like that might have been because BTK kind of inspired the whole world. Coming from a not so popular region with no organization, it was just 5 friends. I think BTK did inspire a lot of the teams to really try and better themselves all across the world. I think North America might have even bigger tricks up its sleeves this time compared to what we did in M3. I think BTK disbanding might have been the only option because there were some issues that just could not be fixed and probably never would be fixed. Team issues, the roster. I think people got a bit more relaxed after M3 where they felt the taste of success, and it's really challenging to want to push yourself from 3rd to 1st, but I don't think that takes away from what an amazing and impactful team it was. You really couldn't have asked BTK to have done any more. It's just 5 friends in a looked down upon region, and we did the most for what we had for years and did very well. Personally, within the team, our goal was to reach top 4, and we did achieve that goal. But when you're that close, it is a bit hard to just get knocked out of 3rd place. Of course you want to win it all. And being that close and seeing that it is possible, It really makes me want to get the job done in M4.
Match point for the Valley. The Simpsons could be knocked out, and the Valley could go forth. Valley are going to M4!
The thing I like the most about the Valley is everyone in their role, respectively, is super strong. Pretty much the best player of their role in the whole United States. We haven't been together for too long, so I wouldn't really know what our really good strengths and weaknesses are. I think they might start to come into play the more we adapt as a team and get stronger. They would start to amplify, and you would really start to see specific strengths and specific weaknesses of the team. Ever since I joined the Valley, all I've been talking about is M4, M4, M4. So at the end of the day, that's really all that should matter to us at this point. I would say that I probably bring a good amount of work ethic to the team and also make everyone see the bigger picture.
Mobazane with the lethal double kill for Mobazane! Mobazane! What is this? He outplays a 1v4! And he's going for the Maniac! What is going on?
I think the best player in our team is Zane because his commitment to the game is way greater than others.
Mobazane, he wants it!
I can rely on him a lot. He definitely proves his worth. You know, I don't have to worry. If there's something wrong with Zane, there's gonna be something wrong with the team, you know?
Mobazane, this man, he is untouchable.
He's really competitive. Really, he's hungry to win.
MVP is going to go to Mobazane.
My God, the hype about Mobazane is just way too real, man.
What I'm really good at is map control and map awareness and rotations and looking for any advantage I can on the map. I can just find it pretty easy to end up controlling a game if the enemies make one slip up. To anybody who's been following me, BTK, the Valley, I really appreciate the support, and I'll do my best again in M4. I'm sure the teammates will, and I hope to surprise everyone again, just like we did in M3.
The sun seems to be shining brighter on the west side in day 3 of the M4 World Championship knockout stage. The Western representatives are on the rise as they dominated the lower bracket series. The first series of the day saw S11 Gaming take on RSGSG. It is unfortunate that the Singaporean representatives had to compete without the gold laner on stage. And RSGSG were eliminated by S11 in a convincing 2-0. The West continued to heat up in the series between Incendio Supremacy and MDH Esports. The Turkish delights were too sweet for the competition and left MDH Esports with 0 on the scoreboard. And they spelled the end of the road of MDH Esports. Is this deja vu? No. It's the Valley, dude. The North American representative came out guns blazing with polished teamfight and execution as they put out Vernex Flash Flame in this elimination match. However, the MENA representative fought hard with an unrelenting determination against Malvinas Gaming, forcing a comeback in both games and getting one series back for the East, Yala. Now we will be starting another day of elimination. Which 4 teams will be sent home and which 4 teams will continue their journey to greatness? Dare to be great.
What's up, everyone? Today we have a hero revamp many of you have been waiting for.
featuring Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower. The new Hanabi is more mature and confident in herself, as seen in her new intro animation, where she finally takes off her veil. Hero skills. Hanabi is a marksman that brings solid DPS and crowd control to a team and known for her bouncing pedal blades. Passive skill, Ninjutsu Pedal Barrage. That's right, Pedal Barrage is now Hanabi's new passive. With this adjustment, Hanabi's basic attacks and skills automatically create pedal blades on hit that bounce up to 4 times to nearby targets, while doing less damage per bounce. First skill, Ninjutsu Equinox. Hanabi's shield has been reworked into an active skill. The new Equinox shield now increases her movement and attack speed. Hanabi is still immune to control effects while the shield is active, but now dealing damage will increase the shield's health regardless of Hanabi's HP. Second skill, Ninjutsu Soul Scroll. Soul Scroll remains a skill shot that damages and slows enemies on hit, now with a new mechanic that marks enemies, causing them to take full damage from the next pedal blade bounce. Ultimate Forbidden Jutsu Higanbana. Hanabi's ultimate remains unchanged, damaging and immobilizing the first enemy hit. The revamped Hanabi retains her uniqueness without needing to stack her shield before a fight, and her pedal blades are now a more consistent source of damage. Her new shield mechanic improves her sustain mid-fight so she can stay in and on her targets. Pro tips. Use Equinox when you anticipate incoming CC and deal damage to keep it up. Don't panic if you get engaged on. Cast your shield and keep attacking. Line up enemies with Soul Scroll to cut their mobility while boosting your damage. And look to use Higanbana when the enemy is grouped up. Combo tips. When laning, use Soul Scroll to slow and mark enemies, so your next Pedal Blade bounce does full damage even if they're hiding in the back. In a 1v1, use your shield's new sustain to get the upper hand. In teamfights, land your second skill first to make the enemy easy targets for your ultimate and let your pedal blades go to town. Tactics. Since Hanabi's early game is rather weak, focus on farming, but not for the whole game, Hanabi mains. Poke the enemy in lane with basic attacks and her second skill. In the late game, use Hanabi's ultimate to engage and CC, and unleash your barrage of basic attacks and kunai to provide excellent sustained DPS for your team. We recommend this attack speed focused build to complement her reworked passive and first skill. Marksman Emblem further enhances her sustained DPS role, and Weakness Finder prevents her targets from escaping. Inspire is a natural choice to bolster both damage and survivability, thanks to her new shield. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp coming December 20th. She'll be 30% off the first week, along with her resplendent iris skin. Give the new Hanabi a whirl and tell us what you think. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp December 20th.
If you cannot
waste my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop, won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it off. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
They say that I finished what they wanted.
We are now back for more action on the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship. This time we will see the Valley from North America take on Todak of Malaysia. This early in the tournament, these two teams were ranked highly, but are now facing in the lower bracket. Only one will survive. Chiku guys can still go for any role, any hero, any lane. The unsuccessful misdirection cost them their series into putting them down to the lower bracket. Now they are tested again, one of the strongest teams in the West, the Valley. Basic got two Maniacs, one which was supposed to be a savage in one game as they bested the Cambodian representatives in their first match. The Valley are looking more like their prime like last year as they climb back up the road to the championship. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the analyst desk here again. I'm Naisu. Joined here with me is Trex and of course, Wolf. I feel like there's a lot of heat on you right now.
Definitely. I really can feel that in the backstage, but you know, really looking forward to the matches that we are having right now. It's the Valley, dude.
It's definitely the Valley. I'm questioning how these matches are going to go. Is it going to go the full way like what we just saw, or is it going to be a clean sweep? I feel like it could from either team.
Yeah, I mean, you guys make good points because the previous series was the first time we had 3 games, right? I mean, we were casting that, Wolf. It was quite the intense matchup. But now for this matchup, Todak, it's again a Malaysian team versus the Valley. Early encounter on the underground. What does that mean to you, Wolf?
Yeah, well, it's actually very weird to see because we know that Todak is an experienced team, if you think about it. But maybe they are the ones who has the early encounter to the underground. And underground meaning that's the Valley. They are building it up. Unfortunately for Todak, it's not going to be easy. You know that the Valley has been really good so far. And for Todak, it has not been that good in the upper brackets.
Yeah, I mean, this has definitely been the best show that we've seen from the Valley yesterday. Even Basic, one of the players that a lot of people doubted, came online along with Hoon. And I think a major part of that was not relying on him into that Eve role. He was able to pick up the Lilia, be aggressive in the early game, and bring them boys to the underground.
That's a good point, right? Because so far what we're seeing, at least even from earlier series today, so far in the knockout stages, drafts are crucial, obviously. I mean, a lot of people know that, how important that draft is. And I feel like at the same time, what we saw from the Valley earlier on was a little bit of a struggle, right? I mean, it looked like the synergy wasn't down, but yesterday was that refined version, I feel like, of the Valley, and that really stood out to me. And I mean, even taking a look at the talent prediction, let's see how the other talents around the world felt about it.
I mean, it's mostly to the hands of Todak so far.
Yeah.
We do have Pak and Juan and Swan?
You try your best.
Voting for the Valley, appreciate it. And then on the other side, now the Valley getting a couple more votes.
Yeah. This time it's almost even, and Butters actually just going for the Valley. That's actually surprising to me. Big shout outs to Butters from the PH stream. I'm not sure.
That's Trex.
Exactly.
He's voting for the Valley.
No, of course, and that's not much of a surprise to me. I wonder why they don't show my predictions in this
Yeah,
case.
who did you vote for?
I voted for Todak, by the way.
So
it's true. It's very true.
Okay, I mean, you're not public enemy #1 here, right?
I hope so. I hope so. I love Bakute. I love Nasi Lemak. I love Malaysia, bro.
You love Malaysia. Well, we're going to have to find out here because we are going to be throwing over to the casters and really see how this paints out between these two powerhouse teams. Crucial matchup here. Boys, take it away.
It's East versus West, with the last bastion of their regions making their final stand. Welcome, Mabuhay, at your service. My name is Leo, joined here by LaFell and Jays, and we're bringing you this best of 3 in the lower bracket. Fighting for tournament life, it's the Valley versus Todak. Gentlemen, I know it's been a long day. We're going to start talking about the matchup, but first, let me remind the good folks at home of the M4 Battle Night. It goes live this January 21st. Expect loads of events and rewards up for grabs in-game. First off, complete battle tasks in-game on January 21st to get that skin choice chest. You can choose the skin you like the most from the chest. Aside from that, you get that battle bonus awaits you on that same day. Play matches and you'll get the team star protection for 3 matches, double star raising points, double protection points, double EXP, and double BP for 5 matches. We're not stopping there. There's a free access for all heroes, and loads of epic skins will also be available for you that very day. Save the date, log into the game on January 21st, and enjoy the match and win tons of rewards. Let's all celebrate the M4 World Championships together, including all of our friends. Lofel, one Malaysian team already fell.
Oh, yeah.
What's it looking like for Todak?
Okay, so here's the thing. If I could request the camera, focus on me, have a zoom. Wolf, all friends. Our friendship depends on this game. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much, cameraman. I appreciate you.
Very strong words from our good friend Lofel. Jays, your thoughts, because again, this is the final time we might see either of these teams.
Well, final thoughts as well, same as Lofel. Basically, Wolf.
Y'all for Wolf?
Well, I mean, same thing as well. Like, SG and Malaysia, I think we have a personal
We're
benefit.
pals.
We're
We're
pals.
friends.
For now.
Oh, yeah,
a
for
truce.
now.
For now. And we're kind of...
Temporary alliance.
A temporary alliance. We're not happy with Wolf for now. No Bakute for you.
Is this the enemy of my enemy is my friend?
Exactly.
All right.
We would say that. Wolf, let's move forward, man. I'm getting pumped. I'm getting angry. Let's go.
Locally, this is what they call sirumpun, right?
Yes.
I'm learning a lot.
Stay at the analyst, please.
Oh, wow. Slowly but surely, this match is heating up, and it's going to get to a fever pitch later on, and we're expecting a long bout here. Let's welcome the teams and get familiar with their starting lineup. The main 5 coming in from both squads. The Valley, we can expect to see the same faces, but for Todak, Lofel, how often do we see this formation?
Honestly, this is the formation that they have used during MPL Season 10, where in this lineup, Moon is actually not playing, so Form is coming in, being the EXP, so Momo has to go back to the goal.
Yeah, but to be honest with you, we're going to look at the Valley as well. This is the best 5 as well. Todak going in, changing up the rotation a little bit, but the Valley, they're going to stick to their blazing guns.
It's what we expect, and they're getting better every time they go on stage. Here you see them getting hyped up. Coach Balut, you feel the energy, and they're walking in like they own the place, because by the end of this tournament, they might as well.
Hey, here's the thing. We got to put certain things in mind. Basic, 4 Maniacs, White Chicken, an absolute menace, and Mobazane moving everyone around the map.
Oh, you feel the energy, the confidence. Jays, they're looking better now.
They're looking better now, and ladies and gentlemen, extremely excited. Everyone is literally cheering the Valley dude, hailing all the way from America.
I can't believe it took us for a while, that long, to say the Valley dude, because Tennis Indoor Sinayan, make some noise for the boys from North America. On stage, give it up for the Valley.
I was kind of low-key expecting that dude behind, especially after when you cheered up the
Always.
Valley. But of course, these are the best 5 from the West. In my opinion, Mobazane has outperformed himself, proving everybody wrong in the world stage in the previous M3. But at the same time, from the other M series, we also have Todak doing their own specific cheers in their player room.
Hey, here's the thing, man. You got to go inside the game with a positive mindset. You have to feel strong to be strong. You have to charge forward for you to get that victory. And that is why, Toda, this is their mentality. This is their Viking way. Toda Langar.
Exactly, they need to langar with everything. Point their swordfish, that pointy was needs to go in first, and they need to langar hard.
And they have to langar through possibly their hardest and most difficult opponent yet. They're fighting for Tournament Life, making their way on stage. Let's show some love for the only Malaysian squad left in M4. As they walk on stage, let's hear a good langar for Todak.
Toda right now, 4 mains coming in with Todak flag. He is going to be subbed in to go up against the Valley. Whether this choice pans out well or not, we will definitely see, because interesting thing, when 4 mains is in, when Chiku is in mid, this opens up the draft, because Chiku, he has an infinite way to play the mid.
No doubt, I'm with you there. Referee making sure that the coaches are also on the same page. Coach Balut for the Valley, Coach Azim and Coach Amux for Todak, which is something that we have to discuss because I had a few words with Coach Balut over lunch today, and he said as soon as they went on stage for the knockouts, their draft is just so much clearer, so much cleaner.
Yes, exactly. The Valley has performed outstandingly, even in the lower brackets, actually keeping this particular slot. And I think the most important thing, this is do or die, like what Checks like to say. But on the other hand, Todak on the other hand, you know, personally, as I watch MPL Malaysia, personally, it's super hard to analyze their game.
Well, here's a quick way to analyze their game. Look at the team head-to-head. Again, this is as an overall squad. The win rate for the Valley spiked up about 10% given their performance here in the knockout stage. But there is one thing they're lacking. Average kills, Todak, they like the blood.
Yeah, but again, looking at the numbers, 11.2 against 16.2 is not that big of a difference. So yes, Todak likes to get a lot of kills, but look at this. Lord control rate for the Valley, 50%. For Todak, 21.1. When you look at the turret control rate, 66.7 for Todak and 60 for the Valley. What does this show us? Turret control for Todak, they do well in early as well as the mid stages of the game. But when we transition to the late, they're not doing so well. When you compare to the Valley, they have a very steady roll from 60% all the way to 50% for the Lord control rate. So they're very, I would say, controlled. They are, compared to Todak, by the time late game, a lot of things happen that is very weird.
And here's where you see the experience from Moba Zane, the de facto leader of the Valley. Him going up against Rival, who was a rookie, who was the new addition to this M-Series all-timer squad. You can see the difference. Is that going to play a role here, Jace?
I think personally, you saw that. I think Todak cannot afford to go to the later parts of the game when, you know, the stamina goes a little bit tiring because don't forget, Todak's strength is chaos. Their main goal is to make sure that you can't predict, you don't know what I'm doing because I don't know what I'm doing and I'm gonna make you don't know what I'm doing.
There's some sense there, there's some logic there, and that's what put Todak here, right now, tonight in Jakarta, performing out of their minds for everyone out there, all the fans. Count me in. They won my heart, and let's see whose hearts they have on their side here tonight. Latam, there's an interesting spike there. I mean, West for West, right?
Excuse me, the Malaysian squad, who's that 12%?
Who?
Who is that 12%? Tell me who's this 12. I need to know for scientific reasons.
On up now, Malaysians, but of course, going to the other page, I think it's almost an equal split all throughout the world. But thank you very much, Cambodia, for supporting the Malaysian team. I feel like this is also one of the matches that to look forward to, especially for M4 in the lower bracket, because like what you guys established, right? This is perhaps the hardest game for Todak. Same could be said over to the side of the Valley. They need to gain a foothold early game to prevent Todak from snowballing in early game. Todak, on the other hand, chaos hopefully is their weapon, but sometimes it's also their bane.
Gotten word that the draft will begin very, very soon. LaFell, what are heroes to look out for? What can the Valley use to take advantage of that possible late game spike? Or what can Todak pick out in that first phase that can just suddenly lock him in for a quick snowball end?
For the Valley, I'm definitely looking at Lolita as well as the carry because basically got two main accessories as well as Superstar. He seems like even if there's other options, he really would just rather get that Lolita just because the setup is so good, as well as it helps him get a lot of control in the early stage of the game because Lolita is one of those heroes that is very, very reliable. So having a reliable hero going up against Todak is probably the best idea. And for Todak, I'm looking at Formies because he is subbed in for a reason. I want to see the heroes that he's using because he's always performs the best when he has heroes like the Benedetta as well as the Yuzong.
And seeing Forme's energy, leading the pack, walking on stage, you know that he came to play. Here we go, mere seconds into the draft. Your teams are about to compete. There's no turning back. This is game one in a best of three. Once more for tournament life. Todak going up against the Valley. The former on the blue side on the play with the Valley answering back. There goes the Glue, the Eve, the Lolita. As mentioned by you, LaFell, and the Valley bans out the Fanny and the 1-1.
Yeah, it's just kind of brainless kind of ban, right? It's not say brainless. I would say this is a no question asked. just take away that Super Shark's leader, take away the Eve from the side of Hoon as well, making sure the Valley is uncomfortable, and then drop an uncomfortable draft for themselves, and then be unpredictable, and let's just fight it down to the mechanics.
Right now, since Todak, they are the first pick, I want to see whether the Valley, they will ban out the Kajao, the carry, or let both through, because both those heroes are very good for both teams. So if Kaja is let through for Todak, then they could really set the pace of the match. If they have a carry, then it's just drive around the carry. Make sure that Momo, because again, we're expecting Momo to go to the gold lane to really set the tempo. So this is a very good spot for you to pick up the carry.
Yep, and if you do get the carry, I think the Valley, that answers one of their main fears last night in that post-match interview. No! They spoke about how scared they are of Hilda, and now they have to no longer worry about that. The counter to the Hilda, right? The peel, no longer there. First pick for Todak, the carry. The answer, though, the Joy, who no longer now has 100% appearance in M4. How are you feeling about this Joy first pick?
Personally, I feel like the Joy, especially after watching the previous series, I don't see the massive impact that Joy could actually output. Yes, she's super annoying. Yes, she could dish and dash around you. She's super hard to catch, but she doesn't really do any damage. She also doesn't peel as well as at the same time. You can't really split push. You can't really jump from one point to the map to another. But also another big question is, Joy is flexible. And speaking about flexibility, the Valentina comes into play for the Valley.
I agree with you saying how Joy is flexible, because a lot of people are still debating whether Joy should go to the jungle or the EXP, because with the Vengeance, Joy is actually quite a troublesome hero to deal with, because 57% win rate is not the worst win rate to have, but also not the best. But we're talking about Todak going up against the Valley, so having Joy is a very chaotic kind of hero, so I kind of feel like this kind of works out for them to go up against Todak, because Todak, at their best, they're very good at coordinating who should they shut down first. So having the Joy there, kind of like disrupting their tempo, might be good.
Yep, and going into the second phase, that's a lot of damage locked in by Todak already, the Lapu-Lapu and the Hayabusa. So it's clear what Todak's plan is, and there you go. I think with this pick, the Fredrin on the Valley, they might as well have said, you know what, this is a straight XP lane pick, Joy, right?
Yep, agreed.
Yeah, I feel like the Fedrin definitely should go into the jungle. The amount, the taunt that you can do, especially when Hayabusa exits from the shadow kill, if you time it just right, you can catch Hayabusa off guard, and by the time the taunt finishes, your shadow kill has already, your quad shadows are already expired. You don't have a backdoor all the way out.
I'm really looking at what kind of hero can Yusuke use, because if he uses a hero that has a very big ult, it's gonna really detriment them, because the fact that the Valentina is there, it's very problematic. Hilda is quite good going up against the Valentina, but has been banned out. So really, I'm looking at a hero. And here, Basic, his M4 stats, Basic's Bloodbath, the only player that got 2 Maniacs in M4 World Championship. But I gotta say, Chico had 1.
So that's big questions, right? I mean, yeah, that's half of what Basic has. 2 questions raised immediately, right? What's Yumski gonna play, and what's Basic gonna play? How is he going to get to that point wherein he's breaking his own record, or maybe possibly 3 Maniacs, or maybe even a Savage at M4? So now with that Claude ban, it looks like Coach Amux and Coach Azim know that they have to protect themselves from this prime level of Basic. There goes the Kadira. One more. Is this going to be a gold lane ban?
I feel like it's definitely going to be a gold lane ban. Basic with super bloodthirsty, already 2 Maniacs. You don't want to give something that's meta, right? You want to cut down as many marksmen as possible, but no, instead, Todak focusing on the Mathilda ban.
This is kind of weird, because I was kind of expecting for like a Beatrix, because right now, looking at the draft from the Valley, they have a lot of magic damage. So Harif is a good pick, but overloading with magic is kind of easy to itemize again. So I'm really looking at some kind of physical damage dealer from the gold lane. So I'm thinking of Beatrix, but it looks like perhaps they want the Beatrix to go through. Maybe it's kind of a bait by banning out the Matilda, because Matilda could be something good against Todak's draft, but I can't see it right now.
Yeah, the Matilda actually opens up and allows for the mobility on the Valley, and Todak doesn't want that. I think Todak just wants to take it to their face and make sure that when they make an engagement, it sticks. The swing back, though, on the first pick after the second phase began, the Kufra. So they're looking to stop this Hayabusa, looking to stop that Lapu Lapu, and then they're leaving basic open, so they're protecting their gold lane.
Yeah, so it's all about minimizing the amount of dashes that Todak can output right now. But with the Kufra going in, there is also the potential carry tank shredding the Kufra very quickly as it's in the air. So I think Todak, not only just the fact that, yes, I need to be careful and open up the map as much as possible, I need to pack some Purify in. Now, about opening up the map, I was thinking about, you know, something like a Toe, but no, it's going to be a Ruby, and the Faramir is locked in for Todak.
With this kind of draft, Todak really wants to fight a lot, so they really want to be chaotic, they want to start everything early, because this is going to be very interesting for Chico guys to be using the Faramids, because in their own MPL, Yumski is a crazy Faramids because he always got those crazy engages, crazy catches. So now, having them both being an engaged type hero, I want to see how they can control, especially in the river as well as the jungle side of things. Because looking at the Valley, they're quite tanky, I would say, with the Joy, with the Fredrin, with the Kufra. So if they do want to establish an attack, I want to see whether they're really going to be hoping for Hayabusa to deal the most amount of damage, or actually fight around the carry and give more space towards the carry.
I think apart from the carry conversation as well, I think the Valentina going in front beside the Valley, you've got big ultimates from Todak. Two, in fact, the Ruby and also the Faramis. And these two, well, it all boils down to how Hoon actually pilots that Valentina. These game-changing ultimates could, in fact, benefit the Valley more than Todak.
Truth be told, going into this draft, I am worried for both teams because they have very small box control.
Correct.
When team fights happen, you have to find a better re-engage because look, your tanks, they come in and it's very honest. You have that jump from the Kufra, you have the pull from the Ruby, and then you both technically have a cult altar.
Yeah.
So with that being said, it really comes down to who finds you first and who has the better angle.
Looking at this game, I want to see the first 3 minutes. I kind of feel like that will dictate how everything is going to shape up. I want to see if Joy can actually control the EXP lane. We are expecting that Joy will go to the EXP. And Hayabusa, I gotta say, looking at Team Hot, it didn't look well. I hope I see a different Hayabusa here with Rival piloting the Hayabusa.
Here we go, game number 1 in a best of 3. It's Todak versus the Valley.
Right off the bat right here, you can see both these two teams already clashing. It's going to be Mohamed Zain starting at the purple, Rival starting at the orange. I think the second thing that both these two teams will be looking at is to go for that Lethal Wanderer control.
Yeah, it looks like both teams are playing slightly slow here, so no invades going for either teams. So we got to look at right now in terms of the lane as well. Looks like there's no Roja going on. The EXP laners are going to the EXP, the gold laners are going towards the gold. So both teams, I kind of feel like, because this is a best of 3, they want to see the kind of temperament that both sides have. Do they want to play a little bit more aggressive, or do they want to be a little bit more passive?
Which explains how, again, both teams let go of the whole box concept or range when going into this first game. Now Rival, just peeks.
Very sneaky. It's like, you know, a ghost in the room as well, just trying to peek what the Valley is doing for now.
Very good map control for Todak, and it's just now that the Valley had a little bit of control from the top, and I don't know if this is a surprise to you, Lafel, the Joy is actually winning against the Lapu.
Semi not surprised, because in the early stages of the game, you do have to understand that the Lapu Lapu kind of needs his level 4. He's good at poking around with his passive, but the thing is, because Joy is moving so much, it's hard for him to actually hit his first kill directly onto Joy. So I kind of feel like right now, White Chicken with a lot of mobility is really confusing for me.
Yep, look at this presence from Todak down in the bottom lane. They know how important basic is, and they know the mid-game spike that the Brody can get. And Shark!
Supercharge charging it up with the hunting ball as well. Rival will be able to just walk on away. Basic, no engage, it doesn't stick.
Yeah, because in that kind of situation, Rival could not know that the Kufra is there because of the changes of how the bush mechanic works with a lot of disengaged heroes. Formace is quite deep into the Valley's territory.
Oh, Supercharge charges, but he charges all the way as well. Yumski will be hooked. Hoon will be the one against Hoon, and Rival picks up the first blood for now. The fight ensues. Rival will be jumping all the way back. Mohamed Zain going in with the ultimate, but will not be able to connect for now. It's going to be Cult Archer activating, but Rival will be having the turtle control.
Todak, the Malaysians claiming this territory early on. Not much for White Chicken to do. He has spent his ult, so he unlocked it, giving Todak a clear and free turtle. in about 30 seconds after the turtle spawned.
Yeah, and that is because Formace was able to dictate the pace because he went into the Valley territory, actually forcing everyone to go towards him. And right now, Todak is in the third for the highest average total kills at 1.7 in M4. And it's not really that surprising because they're really focusing on this early and mid stage of the game. So the Valley, they're still in a good situation because the difference in goal is only 400. It really doesn't make that big of a difference.
Now, this is going into the 3-minute mark, right, LaFell? Looking at the state of the map right here, Todak has already picked up the first turtle and also a bit of a goal lead, but not too far.
With 200 on the map, the Valley knows that that was a hard first engage. This is where Todak is strong, and that turtle really just wasn't ours. So they're waiting for Basic to come online, for Basic to build a little bit more. The power spike, Shark gets pulled.
Shark gets pulled, the Super Shark will activate out the flicker to over the wall, but it's going to be not going to be able to stick. The Cult Arthur prove it so difficult for Todak to handle.
So I hate to say it, but I think I was right when I said no box gaming for both teams, and Todak is just finding the better and earlier and more decisive engages.
Yeah, right now I'm looking at the laning stage as well. Momo is actually trying to put Basic at a deficit because Yumski as well as Rival, they are waiting here, but the Valley kind of seems like they know what's up.
Yeah, it feels like a party at the bottom lane. It's going to be Super Shark engages. Basic jumping up, but here comes the Cult Arthur from the side of Todak at the same time. Super Shark will be bouncing out, but will not be able to do anything for now. Both these two teams, they can't find a single kill.
Okay, with that kind of engage and disengage, we're looking for a potential clapback. The Valley just not ready for it, not right now.
Oh, here we go. The Shadow Kill going in at the same time, but Super Shark will be there to bouncing. But Rival will be able to get out. Yumski going through the purple box. Well, they're stalling the whole thingy. Will be able to get all the way, but Hoon terrifies him, and Yumski figures out the I'm a Venom will be able to miss. White Chico Gun looking for more, but he'll be trying by Chico Guys at the same time. Formace will be trying to put out some damage, but members of Todak is running away. Chico Guys 1 HP, but will not be able to survive. White Chicken activate the Vengeance, but will also fall as well. It's a trade.
Oh, another one falls. An expanded and extended team fight. All this while, the Valley was just using that to buy time. They get the second turtle.
Yeah, looking at this, it could be a game where we're looking at whoever pulls the trigger first, because the way that you got to go in and out of the team fights, you got to micromanage all of the timings, the ults, the spells, because looking at the itemization right now, Joy already has that Genius 1, so a prolonged team fight will be pretty good for the Valley because quite a lot of magic damage is on their side. Rival here, having the Hunter Strike is great, is good, but I don't think the Valley, anyone will be really alone, so he can't really maximize the power of the Hayabusa.
Yeah, even if White Chicken does go a little too deep, you can already see that White Chicken's building hybrid. And I guess this is the best kind of Joy we'll ever see in M4. At least that's my personal opinion.
Yeah, I totally agree, right? Remember, we talked about Joy. We're not too sure where she should go. Even there's a lot of debates online. And I feel like White Chicken is using this Joy to the best of what she can do, right? Pop the Vengeance, find a pick up at the back line, be super annoying, and then, cause some chaos at the chaos.
All right, so far, it looks like the Valley has found their aggressive streak.
White Chicken, though.
Given an 800, 1K gold lead here in the mid-game 6 minutes, I'm thinking possibly just one more turtle before I start seeing Lord. And all this time, what this is buying for the Valley is time and space for Basic.
Yeah, right now Basic is looking pretty good because we got to remember that the Brody is pretty strong in terms of burst damage and has been buffed up recently in the previous patch. So people are like, oh, maybe he's not that strong mid-game, late game. No, not really. Brody right now is actually a monster. So if he can wait out for Chico Guys to use his ult, then Basic will pop off in this game.
I feel like what the Valley is trying to do right here is, right, I don't think they're looking for the kills. They're just trying to scare off Todak, make sure they don't engage, use Brody, use the Basic to basically push down the turrets very slow. Look at the bottom side. It's really hurting for the side of Todak, but Super Shark charges. Yumski tries to spin. Super Shark actually catches. Yumski all the way at the back line, but Chico Guys activate Call Arthur. Both sides activated Call Arthur as well. It's going to be the battle of the sustain and both sides, but Momo, he's actually free hitting. Basic jumping and Chico Guys drag 4-5 members. It is a disaster over the side of the Valley. And Rival is still alive as well, trying to output some damage, but the sustainability coming up in the Valley is still there. But Rival, the assassin, oh my goodness, he's still going at it as well. White Chicken buying some time, but the damage is down. 3 men goes down for the Valley.
White Chicken still trying. It's Formace and Rival. 2v1. White Chicken still gets it, shutting down the rookie jungler. And all this time I was gonna say, Formace fashionably late, but not enough time to kill White Chicken.
Well, looks like the joy with the vengeance is the answer.
That's
but
right.
I gotta say, this is a good style for both teams because whether it's a good decision or not, if someone says goes in, everyone goes in, and that's what we see from Todak because it was quite an over-aggression because Momo, he flickered in trying to get those kills, but he put himself in a very, very tough spot where he received a lot of damage from the Valley. So I like this level of play. I like this level of trust, but they gotta make sure that the right calls are being made.
Yep, slowly we are seeing how that head-to-head graph came to be. We're seeing now how the Valley can come back, find these angles, and again, take control of the mid game. There you go, that last turtle went over to the Valley. You see that Basic has built his Malefic Roar. So as soon as he gets like at least 2 stacks on somebody, someone's going down.
Yeah, I really don't think this is a really good fight from the side of Todak. They're just trying to put some pressure on the top side. Mobazane is already here. You know, just shoving them away. Need to protect Fried Chicken as much as possible. He's doing quite well as well. Try to put the attention more towards the EXP lane so that the Brody does have better farm, trying to push down these turrets.
Right now, it looks like Todak's idea is they're trying to get any kind of objective because that's the way that they could equalize the goal because if they try to fight, it's really not going to happen. So they're trying to stall it out, try to see whether they can actually get this top turret. If they can't, they're kind of in trouble because this gives a lot of time for the Valley to set up something anywhere else.
Oh, Super Shark. It is going to be Rival, the first victim. Shadow kill all the way in and giving away the turret in the mid lane. So much map control for the Valley now.
Oh no, they're gonna answer. They're gonna
Another
find
one.
Yumski.
Yumski will be the flicker will be coming at the same time. That is one flicker burn from the side of Todak.
All right, so what we saw there was Todak setting up a huge top lane siege, but the Valley being maybe a step and a half ahead. They pushed mid, they caught Rival, and then a false engage onto Yumski, but they forced the flicker, so I'm guessing that's a big win for the Valley.
They had information because Mobazane was up there as well, so he assumed, okay, I just saw them top side. I don't see them again, so most probably they're gonna stay there. We could set up something in mid. So that's what happened. They saw what was there, and they made a very good assumption that they're not gonna move. So that's just calculated aggression.
Oh,
is that a purple?
He did!
That's the purple buff stolen by Mobazane, and
Grab
that's
that purple!
the biggest problem. If you have your mid lane cracked open, but now the Lord has spawned. This is the first Lord. Don't forget, Todak doesn't really have a good Lord control.
Oh no, 2K ahead, and you can assume that a lot of that is on Basic, and a lot of that is on Fried Chicken, and he's rocking that mystery shop. So best believe he's making the most of that gold more than 4 maze. 10% is gonna go a long way, especially for a team that likes that mid-game power spike 10 minutes in, and it's very difficult to find a way for Todak to get in there. We're looking at least all ults being online and looking for that engage. Who's gonna get in first?
My goodness me, Mobazane already chunked down the Third Lord, already half HP, but look at Fried Chicken, look at him go. He's looking for the pickup right here, but he's gonna get stunned right now by Mobazane. At the same time, Fried Chicken fought so much time for the Lord to be taken away by the Valley as the Valley collapse on top of Todak. 3 members has already gone down, 4 mates, and also fighting for dear life, but would not be able to survive. Rival, the only one left.
Super Shark, man, he set it up so well as well. Since everyone is so clumped up together, there is no way this Hayabusa could work. So right now, Todak, they're really losing up the engages on Super Shark. He's really shut him down hard.
And now they're making their way into the base. That shield pop.
Chico
guys forced to use the cult altar early.
Too early and too late at the same time. Yosuke will be dragging it now. Look at the damage from Momo. Will not be able to connect. Basic still all the way back by the Hood coming in with the call out of his own. And Rival gets knocked up in the air at the same time. It is going to be Momo trying to output some damage on the backside, but will not be able to connect for now. Formace will be able to take down one self for now. As Hood will be taking down Chico. The stun going in. Formace, what are you going to do against Mobazane?
A show of sportsmanship between Zane and Formaze. I love how much this young man has grown from North America. We used to know him as these marksman junglers, as the assassin junglers, and now look him. He's playing Fredrin.
I mean, both of them know you're not gonna die, I'm not gonna die. Might as well show the world that we still love each other. So that was a very good defense. So the way that I'm seeing how it's gonna be played out is you gotta look at Hoon, which ult does he take, as well as you gotta look at Yumski. In this, look at his replay, look at Yumski. He's the only one that could reliably stop Super Shark. He can buy 0.5 seconds for Todak. That is what Todak needs, that 0.5 seconds. If he is nowhere near the engagement of Super Shark, the team fight is going over to the Valley.
And because of that swing, there is a huge gold lead now for the Valley, approaching 8,000 gold. And what does that look like in terms of items?
Looking at Brody right now, he only has 2 offensive items. The rest is defensive because he understands my role is actually to survive as long as I can. Right now, I can still play.
Going in, Momo look Rona, Yumski will be trying to delay some time. One more square, the battle Todak, but Yumski is taking a little too much damage from the side of basic. Momo Zane already looking for the Chico guys to kill at the same time, but look at White Chicken, he's in like so much time against Momo. Four mates will be trying to fighting out the car, also going in, the Shadow Kill activated by the Todak as well, but will not be able to buy enough time.
Peter Bryce, what do you have for breakfast? I want some. This Brody knows what he's doing. It's a throwback to M2 Carl Teasy, winning that world championship, building the marksman this way. They're going to clear this wave, and they're going to take their time. Discipline is the call here, 13 minutes in.
Right now, I kind of feel like Todak, if they really want to take a fight, they kind of got to take it in a very open space because closed spaces is very good for a Kufra. So inside your base, around the river, not inside the jungle. If they do want to fight, don't fight in the jungle. I know how strong Ruby is in the jungle as well, having AoE control. But at this point, you got to respect Super Shark. Pick your fights at the right location. With this current location, it's not good for Todak. So they got to keep this in mind in their next fight.
And the same can be said about the Lapu-Lapu as well. If you're in those tight corners, those alleys, it's kind of hard for Formaze to predict where to land the bravest fighter and all the following skills. So that again allows White Chicken to just go roughshod straight into the back line. Now this Lord, it's as free as it gets. All right, gratis as they say here in Indonesia, giving them what, a close to 10k goal lead.
You're looking at a state of devastation. There's nothing that Todak could do. No contest, no nothing at all. Todak would need to lie flat at their base and just basically watch the animation there. The Lord has been taken down, given over the side of the valley, and this could be the very last push.
This is one last option that they can have, and that is don't care about your friends. If your friends die, let them die. Just move around the map. You have a Hayabusa because look at how the Valley's playing. They play together. So if they're playing together, 1 or 2 lanes is going to be open. So try to attack those lanes.
Would you prefer that it be Rival or Formaze who does that? Because it's only one of them.
No, both. Do both. Trust that Yumski, Chiku guys, and Momo can protect their own base.
Just Delta split.
Just Delta split. If you're going to lose anyways.
No, not like this.
Not like this, Falafel, not like this. The conceal play going in. The Lord is already rampaging all across the base for now. Bottom side has already been destroyed by the side of the valley. It's up to Todak to try to defend. No one is committed anything for now. It's going to be Superstar charging at the same time. Look at the defense coming up from Todak at the same time. White Chicken going on the back line. Momo will be able to do some damage. The Lord is still getting chunked down by the side of Todak. Nice defense, question mark, but that will be it. But Yomski, he goes in. The co-hosts are going to be activated. He's going to be a full fast battle in the bloodbath happening in the base of Todak as the valley will slowly make its way to the core. And they are not going to stop there. They are not going to go down without a fight as they will be chunking down on the core for their sweet victory.
The Langar has been quelled for now. Game 1 goes over to the Valley.
Yeah, looking at that, I kind of feel like Todak, they gotta look at Super Shark and they gotta look at the drop in terms of White Chicken's potential, because I've been talking about White Chicken as well, that it kind of looks like he doesn't care what kind of hero he gets. He will always make sure that he wins the lane. So maybe in the upcoming draft, you gotta really make sure whatever hero Formaze picks up, you gotta use a hero that he can for sure win the lane, win the game.
And so far, the laning phase lasted maybe 3 or 4 minutes, and that's what you said, LaFell, right? Let's watch the first 3 minutes, see what happens. And Todak showed signs of life, showed that, hey, in the early game, our advantage is real, but that window of time wherein they found these false engages in the bottom lane just gave too much time to basic. More on that later. Let me remind you folks at home first about the M4 Pass. It's available now. Complete all active tasks and you will reach level 75 at ease and for free. Log in now to get exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser and Beatrix Stellar Brilliant Skins, and of course the M4 Beatrix figurine. They're all waiting for you in said pass. Use the hashtags Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBBM4, and hashtag Dare to Be Great when you're talking about it on social media. It's this figure right here, all right? So, with that being said, it's a 3-game series. We're gonna go ahead and throw it over to our analysts to break down this game. Fellas, What did you see? Talk to us, all right? It's going to be Trex, Naisu, and Wolf. I'm sure you have words for Wolf. Hey, put it down, put it down, put it down. Boys.
It's the Valley, dude. They take game number 1 here. And Trex, how you feeling, man?
Yes.
Wolf.
I'm scared for my life, number 1. But kidding aside, that was an amazing match. I think that there was so much hype in the crowd that they got really, everybody get riled up because of how great the team fights were. Unfortunately, it was in the expense of Todak.
Well, it's still a best of 3, right? And I gotta say, even with the game highlight, the rookie XP laner outplaying Todak here, the Valley securing game 1, and we debated about that Joy pick. I asked you earlier, where do you think it works best? Yeah. Is that proof right there?
Definitely proof. I think that this is the reason why you pick up the Joy. A lot of sustain, a lot of map presence. You saw how much space he was able to make for his team, and he never really loses a matchup. Because when you saw the XP lane was heavily sided on Fried Chicken.
Well, you've seen the Valley, their journey, right? Is this a different Fried Chicken? We've seen him making quite a few plays so far up to this point.
Quick statement. I know everyone feels that Fried Chicken is a gold laner because of M3, but the reality is, for years, he has been an EXP laner, and it's something I've been talking about for a while. Just wait till he brings the EXP lane here, and we're seeing it from yesterday with the Esmeralda to today with the Joy. He's got a lot of pocket picks.
Well, taking a look at the items here for this game number 1, 7 to 19 here was just under 16 minutes. And I gotta say, if you look across the board for the Valley, specifically Trex, all of them played their part, but specifically even Super Shark, right? Let's talk about Super Shark and this Kufra pick.
I think it was clutch, and I think this is what we've wanted to see with Super Shark. Also, picking up that immortality towards more of the late game gives him even more courage to dive in, right? And you're scared of that carry. You're scared a little bit of getting shredded down, and that was his answer.
Yeah, so many stellar plays coming from the Valley, but I do wanna add more points to how clutch Super Shark was during this game, because Todak really got the early stages going on. And Chico guys he's winning the fights, they're getting the turtle. There was one time they went to invade the purple buff of MOBA Zane, but that was when Super Shark was very clutch. He landed the stun from the lizard bush into the purple buff bush and was able to punish Chico rival because of that. And that was the start of the momentum of the Valley. They're finding big openings against the core members of Todak.
And not only that too, but a lot of this started with MOBA Zane. He's picking up this Fredra, and quite often it's either, let's say, the Fredra and the Barretts, those utility junglers, and he secures those objectives, especially the turtles early on, and it helps snowball the Valley here. Trex, that's a huge component to their success.
Another huge component is look at the team fight participation. Everyone is working equally, and this was another thing that they had trouble with: synergy, shot calling, these types of things. And right now, they're working at their prime as a unit.
Yeah, and just the opposite can be said about Team Todak. Their side laners, Formace as well as Momo, they're not activated as much. For looking at the Valley, they activated everyone. For Todak, they had to wait for their timings. Unfortunately, the timing didn't come because of the stumble that they had when they tried to invade MOBA Zane's purple buff.
And I gotta ask you, we've seen the Faramis pop up a lot of times. Do you think this was a weak link to the composition for Todak here? Was it really a good choice to run with this Faramis pick?
Well, if you think about the Faramis, like a few patches ago, you would argue that it's a very strong hero when it comes to team fighting in the early stages. For now, that isn't the case anymore. There is no shred coming out from Team Todak. They have Lapu-Lapu as well as the carry. They need to farm. And even the Hayabusa needs a lot of farm before it's activated. So to answer your question, yes, I think the Faramis choice was more of a weak link than it is a strong one.
Especially after the Valentina, right?
Exactly,
if they would have maybe picked it earlier, banned out the Valentina, yes, it could have been clean, but hold up, the MVP, Super Shark, 84% KP, a beautiful item build, and didn't even have to max out. They cleaned up the game very quickly, and I think just 2-1 of 14.
Again, I think Kufra, especially with the changes with not being able to hear him in the bush charge up, right? so far what we've seen, I mean, we saw this from Maro, I believe, yesterday too, and just making massive plays. So I feel like more so as we get further into the knockout stages, Kufra specifically is going to be a highly contested hero here, especially with games like this.
And Super Shark is known for wonderful plays with setup kind of tanks as the roamer for set of the Valley, and if they keep on doing this, if they keep on finding good initiation type of tanks for Super Shark, I think the Valley is going to go all the way if they find this kind of comfort.
Yeah, I mean, he went from missing almost every single Numenon blast in the group stage to landing a whole lot of Tyrant's Rage. So definitely stepping up his game here.
Well, it's kind of like they practiced their mind out in the days that they were preparing for
their
this.
minds out.
But, you know, again, jokes aside here, specifically, again, you can look down the line for the Valley specifically, everybody pulling their weight here, and having this momentum from this game, starting off the right foot, is going to be massive for them. And still, speaking about Super Shark here specifically, the heat map, right? I mean, Wolf, what stands out to you the most here?
Yeah, that is the gold lane focus coming out from Super Shark. Then eventually went back to the purple buff. So if you're going to see the heat map reset, you're going to see the pattern of where he went. So going for the mid lane and then gold lane, going back to the purple buff. That is when they found a big opening against a rival. Then eventually back to the gold lane once again. You know the focus of Super Shark. They want to activate the Brody as early as possible, as you also want to activate the Fredrin. So everybody's just working together. This early game composition coming up from the Valley really turned out to be well for their team.
You know, there's one other thing to notice. In that first 5 minutes, he did not go towards a turtle, and that was when it was almost a little shaky. That first turtle fight, he uses the Tyrant's Rage and goes away from the turtle. And it just, at that I'm like, oh, this could be bad. But in the end, the focus toward the gold lane is definitely something that helped carry them.
There were so many like highlight moments, like in the mid game where we saw, like in the mid lane, I mean, where he was able to find big openings, and even better as the game progressed. It was wonderful to watch.
Well, I mean, we're going to have to find out more because we're getting ready for the next game here. Lafel, Leo, Jays, take it away. Have fun with this one.
Joseph, because you asked so nicely, we will. At your service, my name is Leo, this is Lafel, and that's Jays, and we're back setting up for game number 2. It's match point for the Valley, do or die for the last Malaysian squad left. Reminding everyone at home about the M4 Pass. It's available now. Complete all active tasks and you will reach level 75 at ease and for free. Log in now and get exclusive rewards such as the Beatrix Light Chaser and Stellar Brilliance skins and the M4 Beatrix figurine. They're all inside the pass waiting for you. Use the hashtags Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBBM4, and hashtag Dare to Be Great. The Battle Night for M4 also goes live this January 21st. Expect loads of events and rewards up for grabs in game. First off, complete those battle tasks in the game on January 21st and you get a skin choice chest. You can choose a skin you like the most from the chest, and aside from that, the battle bonus awaits you on the same day. Play matches and you'll get team star protection points for 3 matches, double star racing points, double protection points, and double EXP and double BP for 5 matches. We're not stopping there. Free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins will also be available that very day. Save the date. Log into the game on January 21st, enjoy the match, and win tons of rewards. Let's all celebrate the M4 World Championships together. Bring your friends, and these are my friends.
That was impressive.
Yeah, man.
Good job.
The fact that you could just one breath everything of all the rewards that we're throwing
I
at our
tried to
audiences.
distract you. That was good.
Well, thanks.
The amount of focus is definitely there, but I feel like...
Are you like the best anchor in all of Mobile Legends Bang Bang?
Let's talk about Todak in the Valley.
Correct. So let's focus on Todak, because I think Todak being the only Malaysian team left in M4, personally, I can relate because Singapore, we left already.
So
we're forced to be stuck together now.
So talking about that, right? Because looking back at what the analysts say, because they were even asking, like, for the pyramids, is that really the weak link? And the thing is, it is weak link because of the Valentina. And I even talked about it. Okay, the moment the Valentina has been picked up, what hero is UMC's gonna play? And I kind of feel like I wanted to default it to every single thing, because stealing a crazy ult like the Altar is actually quite crazy, because look at this. Chico guys dealt a lot of damage, and I kind of feel like it makes sense because he has a lot of AoE, but that really should not be the case, because looking at the damage from Momo 33, Rival 27, it's really not great, because if you put into consideration, looking at from the side of the Valley, everyone is pretty much like in sync in terms of the damage. No one is like too far ahead or anything. Like, it's quite balanced. Looking at mid lane, close damage. But before we talk further, I want to say Todak got a little bit greedy with their spells because there was absolutely no purifies.
And that's what we were talking about, right? It's so simple for you to have thought about that. But again, a lot on the minds of Coach Azim, Coach Amux, the players as well. So we can't put it all on them. And they know the pressure. They understand that they're one game away from getting eliminated from M4. Now, that begs the question. Are they of different minds? Because now that we're talking about it, it looked like the Todak's draft. It looked like they were having both the desserts and their first meal of the day, because some are lined up for late game and some are like, no, we're gonna win early game. The pacing was off. That's for me.
You can't tell me that I can't have ice cream as appetizer, and you can't tell me that I have salad as desserts.
Well, don't cry to me when you have a tummy ache, Jace.
Well, I always have a tummy ache, so
well, I don't cry. I'm a man.
I will stand my ground and accept that pain. But speaking about pain, we'll be going into the draw very soon, right?
Yeah. Game 2 is almost upon us. Mere moments from the point of no return. Again, once these decisions have been made, which heroes to ban, which heroes to pick, it all comes down to this. And again, you can't go into war without being armed well. Let's go into game 2 with the draft, Todak versus the Valley. And it's now the Valley's turn to be on the play. Todak answering back. There goes the Fanny and the Kaja, while Todak takes out the Eve. So, again, I'm not sure where the Farsa was in game 1. Both teams just decided, yeah, no, we're not going to play with a box.
Yeah, so looking at Todak's first draft, it's really all about like trying to work together, trying to set a lot of team fights, but the Valentina as well as the Fredrin really kind of denies them of that. So I kind of feel like whatever their first 3 pick is, it's semi-flexible so that your next second 2 picks could potentially answer the problems coming in from the Valley, because they picked up the carry first. That's your main win condition, and I kind of feel like they just drafted around the carry, which is correct, but they weren't able to execute it well.
Oh, you can see how the Valley's baiting it right now. The question is, do you ban the Joy or do you ban the carry? Because first pick is definitely going to go into the Valley.
And that's not even thinking about the Valentina, right?
Oh,
in the hands of Hoon earlier. Now a lot on the mind of the young rookie from Todak. Because earlier, I bet he felt the pressure again as a high and dry Hayabusa. If you have a game like that, and then you immediately have to go into game 2, fighting for tournament life. Can you imagine?
I kind of feel like what we have seen the entire day is a lot of teams, they will fight for neutral objectives together. So having someone like a Hayabusa is very tricky. Either you really show your presence in the lane or not. And it looks like Todak, they opted to ban out the carry and the first big Joy for the Valley. And here's the thing, if it ain't broke, why fix it?
I feel like right now, the fact that Todak gave the Joy over, I think Todak needs to find an answer with the first 2 picks. I'm probably dreaming, I'm probably throwing everything outside there, because Todak definitely needs to throw every single item away towards the Valley. I think they can look at the focus.
Yeah, no, and when they were considering everything, the Joy just came through, right?
Okay.
9 times picked, 55.56% win rate, and again, 46 times banned in 57 games. So 46 plus 9, do the math. That's a huge amount of Joys that have been seen in M4. So far, the answer by Todak. Oh, the Valley talked about this last night. There's the Hilda.
You're a huge amount of Joy. But yes, the Hilda is here.
Makasi.
But the thing is, if MOBA Zane is going for like a Fredrin, a Barats, and all those kind of heroes, it really doesn't matter that much, because the Hilda is really used to fight against heroes that are early game weak towards aggression. Fredrin and Barats, they're not really that weak, and they kind of got it doubled down, because Hilda as well as Valentina is okay in mid, it's okay in pressuring the jungle, but they need at least one other hero to be able to answer that. And the Valley, they could honestly answer this pretty easy with a Lilia. Just clear the lane and then fight back.
Yep.
So I don't think this starting part of Todak is that flexible for me.
Yeah, and I want to double down on the Lilia, because you have the Lolita on your side, but again, it's Todak who's going to be getting the first pick on the swing back, now going into the second phase. There goes the Ling. So far, 1 ult, all right? Chico guys can get his hands on 1 solid ult, and that's the Numenon Blast.
I mean, he can only take 1 ult, so I don't see the problem here.
I mean, 1 good ult.
Yeah, one good ult, yeah.
Yeah, but sometimes you see, I've seen some weird strategies coming out from my region is that if you see a Valentina on the other side, you kind of want to confuse the Valentina which ult to take, right? So right now, I feel like Super Shark's Lolita Luminum Blast, that ult is too juicy for the side of Todak. So, but this is the comfort hero of the Valley. So what I feel like what the Valley could do is to try to use as a secondary engage to force Shiku to use the Luminum Blast early. So it's going to be like a Mexican stand down, right? Like, who's going to use the Luminum Blast first will lose.
Malaysian standoff.
I want to see if Toda actually bans out the Akai, because I kind of feel like, actually, no. Letting Akai go would be pretty good, because having an option between the Hurricane Dance, okay, never mind. I know them, they would ban out the Akai. Like, I know them, but I'm trying to think, like, actually, it wouldn't be that bad. But you know what? Better be safe, because this could potentially be the last game. So yeah, ban out the Akai. Good respect for Mobazane as well.
Yep, a lot on the board left, though, for Mobazane. Again, heroes like Martis, Leomord performed very well for Incendio Supremacy earlier tonight.
Yep.
Please don't remind me.
Sorry.
There you go. But let me just run you down the reason why Leomord looks really good, right? If you want to drive a Leomord into your draft, you need someone to basically do the first initial damage, right? Like big mega burst, like the likes of the Farsa with the Feather Airstrike. The Eve could also help with the slow DOT, and then you allow the Leomord to just ride in, just sweep everybody up. But from the side of the Valley, currently, I don't see like that big mega burst. So
Not yet.
Not yet, but I don't expect a Leomord for now.
All right, so given that Formaze still doesn't have a hero, but again, that Hilda could switch up, Todak picks up the Lunox, and I think this is their way of just covering up the fact that they see, all right, Mobazane, eyes on you. You might pick up a tank jungler here.
I feel like a Farsa may come out from the side of the Valley, because, you know, the Yuzhong has been getting banned away as well. I feel like that's something that you will pull out if there's no big black dragon coming to threaten the Feather Airstrike. So I'm thinking the Valley is leaning towards there now.
Okay, so here's the thing. They pick up a Lunox, sure. Strong hero, great, love it. But again, focus on Super Shark. Try to time when you go in when Super Shark shield is down, because he could potentially result your damage to absolutely nothing. And look at the draft from Toda. They want to skill for a little bit. So it looks like here Mobazane is going for the Barats with 100% win rate, and Hoon is picking up the Fermis. So this is almost like what Toda wanted to do, except the junglers way of playing is a little bit different. They still want to clump up. They still want to protect their main damage dealers. But in this kind of situation, Toda, they got to make sure that they time it right, because they could get punished very, very heavily. What? And an Esmeralda.
I mean, that's the shields on the Joy that they're eating up. So I guess Formaze now wants a better matchup against Fight Chicken. So, you know, healing old wounds immediately from game 1 to game 2. Now, with that being said, Lunox going into the Barats, Lunox going into the Lolita. I actually want the Farsa. I'm once been twice shy with this Faramis.
Yeah. I feel like looking at what the final pick from the side of Todak, Esmeralda feels like that last resort coming up from Todak. And I really hope it's not the last resort.
I kind of feel like the way that the idea is that Esmeralda, except for her ult, isn't really reliant on getting all those crazy skill shots. So it's much more reliable going up against the Joy. And White Chicken himself has proved that the Esmeralda is actually really good, as long as you're not fighting against an EXP laner that kind of chunks you down so hard in the early stages of the match. So this could be a fine matchup in the EXP.
And I'm hoping it is, because this could possibly be the last game in this best of 3. Match point for the North American representatives. This is the Valley versus Todak. Looking at the early rotations, it's a mirror start, orange to orange.
Yeah, lots of things on the line right here for our Malaysian fans. Almost from the side of the North American region, they're holding their heads up high, but Yumski is here to wreak some havoc.
It looks like he's not really going to get much, because Mobazane did see him coming through, use the retribution on time, and I don't think in this early stage it really matters that much, because what Toda wants to do for this time in particular is not really to punish heavily inside the jungle. It's more about delaying the fights, because you have a lot of members that really want to scale up. Honestly, even the Esmeralda. So I kind of feel like what Yumski is doing is just to let everyone know, okay, you see Mobazane, it's here. You see Super Shark, it's here. You guys are not going to get surprised, so just make sure you guys farm up safely.
Yep, one small issue I do have looking at Todak's lineup is expect to see a lot of Radiant armor, expect to see a lot of tough boots, because their only real main source of reliable physical damage is Rival.
Yeah, but also another thing that we kind of forgot is that Esmeralda might do very well against the Joy, because every time the dash applies and when she's using the skill, those provide shields which Formace could actually use.
Exactly. And now Yumski, a little bit overloaded. He's trying to stop a little bit too much across the map, and this allows Rival though to cross over. Look, he's taking a small camp.
Well, right now, looking at his emblem choice, he really does have to farm out a little bit fast. So in this game, Toda's not going to do anything until like 6 minutes of the match. Once they got 2 items, then they can go in.
Oh, White Chicken going in already. It doesn't really have the ultimate as well. Now he actually has the ultimate. He's looking for some form of fight, but just waiting for the dash cooldown. But look at Formace. He knows exactly where White Chicken is going. Mobile Zane still working on a turtle for now. Formace, okay, the dash committed. Yumski, look at how the members of Todak split apart, just providing so much vision all across the map. The valley feels exposed. They give up the turtle for now.
Right now, look at Ling, look at Rival. He understands like it's really gonna waste a lot of time trying to farm, but Super Shark smells it out and stopping Rival from getting the farm. And this is what Toda has to do, and the Valley, it looks like they completely understand what Toda wants to do. So no surprises for anyone. Yumski, did he actually get it? No, he did not.
I don't think so. That's Yumski. I think that's the ultimate being used just to make sure that he tried to create some havoc. But because of Yumski being so annoying in the enemy jungle, the Valley, I think they've got their hands full, right? They cannot hard invade this lane, allowing Rival to just scale and hopefully get the items required to go into the turtle fights.
This is quite uncharacteristic. Compared to game number 1, we're 3 minutes in, not even a first blood. And of course, Rival here bought enough time for the rest of the map to go into a stalemate and get that first turtle. Yumski catches Hoon. Oh, he's trapped between 3 members.
Oh, that's the Bermuda triangle from the side of the NA region. Is going to be... Oh, Yumski gets swallowed out right into the wall, giving the kill over to Basic. What a play. It's basically Mobazane giving free food for Basic to scale.
Right now, look at the goal, because yes, a first blood was given over. But if you're a late game scaling composition, if you're not losing more than 2,000 gold, then you're still semi-winning. As long as you don't let the gold disparity to go to 3,000, 4,000, Todak still has a chance. But like you said, Leo, it's very easy to itemize against this kind of play. And Superstar is going for Chico, guys.
Luminant charge is already blast out. It's going to be Yumski that cancel the passion. Coming out from Basic will be allowed to shred, giving Mobazane the kill as well. Chico guys will respawn with the Luminant blast at the same time. It's going to be Rival jumping all the way in, but Momo is coming over the jump, but the co-author is denying Momo that kill. Mobazane walks away alive.
I guess that's how this Theramis is working. Way to go, Hoon, proving me wrong. It wasn't really used for more DPS because their DPS is in the form of the peel. Off of Mobazane, off of Super Shark, and we haven't really seen much of White Chicken. Lafell, you've been watching the minimap. What's happening up top?
Actually, quite interesting enough here. Looking at the way Esmeralda or Formace is setting up his own emblem set, movement speed is very normal, but he's actually putting a lot of healing for himself. So he's really trying to make sure that the early stage of the game, he's not going to get punished a lot. So that's why we can see that both EXP laners, they're just cutting a lot, but not really moving all across the map because they understand we just want to farm.
Yep, and we're still waiting for that rubber bands. Again, the fact that Todak is playing a late game lineup against the Valley, who wants to go early on. We're looking for a mid-game power spike here. I guess that's what Yumski's working up towards. 2 deaths, that really doesn't mean much for this Malaysian Hilda. Now, second turtle already spawned up. Wow!
Wow, the
quick
blast
start!
flicker. Yumski gets caught out. It's going to be Hoon zoning it all away. Rival is already there, but Mobazane will still secure the turtle for now at the same time. Mobazane just, I don't know what he's doing. He's basically showing who's boss.
And he is. This Barats is just standing there. He's rocking that Demon Slayer emblem, and it's working wonders.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. You got to look at the base stats, and Barat's base stacks is very, very strong, especially if he can get those stacks. Looking at his size, he probably has 16, 17 stacks right now. And in terms of items, Curse Helmet is just really for the extra HP and extra damage.
Oh, look at how the Valley is actually cutting out, just sandwiching, making sure that Yumski, Todak is not very comfortable to be underneath their own turret. That's a lot of damage coming out from Basic. Yumski walks away alive for now.
Oh, Rival and Formace, though. making the most of the Valley's absence. They are going to get the push.
Yeah, they're gonna get the push and they're gonna go run away. I know the mission. I'm not here to kill. I'm here to take down objectives.
Well, that is what I talked about in game 1. Don't care about your friends. Fight.
Oh, luminous blast going on. Chico guys will be dragged all the way by Hun. Basic coming out, shredding Chico guys all the way to the ground at the same time. Fight Chico, look at him. He's all the way in the back line. Momo can't do anything at all. The bench is going in and Hun will try, but Momo flickers back to safety. 3 members from the side of Todak has already fallen.
The Valley just pushing that kill switch.
Maze.
4 maze. There's 4 members there.
I don't think that 4 maze can do anything there. The Valley shreds the Esmeralda.
Right now, Todak, they gotta slow down because they're already giving up 1.6k, 1.5k. They've been losing out a lot whenever they're going for the team fights. They gotta calm down. They gotta understand. They gotta split the map. They gotta open the map up. Do what they did just now in mid. Separate everyone. Don't let the Valley fight.
And so far, the way that Todak is responding to the Valley's aggression is just quelled by MOBA Zane, who was, again, I mentioned earlier, grown so much since the last time we saw him on the world stage. He's currently #1 as a tank jungler. At M4, he's taken about an average of 7,394 damage per minute in the world stage alone. So that's what's standing in the way of Rival.
Rival, man, he's gonna have a lot of problems. Yes, that is the turtle taken by Todak. That's just more for like some form of, you know, consolation, trying to equalize the score. Look at how the Valley is playing right now. They're trying to use Basic as a sniper to snipe down this turret. This turret will definitely fall in the hands of the Valley for now. But looking at Supremacy, opening it up. Looking for the play right there. Both these two teams, they don't really want to commit.
A lot of this is free currently for the Valley. They are ahead. They're able to check bushes so much easier. And so far, what's it looking like? Again, Lafel, you mentioned, if they're at least 2K-ish ahead, they're semi-okay.
Yeah, right now they're still semi-okay because Rival has the items, but will he die here? No, he should be able to leave. Looking at the itemization from Joy, it's already looking like quite a nuisance. Genius one, and right now Momo has to run away.
Yeah, Momo will be able to run away. Basically, the random shot doesn't really be able to connect. Todak really looking for some pickups right here, but I don't think they can find any pickups. Todak is defaulting to just pushing down turrets left, right, center.
All right, good news, bad news. For Todak, the fact that the Valley isn't as aggressive anymore is a good thing, but bad news!
Caught in a very bad place, and that is the base of the enemy, but he's going to be able to walk away like a boss, but Fire Chicken, even with the dashes, will not be able to connect and chase Todak down.
Again, move around the map, avoid the fights. Fights are for nerds, all right? Just look for objectives. Understand your win condition because look at this, the way that they're moving around the map. Right now the goal is 600 from 1.6, so 1,000 gold lead, well not lead, but they got to recover back based on that.
Guys,
again, wait for the items, then fight. Don't fight yet.
Lafel,
don't be a nerd.
It's crazy how Todak's handling this, right? 0 kills on the board, equalizing in terms of the goal, but they're trying to pick up a lot of fight on the enemy side of the map because, you know, 4 mace on the Esmeralda has been cutting the way, putting a lot of pressure. The Valley can't even look at vibe. Oh no, he got stunned now. The Brilliance will not be able to pop, and the Valley cracks open the mid lane.
And now this makes this Lord all the more juicy, all the more safer. Look at Yumski, the position. He's gonna do barely bother Basic and the rest of the gang. Look at how much Hoon is doing to look for a pull. Not exactly gonna work out.
No, Chico guys.
Oh, 1v1.
Oh, it doesn't look very good for Chico guys. I mean, on blast. Oh, what the block play coming over Chico guys. It flickers all across the wall, but unfortunately that is not enough. The fight ensues as the Valley, they're trying to talk down the Lord, but will be distracted by Todak. 2 members already go down. The Lord resets.
I'm just as confused. What's going on?
So I think what really happened was that the Valley, they were really focused on the Lord. The Lord chunked them down quite a bit. So what really happened is that Yumski just goes in, adds some stacks to his ult, and then just slams down onto Basic. He died because he took a little bit too much damage from the Lord.
Stay down, Peter. Stay down. But with that being said, 10 minutes in, I'm guessing maybe this is where we start seeing Todak pick up on their stride because all this chaos across the map, this is where Yumski just relishes. This is where Rival wants to find those amazing catches. And now the angle. Lord at less than half health. Look at this bush, it's so juicy!
It's so juicy, but speaking about juicy, Basic picks up Yumski. It is going to be Todak, unable to buy some time, but the Lord resets once again. The concealed play going in, just wave clearing, the Valley playing this macro game, and the play of Tom and Jerry. It's a fight. Chico guys will fall in the hands of Hoon.
This is the American Ube. They're not letting go. They know that they control the river. They know that they have priority over everything that they set their eyes on. And even Formace is gonna get it. And down bottom, I think Rival can force this, but oh no, he's in trouble.
He will be able to walk away. Rival does have the retribution, but would not be able to commit because Super Shark could land on the stun very easily.
This is free. LaFell, what's the response from Todak?
Right now, I'm just flabbergasted with the damage, but Whitechicken gets down. Yumski secures the kill. Okay, here's the thing, right? Is it really just basic? Because the amount of damage going over to Toda is a little bit too much. He has 2 penetration items with the 100 strike as well as the Malefic Roar. Looking at Toda, they kind of have a lot of armor, so I kind of understand why the damage is so big. So they gotta really respect basics damage because Yumski tried, Formace tried, they cannot tank, and Rival is
you see that? You see that?
That's really unfortunate,
Mobazane didn't. He didn't. Mobazane didn't. We did. But again, this allows Todak to find these angles to make the most of the time they have. Good news, bad news, good news. This is just a level 1 Lord. And I think they are going to go ahead and defend clearly. Bad news is Basic is just feeling it. Basic just found his stride. Basic is going to use every little bit of space that Hoon and Shark buy for him. And best believe, soon enough, these inhibitors are going to be in trouble.
This game of Tom and Jerry, just Todak just running away as he come in, trying to stomp down on this cockroaches there, would not refuse to die. It's going to be Formace charging out. Basic is still in the right way, but look at the base of the Valley. It's going to be the Link all the way at the backside, and now it's Todak desperately trying to stall time. Basic picks up Chico guys at the same time for now, but it's going to be Rival cracking down the bottom lane.
Come on,
the Valley.
please.
Look at the base. It's going to be Rival. The backdoor unsuccessful.
And the clapback is going to be all the worse because there's 3 members of the Valley knocking in Todak's door. And there's only 2 defenders.
There's only 2 defenders left, but what can Rival and Yumski do? It's going to be a super thick stack from the side of the Valley. There's everybody on this car, and they're looking to end it. 7 seconds, they just need to buy a minute one more time. Rival goes into the temple to play at the same time, but will not be able to do anything to stall it down.
No waves. LaFell, can they still do this?
They can still do this because, again, Chico guys as well as Momo has recovered. If only they were able to survive, it would have done well. So now Toda, they gotta look at how the Valley is actually approaching the fight. You gotta find a way to not get caught, because if you don't get caught, you're not taking damage. If you're not taking damage, you have hope.
And the hope here is that Todak is looking at a huge gold lead, right? 4K, but the map is on their side. It's easier for them to split push, and they force the Valley to basically have this permanent bit of damage, a gaping wound in the bottom lane, and that's all thanks to Rival.
I really like what Todak's doing here, right? They've literally given a run on site to any single member from the side of the Valley. Do not engage, just run away, just be as annoying as possible, and we buy time for Rival to slowly take turrets one by one.
Like I said, don't care about your friends, don't care about your friends right now. Rival's going up against Whitechicken, but it's not a 1v1. It's a 1v2.
Yeah.
And looks like Whitechicken still got the kill. What?
Yeah, it's just crazy, right? The amount of time that Whitechicken was able to buy at the bottom lane, and now it's going to be the Valley. It's a 4v4 at the pit right now. It's going to be a 4v3, mind you. And look at Todak. They're super greedy. They're doing so many things at the right time, but unfortunately, it is going to be Hoon that will be lost. But no! Todak! They stole the Lord!
Where'd the damage come from?
Here's the thing, I don't care. He got it great. So, again, this is what I recommended in the first series. Forget about your friends. Friends are for nerds. Just look for something else all across the map. Objectives, the name of the game. What game? Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
So friends and fighting are for nerds.
Exactly.
And forget those things if you want to win, and that's what Todak is doing. They've shrank the gold lead. They have a Luminous Lord marching on their side to the bottom lane. That lane that Rival just permanently put a dent in, that the Valley has to potentially protect all this time. And now look, Purple gonna get stolen here by Rival. Mobazane forced to respond, and suddenly the map is red.
Yeah, it's so crazy how Todak was able to make a bad situation good. They found that small little chink in the armor. They pushed in every single might. They break through the impenetrable fortress of the Valley, and it's slowly getting shattered. The The Luminous Lord was being able to defend by the Valley. Todak right now taking turrets one by one.
That damage? Not cool.
Not cool.
That was quite a lot.
You felt it.
I felt it. We're sitting here. I feel like I have a hole in my blazer.
That's what that was.
Yes, that's what it is.
So again, basic, they're looking for an answer to this Beatrix. And Rival, maybe that's their one choice, right? Rival, Yumski, Formaze has already so much on his plate. He's dealing with White Chicken. I mean, 3 or 4 members of Todak are dealing with White Chicken, and now Rival making a play for top. Can he repeat what he did down bottom? Can he replicate the results?
I mean, looking at this, a concealed play is going to happen, but will they find anyone from Todak? They see Yumski. Will they do anything about it? Formaze is there. Right now, looking at Todak, they're trying to pull the Valley all over the map. Like, hey, come chase me. Hey, come chase me.
Yeah, the Malaysian roamer says, make my day, come on down. But again, that's one big resource that the Valley have wasted, and Todak can take advantage of that.
Yeah, by the way, I know you won't be able to have that, perspective that you can only see what the Valley sees, but based on my estimation, the Valley has no information at all where Todak is. Whereas Todak, because the Valley is moving as a pack, but they will not be able to find Todak.
And I think that's one strength Todak has over them. Once this gold lead shrinks, once the map once again swings either red or blue, Todak can take advantage of that. Rival can make a play, can commit to a certain lane, and again, force an inhibitor push, force permanent damage towards the Valley's resources. We're about 15 seconds away from this Lord, and look at how clumped up the Valley is.
Dude, one catch. The Valley just needs one catch, and it's GG game over for Todak. They don't know this, but Hoon and Super Shark are so close to Yumski and Chico, guys.
Yeah, it's just a play of vision right now. Something to take note, very interesting. White Chicken actually swapped to the Rapid Boots. He needs to go around the map from one lane to another very quickly because Todak is just creating so much invisible map pressure all across the board. This is a very beautiful game.
Not just that, I'm guessing the Rapid Boots could also be in efforts to pin people down, right? You have that passive that slows you down once you get hit by the carrier, and in this case, White Chicken. 2-2-3 doesn't tell the whole story. He's been holding down Todak, keeping them where they need to be for the past 18 minutes. And that's what makes this Lord so perilous, so difficult, already at about half its health.
Right now, it's going to be a base trade, ladies and gentlemen. Todak is actually going to try to take away the base for now. But look at the Valley. They're actually panicking, but no! Boba will be able to take down the Lord for now. It's going to be Chikugai, Yumski, and Formaze on the job right here. They're trying to delay, but look at White Chicken defending against 2. But now it's going to be Todak trying to slow down the defense of the Valley. But now Chikugai looking to run away. Mobile Zane a little bit too far, as look at how separated Todak is.
White Chicken is the base guardian of the Valley. If he died right there, Todak could have won. Because look at this, Rival as well as Momo cannot deal with White Chicken.
Oh no, Rival, he's in a bit of trouble. He has to run away. White Chicken on the other hand, he's having a lot of joy right there. Momo going in, but look at White Chicken, he's still at max health.
Oh,
but now
no.
the fight has been done on the side of Todak right now. Basic, the Renner shot doesn't connect, but then Todak has to defend the Lord.
Right now, looking at the Valley, the Lord is there. The minions are there. They're clumping up. Todak, they have not won a team fight. If they gotta win, this is the moment.
This is the moment. The Lord is already chunk down one quarter right now. It's going to be the Valley going to look for some play for now. The Tempest of Blaze already used, and that's a big effort. But if you're passion, oh no, it's going to be Swarm and then Swallow. It's going to be Formaze. Spin right at the board. Chikugai goes in with the counter. Will not be able to survive. Help with the base of the damage coming in from Valley. It's a little bit too much, but there is no minutes. It's up to this one wave, and Todak desperately needs to clear this.
Mortality popped on the Yumski. They're taking care of the minions. Rival doing his best. There's the ult on Momo.
It is going to be Todak fighting for survival in the lower brackets. The Valley, they're crashing on the core. As ladies and gentlemen, the Valley survives.
And through their survival, one must fall. Our heart goes out to the M-Series all-timers. The last Malaysian team takes their bow here at M4. GG well played to Todak, but tonight, only one team stands tall in this best of 3, and that's the Valley.
We lost 2 Malaysian teams. I've lost a friend. I'm just gonna say this for the record. I already called it. I already said it. No action has been done.
Numbers don't lie.
But good game, well played. The Valley will continue. In M3, they made all the way to make NA the number 3 region in Mobile Legends. Can they do it again or even further?
Just to put into perspective what the Valley has done here, in the past few years, I remember at least M2 and M3, Todak had at least a 4th or 5th place berth, all right? I think the highest that Todak finished was in 3rd. And tonight, the Valley, this team walking down the aisles, all smiles, they're responsible. It's because of them, the rising stars from the West.
It's really crazy, ladies and gentlemen, but we will be throwing over to the analysts very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, we need a quick breakdown.
Respect all around between these two teams. The Valley getting the sweep here. I don't know what they ate for breakfast, but breakfast champions, as they're call it over there, or the Wheaties. But again, what a series, and I really do feel like they just stepped up here.
Yeah. So many good stuff that we saw from Todak this game. It started really badly for them though, but they found an opening, and I think that they were so all in on the split push kind of strategy, the Todak Langar mindset, and you would argue that they could have taken it. However, it was the Valley in the end, and I'm very sorry about my Malaysian friends out there. I guess my friend is Trex now. We're
besties. We are besties.
Let's do it. Okay.
That's right.
I do have to say, Todak, like, I think everyone was on the edge of their their seats during that rival push. And even from that moment on, they had a lot of control over the map. I mean, the Valley was just able to get the answer, able to get that last Lord, but if they didn't rotate Fried Chicken up to that top lane, it could have been an easy finish.
Great point, because it was looking a little dicey there, right? I mean, Rival was doing that work on that Ling. He was pushing that bottom lane there. And there was a moment, I mean, that's really where the pressure started. And you saw, right, Fried Chicken had to react and adjust to that. And he did it perfectly with the Joy there. And just things really worked well for them. It fell into place for the team.
Great troubleshooting coming out from Fried Chicken, because there was a time where he was defeated, actually outplayed by Rival eventually, but that only happened once. The next time he did try to defend the lane, he wasn't actually very deep into the lane unless he found where the Ling and the Esmeralda is. You'll notice he is actually very near the turret, was trying to defend it as much as possible, and very smartly, he's trying not to die, and then made a lot of impact in the late stages of the game.
Man, you can see, you know, the smiles led by Zane here. They got to be feeling good because, you know, there was doubts, I would say.
It just clicked.
Yeah.
Top 8.
Top 8.
Top 8.
That's all I wanted.
You know, the journey, now they're in the top 8. But again, just, it's all smiles for them because, again, the doubts that were on the Valley early on, the struggles that they had to the group stages, to now where they are. I mean, as we take a look at the items here at Trex, anything that you really want to point out, because, you know, across the board, again, just like game 1, the whole team pulled their weight.
I think something that I want to focus in on is Fried Chicken a little bit here, right? He definitely stepped up his game. Even in all theoretics, right? Like, the Joy shouldn't do that great against the Esmeralda, losing the shield, but he does pick up a little bit of magic defense, but overall goes into the physical and just enough damage to still have some impact into the game. Now, overall, if I keep going through these items, I don't want to sound too crazy. Wolf is the real item genius.
You know, Super Shark already building up so much of a magic defense in the department, and you have to understand this Radiant Armors was so clutch in many points of this game. This will be the anti-Lunox, anti-Esmeralda defense that they have, and most of the damage out from Team Todak are actually magic-based. Only the Link can deal the physical damage, and having this kind of bulky Lolita in the front lines and side laners that are also very tanky. By the way, Mobazane didn't die this game.
Yeah, he didn't die at all, and also, you know, this time, this Fairness obviously working with the lineup here, Hoon having 12 assists, working so well for them. And the fact that from game to game, Basic just had an amazing game all around, right? Whether it was the Brody, the Beatrix, things working out so well for him. But again, this is usually where you see that support from your team really set you up for success. And I feel like that's exactly what happened here for Basic.
Definitely for Basic. I mean, we've just seen him on fire, but also Hoon as well. In game 1, the Fermis went to the side of Todak, right? And we all thought it was kind of a rough pick after the Valentina. This time they do literally the same exact thing, but Hoon uses it in great defense measures in the beginning of the game, but then as they creep into the mid to the late, he uses it as an aggression with that Cult Altar. And paired up with the Barats, I think that was the thing that really helped them press a lot of those team fights.
It's very difficult to play the Lunox with this kind of strategy where you have a lot of sustain. With Lunox, you want to destroy them with your Lunox bomb combo, the Ruby DD combo that we're talking about. And I would also want to say about Hoon, his usage of the Shadow Stampede, the way he's able to like snag people into their zone was actually amazing. But the man of the hour, Basic, I definitely agree with this one. He did.
That's not Basic. I don't know who that is, but that man is a monster. Aliens have invaded the body, and right now he has been playing like a god the past 2 days.
I agree.
Hey, you gotta admit, I mean, people have said a lot of things about Basic, right? Up to this point in the M4 tournament. Well, now that you've had this series and it's against a team like Todak, maybe that's gonna quiet some of the doubters, right?
Yeah.
But still, what an amazing game for him, Wolf.
Definitely amazing. There were so many moments where he should not be like surviving it, but the usage of the tactical repositioning as well as the flicker, and the fact that he went for Athena Shield so that he will not be bursted down by the Lunox, and then eventually going for Has Claw so that he can survive afterwards. Such an amazing display of usage of the Matrix and positioning coming out from Prime Basic himself. All over the map around the 5 to 10 minute mark because the Valley allowed him to do so.
Most definitely, and also this is around that 8-minute mark, you see the importance over that Lord Pit and just being a part of the team here. But even all the way back to the XP lane, literally everywhere. And this is where I think when we really start to see them clump up, right? After that 5-minute mark, once the Lord comes in, and he is just following his team around and backing them up to every measure.
Yeah, and I mean, given this whole situation and the way this game went here, we're going to be taking a look at the highlights for this game. And honestly, the entire team, again, is a highlight for them. Specifically, too, the fact that, well, here we go. Now the highlights. Thank you, I am a highlight. So, again, just all around the board, the Valley really performing here. There were a couple moments, I feel like, early game where Todak really was in this, right? They had a lot of moments here, and Rival even doing work, right? This is, by the way, the previous game. Yeah, game number 1. But still, it's pretty much the same story here, Wolf. Anything you really want to point out based off the previous game?
Right, so the positioning is there. We already talked about it. Basic was in the zone when it comes to his positioning. This time, his usage of the ultimate of the sniper. That is one of the many times that he'll be able to hit his mark. Look at the timing coming up from Basic. He waited for the right moment when he knows that there's no longer a threat when Rival's already down the ground, and of course, when Momo is not, as well as Formace is not there. No threat at all. The timing is there. This is the only time where he is going to go down, and afterwards, you're going to see his positioning and his timing going to be much better than the opposing gold laner of Todak.
I feel like he's learned when he needs to become aggressive.
Exactly.
One of the downfalls he had before is he would, in even the laning stage, he'd get a little too aggressive, try to 1v1 everyone, but now he knows he relies on his team to hold down the front side, and as you just said, it comes in at perfect timing. From game 1 to game 2 has definitely just been on fire.
Well, I mean, they're off to even a better start now. I feel like this momentum clearly just continuing to go on a team like the Valley, and it's really going to be devastating as they go further on. I believe, I don't think they play tomorrow, but they're going to be playing soon.
They're going to be playing the next day.
The next day, day after tomorrow?
Yeah, they are going to be playing against the winner of the next match, Akira or Occupy Throne. So there's a little bit of rest and preparation for the Valley.
Well, we can't wait for them. We're going to be thrown over to our host here again. Thank you on behalf of me, Naisu, Trex, and Wolf. Take it away, Mara.
Here we are with the North American representative. It's the Valley, dude! Congratulations! 2-0. Wow. What is this? What does this mean? What is this?
Bye, Malaysia.
Oh, goodbye. That's right. The last representative putting salt to the wound. But great job, Todak. We'll see you again next year. But you know what, Clara? Yeah. I wish there was a camera to show them right before they entered the match. I'm gonna give you an inside scoop. We couldn't even talk to them. They were so serious, so focused. They were so quiet. Usually, they'd be talking to each other, lively, but something was different today, and that's what I want to know. Even though you're saying bye, Todak, what is it about Todak that seemed to make you guys pretty uncomfortable, that your mood prior to this match was pretty serious?
Todak has been like kind of like a trump card team where their playstyle is like no other team. They even beat Onyx in groups, and it's just like very surprised. Had to be very cautious versus them.
You wanted to say something?
Yeah, I think we realized after groups that we have to take each and every series very seriously in the lower bracket because we don't know what kind of surprises, especially a team like Todak that has a bunch of them. We just don't know what they would bring out.
Okay, but you're surprising us with your answer, Mobazane.
That's right. And the last game is really intense. And how was that? Because rival, he split push all the time. How you got is in your head? And what is the situation at that time? Who wanna answer?
The second game was really intense. Rival was trying to split push. So what was the mindset? What was going on through your head? Because that split you guys up as well.
No, our mindset that time is like we gotta do something if they split. So it's either we rush Lord or like try to kill them. So we have to choose both.
Yeah,
but when we popped up the vision at top, we saw Lunox and Ling was there, so we just rushed Lord right away.
Yeah, and we were confident that in team fights we're not gonna lose with our comp, so we just stick together in the lower side, and then we don't really care about the split push that much.
Who was doing the calls?
Us?
Every one of us make calls, but I make important calls as well.
Okay, I gotta point out about Hoon. We all know that the face, no doubt, of the Valley is Mobazane, but we've noticed, and I've been watching the previous matches as well, when Hoon is on point, the whole Valley is on point. And you talked about you doing the calls. Let's talk about your leadership. How do you lead this team?
You have to basically go to the primitive mode.
What's the primitive mode? What is that?
We gotta communicate, like just natural instinct. Yeah.
Okay, let's hear it.
Okay.
No. That's our secret. That's our secret.
It's a secret. It's a secret thing.
That's a secret.
All right, it doesn't go unnoticed, your contribution to the team. I mean, even on the first game, your Faramis, like the Faramis, you kept catching the ultimate of Faramis, and that's a pretty hard thing to do. You're always on point, and we have to commend this now. I also have to point out that you guys keep beating MPL regions. You're making a lot of noise all over the world. What does this say about North American team, and what message is it that you're trying to send beating MPL regions? You keep beating MPL regions. What is this? What are you guys trying to show the world?
We did it last year. We can do it again.
Ooh. Bam! And that is the Valley.
But this time we knocked them out. We send them home, not the lower bracket.
Now, okay.
Yeah, last time it's knocking them down. This time we're knocking them out.
And you feel like this game gained the momentum for the next matches? You think from here on, would you think that Todak was like the hump that you needed to get over?
Every team is.
Every team is.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. All right. Congratulations once again to the Valley. Dude. The Valley, dude.
Bye-bye, Todak.
Goodbye. Congratulations.
Good luck for your next match.
Go ahead. Prepare for your next match. Speaking of the match, we have one more coming their way.
That's right. This is the last best of 3 match of M4. Because after this, we're gonna have best of 5 all the way.
That's right. We have another best of 3. What do you think? Do you think it's gonna be a sweep or is it gonna go to game number 3?
It's kind of hard to read it. It's kind of hard to predict it because every teams are unpredictable.
That's right. So be sure to tune in because RRQ Akira will go up against Occupy Thrones. We'll be right back after this break, so stay tuned for Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Embrace new sensation. Celebrate new happiness. Find new excitement. Seek for new tastes. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
The sun seems to be shining brighter on the west side in day 3 of the M4 World Championship knockout stage. The Western representatives are on the rise as they dominated the lower bracket series. The first series of the day saw S11 Gaming take on RSGSG. It is unfortunate that the Singaporean representatives had to compete without the gold laner on stage. And RSGSG were eliminated by S11 in a convincing 2-0. The West continued to heat up in the series between Incendio Supremacy and MDH Esports. The Turkish delights were too sweet for the competition and left MDH Esports with 0 on the scoreboard. And they spelled the end of the road of MDH Esports. Is this deja vu? No. It's the Valley, dude. The North American representative came out guns blazing with polished teamfight and execution as they put out Vernex Flash Flame in this elimination match. However, the MENA representative fought hard with an unrelenting determination against Malvinas Gaming, forcing a comeback in both games and getting one series back for the East, Yala. Now we will be starting another day of elimination. Which 4 teams will be sent home and which 4 teams will continue their journey to greatness? Dare to be great.
What's up, everyone? Today we have a hero revamp many of you have been waiting for. Featuring Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower. The new Hanabi is more mature and confident in herself, as seen in her new intro animation where she finally takes off her veil. Hero skills. Hanabi is a marksman that brings solid DPS and crowd control to a team and known for her bouncing pedal blades. Passive skill, Ninjutsu Pedal Barrage. That's right, Pedal Barrage is now Hanabi's new passive. With this adjustment, Hanabi's basic attacks and skills automatically create pedal blades on hit that bounce up to 4 times to nearby targets, while doing less damage per bounce. First skill, Ninjutsu Equinox. Hanabi's shield has been reworked into an active skill. The new Equinox shield now increases her movement and attack speed. Hanabi is still immune to control effects while the shield is active, but now dealing damage will increase the shield's health regardless of Hanabi's HP. Second skill, Ninjutsu Soul Scroll. Soul Scroll remains a skill shot that damages and slows enemies on hit, now with a new mechanic that marks enemies, causing them to take full damage from the next pedal blade bounce. Ultimate Forbidden Jutsu Higanbana. Hanabi's ultimate remains unchanged, damaging and immobilizing the first enemy hit. The revamped Hanabi retains her uniqueness without needing to stack her shield before a fight, and her pedal blades are now a more consistent source of damage. Her new shield mechanic improves her sustain mid-fight so she can stay in and on her targets. Pro tips. Use Equinox when you anticipate incoming CC and deal damage to keep it up. Don't panic if you get engaged on. Cast your shield and keep attacking. Line up enemies with Soul Scroll to cut their mobility while boosting your damage. And look to use Higanbana when the enemy is grouped up. Combo tips. When laning, use Soul Scroll to slow and mark enemies, so your next Petal Blade bounce does full damage even if they're hiding in the back. In a 1v1, use your shield's new sustain to get the upper hand. In teamfights, land your second skill first to make the enemy easy targets for your ultimate and let your Petal Blades go to town. Tactics. Since Hanabi's early game is rather weak, focus on farming, but not for the whole game, Hanabi mains. Poke the enemy in lane with basic attacks and her second skill. In the late game, use Hanabi's ultimate to engage and CC, and unleash your barrage of basic attacks and kunai to provide excellent sustained DPS for your team. We recommend this attack speed focused build to complement her rework passive and first skill. Marksman Emblem further enhances her sustained DPS role, and Weakness Finder prevents her targets from escaping. Inspire is a natural choice to bolster both damage and survivability, thanks to her new shield. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp coming December 20th. She'll be 30% off the first week, along with her resplendent iris skin. Give the new Hanabi a whirl and tell us what you think. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp December 20th.
If you cannot
Someday, you'll be the most shining light in the universe. The star will be burned for you, my flare.
M-Series Flashback, the Finals MVP. Every tournament will have its own most valuable player or MVP.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Back in M1, it was Aura of EVOS Legends with his masterful off-lane plays to clinch the award.
Aura!
EVOS Legends bakal melakukan triko akan gas ternyata di masa
And be the first ever Finals MVP in Mobile Legends M-Series. Meanwhile, in M2, amidst the pandemic, Carl TZ of Bren Esports proved that his flashy jungler plays were the top of the world.
Okay, anyways, 3-1 immediately traded out. Make that 3 members chasing him down, and there's only so much.
And in 2021, Ohem of Blacklist International showed why he is the Filipino sniper with his spectacular beatrix and marksman prowess.
Here in the early game. Another fight engaged on right edge for the round. Asmo still able to run away, but Ohem comes in for it. He goes in for 1v3 play. A mistake as he gets shut down.
And claim the title of M3's Finals MVP. Who do you think will join these players on the Hall of Legends? Can Carl TZ or Oheb claim the title twice? Who will be M4's Finals MVP? See you at M4.
Maybe. But that's the thing, like, who is your saving grace here for MVG, right? Harley, Joel Crew. Joel Crew is so far away from that. Harley, though, able to survive just a bit. Oh, never mind. Chiku, guys, from the backside. Now they're going to find Joel Crew, as we were just talking about him. They fall here, and another one goes down. 4 fall again for MVG, and there's nothing Dragon can do here to defend. It's a maniac for Chiku, guys. GG, well played.
They are resetting here, 13,000 HP.
They need to make a choice right now. I mean, the minions are pushing into their base. They're gonna get backdoored by Call of Duty if they don't choose now.
Oh my god, Call of Duty, will they read this? Junpo tries to delay, but no, my god, 505 trying to fly. Sanford, Yawi goes down, but Call of Duty in the backside. Betty QT, the base echo outplayed RSG.
But we just barely missed it off camera. What happened to Papa Dog?
He just got dogpiled on, and that will be the end of him. As you can see, S11 going for a different approach right here, jumping in, making a play with the Way of the Dragon as well, but the Vengeance is just tanking so much. Wow! That's Fight Chicken taking 1 versus 3. Erwin is an H target, and Fight Chicken is going again and again. The Lord gets picked up, and they come out on top, and it's so disastrous because the Lord is up at the same time. Incendio is still contesting, but it does not seem possible unless Alien can make something of a miracle play.
We've seen a miracle play by Grok many times before. He's looking for it. He has the weapon mastery for a reason. He steals it for Turkey, for Incendio, to save the game for his team.
I'm sorry. I'm ahead of myself.
Yeah, no worries. Wise, killing spree emblem on the Aldous. Sure. I get why, but right now, wait a minute, Naomi gets a hook onto Wise right now. It's going to be Justin who rotates back in. Wise goes in, and it's the first blood over to Justin.
Ken, that was a worth it.
What
and Haji tries to run away. I can't get my point out. Justin goes in front, gets a kill.
Dashing back in, Edward using final blow, not able to find anyone, and that's the iron hook again. Naomi's won.
20-30 vision where they just literally see the future.
Oh my God, no way! Naomi finds a hook out of nothing again!
He cares for the future. Whatever it is you want to believe, he lands again!
Naomi from the sky. They are right now. They're flying and they're soaring. And again, Naomi. What in the world was that?
My time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Touch the sky. You're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky. You're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it off. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky. You're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky. You're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes will be as strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Nah,
Welcome back to Day 4 of the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championships. We are now down to our final match between the next generation of MPL, RRQ Akira and Occupy Thrones. Two regions have succeeded on moving to the next round, but there can only be one of them this time. Will it be the brothers from Brazil or from the MENA region? Saigon is the unsung hero of RRQ Akira, as he is not always noticed by the opponents, dealing the most damage possible on the team. Blacklist International, as a top team, even fears his hero pool, especially his Xavier. They will be faced with Occupy Thrones, who just came from an amazing match yesterday. An amazing match was played out by Occupy Thrones, with Maro's crazy Kufra setups setting them up for success. Now they are up against their brothers of the next generation of MPL. Will they beat their brothers from Brazil on their debut? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the analyst stand here. It's me, Naisu, joined here with Trex and Wolf to close up the day for you with this final match. Boys, how we feeling? It's a heated one, RRQ Akira and Occupy Thrones.
Definitely a heated one. I'm honestly excited to see how the talent predictions end up because, of course, I mean, Akira looked great, but after Occupy Thrones last night, Leo definitely has some surprises in his pocket.
I think that it's just kind of sad that they will be eliminating each other, right? You want them to move forward. So much improvement between the players of this region. And it's just the hot topic today, like the next generation of MPL. Last year, I kind of asked for a Western kind of, like if there's embassy, hopefully there's a Western version of that. And I'm pretty sure that these two teams will be dominating that.
I feel like that's a big thing for a lot of these teams here. If they don't have an MPL region, a lot of people were surprised, right? Some of these teams. I mean, even technically, the previous series, the Valley, I would say people were surprised because there's no MPL in NA, right? There's a couple tournaments here and there, but all over the world, there's just proof that there are so many amazing teams and players out there begging for a league like the MPL.
And I think, I mean, it just goes to show the hunger of some of these regions, right? How bad a lot of these regions want it. Now, Brazil has gotten the MPL, right? And Akira has been able to hone itself in that league and has really just showed up. And I think even then, people thought that they weren't going to be the strongest team, but honestly becoming a possible, or maybe even could be said, dark horse of this event.
Yeah, I kind of was counting, actually. I think we have like 5 Western teams left out of the 10.
Yeah.
We also have, it's out of the 9, and 4 Southeast Asian teams. Even Midnight is actually going for RRQ Akira and Live for Surf.
He's going for RRQ in general.
RRQ Oshi.
Hey, you know what? It's RRQ, right? So this is, I feel like in a way this is expected, but hey, there's an Occupy Thrones. Here it is from the MENA region, XLR 44. Now that's a lot of RRQ Akira votes here, but still, I mean, even the performance yesterday from Occupy Thrones, that's pretty exciting going into this match.
But my question is, Naisu, I want to throw it back at you. What makes you vote for Akira here? Let's get saucy.
Let me tell you. No, honestly, I have been a fan of RRQ just in general, right? And even leading up to the M4 tournament, following even M3, right? With Luis, King, and third one was... Yes, I mean, as a team, following them along has been really interesting, and knowing that now they're under this banner of RRQ has been a big factor for it. And I mean, I gotta vote for them, right? I love the personalities, I love the play style of both of them.
You're gonna have to say Occupy Thrones. They have a Filipino coach. I'm gonna be actually be voting for that guy. So we'll find out what happens as we throw it. I think we're gonna be throwing it
to the casters
themselves.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and throw it over to them. Boys, take this game away. Enjoy the series.
These teams have grown so much, both from developing regions with their own MPLs, but sadly tonight only one marches on. At your service, my name is Leo, joined at the desk by LaFell and Jays, and we'll be bringing you this best of 3 between Occupy Thrones and RRQ Akira. Before we get on with the pre-match discussion, going into the draft, I'd like to remind you all about the M4 Pass. It's available right now. Complete all active tasks and you will reach level 75 at ease and for free. Log in now and get exclusive rewards such as the Beatrix Light Chaser and Stellar Brilliant skins and the M4 Beatrix figurine. They're all waiting for you in that pass. Use the hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBBM4, and hashtag Dare to Be Great. Battle Night goes live this January 21st. Expect loads of events and rewards up for grabs in-game. First off, complete battle tasks in the game, and make sure you do that by January 21st to get the skin choice chest. You can choose the skin you like the most from the chest, and aside from that, battle bonus awaits you on the same day. Play matches and you'll get team star protection for 3 matches, double star raising points, double protection points, double DXP, and double BP for 5 matches. We're not stopping there. Free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins will also be available that same day. Save the date, log in on the game, January 21st. Enjoy the match and enjoy tons of rewards that you can win. Let's all celebrate the M4 World Championship together with all your friends. And it looks like RRQ Akira has already brought their friends. My friends, LaFell and Jays, how y'all feeling?
I'm feeling actually pretty good because looking at both these teams, we got to look at the differences in terms of where they're really strong at, because for Occupied Thrones, Maro as well as Leo has really been proving that they are way more capable in handling all these team fights and all the complicated macro coming in from the team. But we got to look at the team lineups because, again, I want to talk about RQ Akira as well, because the way that they play the game, we got to look at the different powers that they have in their team.
Yep, and with that said, we're just going to take a look at the starting lineup, right? RQ Akira, Occupy Throne, are there any changes towards the roster? But I don't think there should be any, because I feel like these are the best in slot, right? Saijin, Tekashi, Gustala Gusta, King, and Luis.
Waiting in the wings is Blink, who was once a flex mid or gold for RRQ Akira, but now is mainly helping out Coach Cabral with the draft.
Yeah, and speaking of which, right now we are looking at Occupied Thrones as well, where yesterday, I gotta say, they got a very difficult matchup as well, but they still made it work, and it is true Leo as well as Gato. So going up against RQ Akira, I feel like it's gonna be much more difficult for them to find those opportunities.
Yep, they're making their way on the stage. The MENA champions.
Occupied Thrones, looking to prove everybody wrong on M4 stage. Stacks. Odds are stacks against them, and they're looking to make us regret our votes.
Look at the stride. They're moving to the stage. They look happy. They look confident. They look like they're ready to crush it.
Representing the MENA region with players from Saudi Arabia and Egypt. Give it up for Occupy Thrones!
Looking to occupy that M4 throne. It is in their title, but it's up to their performance whether they can throw up against RRQ Nation.
Smile all across their faces. I don't think we gotta ask. I'm pretty sure that they are ready for this match.
Oh yeah, and here you can feel the Brazilian energy. Tekashi smiles. I love it when that young man smiles alongside Luis. You can't help but do the same.
Yeah, the smile is infectious, the confidence is infectious, the motivation infectious, and of course, the crowd, my goodness me, is leaking through, and they are infectious as well.
That's Astro Thunder! That's Astro Thunder!
Walking in, full of swag, loving the energy, loving the crowd. Viva RRQ with making a lot of noise. They are feeling great.
Technically, you could say that this is their home court, right? I mean,
might as well.
With the RRQ name.
They are adopted.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, from Brazil, let's give it up for RRQ Akira.
Man, the fans had adopted them, integrated them. RRQ Akira, the fan base is cheering them on.
And making their way on stage right now with our esteemed referee, the authority in this current competition. We have Aditya Padilla, and flanking him are the coaches, Coach Cabral and Coach Mundo. X Factor, possibly, that's a Filipino coach for Occupy Thrones.
I feel like if there's any Filipino in your team, doesn't matter what role, you know, he could be the owner. You know, just the owner itself is already quite the buff. Something about the Filipinos, man. But going into the game, again, when we're going to look at a line, we're going to look at a draft, I'm looking at Leo as well as Mauro for Occupied Drones. For RQ Akira, I'm looking at Saigon as well as Takashi. Again, looking at how I would say both players for both teams, the way they start up the fight is different because, like you said, every single time when we're looking at an MVP, the setup and the payoff.
Two kinds of different players, right? That could make the difference. And here, we're gonna need every single player to do the same. Head-to-head, looking at what RRQ Akira and Occupy Thrones are bringing. Obviously, Akira had a rocky start in the knockout stage, but they're winning the best that they can. Let's look at Occupy Thrones, though. Look at their kills. They're killing just a wee bit more than RRQ Akira.
I agree. Yeah, Occupy Thrones, I think a little bit more bloodthirsty as compared to Akira. But another thing that you also have to take note is that Akira has a stronger early game control, but when it goes to the later part of the game control, Occupy Thrones, they have the advantage. But what I love about Occupy Thrones is their consistency. Just take a look, early game and late game, 33.3%.
But looking at the KDA ratio, they're very close. So it does show that both teams like to skirmish quite a lot, and not every skirmish will really result in what they really wanted. So going up against here, when both teams have the same mentality when they're taking the team fights, it could be very, very messy very, very quickly.
Yep, and them getting messy is a last choice. It's a worst case scenario because both are very good at the late game. RRQ Akira have modeled themselves after the M3 World Champion, Blacklist International, while Occupy Thrones winning their MENA Grand Finals, becoming champions. All their games went past the 20-minute mark, so they're both very late game-centric teams. Now, what the world thinks is it's all for RRQ Akira.
This is the kind of scores that my mom expected me in my O-levels.
For Akira.
For Akira. RRQ Akira.
Be clear.
All throughout the board, but we are getting some love back from the Occupy Thrones MENA as well, but it's still not too far apart. It's 58% versus 42%.
I have years of being on the desk, of being on the analyst stand, and I'm always not sure. Do you really want to be on the side of the predictions? Doesn't matter if it's talents. Doesn't matter if it's coming from the audience. Sometimes it feels good getting all the love. Sometimes you feel like, it doesn't feel good.
I feel you, man. Years on the desk and you've almost seen everything, but the truth is you never have seen everything. There's always that surprise. And we'll see here if that surprise comes. Because look at the energy in Leo. Look at this young man. He stands at 6'10" tall. And again, in the map, in game, when he gets his hands on heroes like Fanny, like Ling, again, he seems like a giant.
Here's the thing. I like how they're taking this because usually people are like, oh, it must be very intimidating when your opponent has the crowd on their heads, but they're like, no, we're riding it, we're vibing, we like the noise, we like the energy, so they're using the crowd for their own advantage as well.
It feels like you're taking the enemy buff for your own selves, and it's really interesting coming up from Occupy Thrones, that motivation as well, it's really infectious.
Oh, let's see how they use this momentum, this energy in game number one. It's afoot. The draft has begun. RRQ Akira on the play blue side, banning out the Fanny and the Franco, while Occupy Thrones got that two-pick advantage. The clapback taking out the Joy and the Benedetta.
I like the fan signs like, Viola, Occupy Thrones for the victory. But yes, looking at the way that they're drafting, with the Franco being banned out, the annoying thing about the Franco is whoever gets it gets to dictate when the fight starts, as well as it kind of shows that you can't really get into a fight. So RQ Akira, by banning out the Franco, I kind of feel like they're going to use the dive composition.
Yeah, but the fact that, I feel like RRQ Akira has done their homework very well. It is, of course, Maro very confident in the Franco pick, but this means that, you open up yourself to a lot more power picks, right? The Kaja, the Glue, well, you can see the carry getting taken out already by the side of RRQ Akira. There's also the Eve that's wide open. Occupy Thrones have a MCQ to answer.
Okay, so right now, looking at Occupy Thrones, the way that they're batting out, they're really focusing on Takashi, because now when I see Joy, let's just assume he's XP with the Glue as well. Like I said, so right now they're putting a lot of their ban eggs into a basket of Takashi. which leaves open the 1-1. And we've seen where Occupy Thrones, they nearly got stomped by the 1-1.
I mean, Astro Thunder, if you want to stop him, this is what you do, right? You corner him into a specific choice that maybe Hulk can take advantage of, and we'll see how they answer that. But at the cost of giving Gusta Lagusta 1-1?
Yeah, personally, what I feel like Occupy Thrones could do, they could immediately drop into a Kufra as well, but instead, Occupy Thrones opted for the Lapu, Lapu opted for the Valentina as well. Usually, when teams first pick their Valentina, the main goal is, I want to control this draft, and all of a sudden, you're basically, your hero pool will get chunked down because you don't want to give too much ultimates over to the side of the Valentina.
And right now, Akira are ranked second in hero damage per minute, which, like I said again, they like to skirmish and they like to skirmish hard, where whenever they want to take, say, any kind of neutral objectives, they actually take the fight first, which is something that we really have to put into consideration. With Akira following up with the Eve as well as the Fredrin, it looks like they're going to have a lot of fight because this is a lot of control between the Fredrin as well as the Eve, and the damage, 1-1 can just deal it all day.
Yep, the GOAT, Coach Cabral, seems to have found the groove. He's playing a chess match against Coach Mundo, and I like how these two are picked up in this order, right? The Fredrin and then the Eve, because you still don't know where the Fredrin's going.
Fredrin could go into the jungle, could go in the XP lane. It's RRQ throwing that question over the side of Occupy Thrones. They're not really revealing every single thing in their cards just yet, but they've already revealed their game plan, right? I want to go to the late game with a 1-1, then of course set it up with the box, the real world manipulation. However, Occupy Throne can also do the same as well.
Okay, I want to start setting up the storyline for this game, where I see the Claude here, where I would say it's a very mixed bag, because people with very high mechanical skills are able to use the Claude in a way that you're dodging a lot of the skill shots. But the thing is, with the Claude, you have a very low amount of HP, even amongst all of the marksmen here. So having this Claude, you're really having quite a risk in your own pick and ban. This is a very strong hero. Don't get me wrong, but it's very, very risky. And now they pick up a Kaja. I'm even looking at this. Is the Kaja really that well for them? Because Kaja picks someone off. Do they have enough burst damage?
Yeah, I think what Kaja could do, right? This ultimate meant to abduct. You want to make sure that, you know, you take away the second skill of the 1-1, abduct her all the way into the lovely hands of the stun. But then again, I think that's something that you cannot purify away, right?
Yeah, no, the problem for me is the fact that the Kaja is good when you're ahead. When you're behind, you're going to have to find mistakes that your opponent makes on the map. And against a team that's so well-oiled as RRQ Akira, that's rarely going to happen. And you mentioned the Claude, Lafel. You talked about how in the hands of Gado, it might take a while to build up. That makes the Kaja a non-starter. It's going to be an odd interaction. And now, the answer, foot's on the other shoe, or the shoe's on the other foot. Oh, mind my words. The Kaja gets answered by the Kufra.
Yeah, and right now, it looks like we're finishing off the draft with the Nakai for Occupied Thrones. Now, I'm analyzing the draft right now, and it's going to be a very difficult game for the Kaja because, like you said, for a Kaja, you're kind of setting up the map for yourself because you want to have bush control. If you cannot control the bush, you can't actually get whoever you want to get. And if you don't have the bush control, you don't get to choose. And the thing is, it's hard to choose already. RQ Akira already having 3 very, very tanky frontliners.
And with that being said, the choice to give Leo here an Akai is very Occupy Thrones, meaning that even in their grand finals of MPL MENA where they won their championship, this is a tendency. Just give Gado something that can carry with in the late game, and then just have the rest of the team try to buy time on the map. Jace, I have a bad feeling. I feel like Akira saw this coming.
I don't know, man. I feel like if I'm Spider-Man senses are tingling, whatever is tingling. But you know what's tingling, everybody, ladies and gentlemen? The crowd is just cheering for RRQ Akira, affecting both of these two teams. Occupy Thrones, they're riding on it.
We're going into game 1 in this best of 3. It's the champions from MPL Brazil and MPL MENA. It's RRQ Akira going up against Occupy Thrones. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have to iron out a few kinks in the competition to make sure that our athletes get to have the best experience and put on the best show for all of us. Now, with that being said, a few more moments for us to digest what might happen.
So this is what I'm predicting and what we got to look out for. The first 2 turtles, because whoever gets the turtle buff, you have a small advantage to actually control the map in terms of controlling the bush. And again, like I said, this is very prime for occupied thrones. If they do not get any kind of mistake coming in from Akira for the first 2 turtle picks, it's going to be very, very problematic for them. If Akira, not only do they not get picked off, but they also establish a good solid ground inside the jungle of occupied thrones, then I gotta say, Akira, they're gonna have a very good transition from mid to late game.
Yeah, but LaFell, I think at this level, and the best of 3 in the lower brackets, I don't think it's about, you want to count on your enemy's mistakes. I think you have to create the opportunities to allow the enemy to create mistakes, right? But at the same time, what I'm looking from the side of Occupied Thrones is the control in the mid lane. Valentina usually have a very strong early game presence and try to get ahead, but it's going up against a Yi, which has a lot of slows and also quite a good wave clear as well.
Based on the way that this discussion is going, it's a matter of Occupied Thrones moving much, much faster than we have seen them, both in the group stage and the knockout stage. And I don't know if that's possible. Again, even if our good friend Naisu says, they trained their minds out.
Whatever it is.
Whatever it was,
Whatever
right?
it was, yeah. We gotta...
See, you think about something too much, and you try your hardest, and the best performances come out. That's what I'm afraid of here. The fact that Occupied Thrones is trying a strategy that isn't a sound.
Okay, so Jace was talking about you got to create your own opportunities.
Yep.
How you create that opportunity is with the Kaja. Now, let me remind everyone what they're working with. You got a Kaja that can pull someone in, but then the follow-up damage is going to be the Valentina, the Akai, as well as the Claude. In those first 2 turtles, will they have enough damage? But before that, let's look at the player head-to-head.
Now, you brought up the fact that it's all leading up to, again, the 2 turtles helping out the core damage dealers, right? Pushing your strategy forward. And who do you have to expect to carry that burden? The gold laners, right? You have here Gado and Gusta Lagusta. Obviously, stats are skewed on over to Gusta Lagusta. And again, this is why I'm so worried for that Claude.
Another thing to worry about is that in a marksman matchup, a 1-1 going up against a Claude will usually take more time as compared to the 1-1. If the 1-1 knows how to play aggressively, she will be able to, walk around, play around with your weak points, and then win that trade. And you've also got a semi-peel for yourself at the same time. The Kufa will definitely linger around the 1-1 side to make sure that this 1-1 get a very good farm and good GPM, but take a look at looking at the head-to-head right now is leaning towards Gusta Lagusta with a 768 versus a Gado which is 626. Expect Gado, especially on the Claude, to play passively.
I would argue that this stats is not 1-to-1 because the way that their games have been progressing is very different, where Akira, they had very good matches in the group stages, and even though I would say Occupied Thrones had good matches themselves, but it really doesn't give the same results as Akira. So looking at the stats, I kind of feel like, yes, it shows that on average, Gusta Lagusta has been, rocking way more in terms of damage, in terms of gold, but I kind of feel like Gado, he still can match up against Gusta Lagusta, but the thing is, you gotta look at the movements. Who's really putting the pieces together? Who's pushing this there, getting this, getting that? I feel like that's gonna be the main thing, and that's why, again, I'm really focusing on the transition from the early to mid stages of the game.
And I think that's their main difference. You can argue about stats, how they're taken, what the sample size is, but the fact is, both these players are activated at different times in the game, right? Early game, you can expect Gusta Lagusta to come off. But for late game, Gado has never missed, right? Even with his Lunox, with his Beatrix, with his Claude, now in game 1, we're gonna see exactly how that comes to fruition, all right? For reals this time. Let's do it. Akira versus Occupy Thrones. Mind the jungle rotations. It looks like it's a pure mirror. It's orange to orange.
Another thing that we also seen from other Kajas is that they need to establish that river control, right? You make sure that you know where the enemy jungle is. You protect your jungler from, any sort of invasions. At the same time, though, I feel like both these 2 teams, take a look. Both these two roamers focusing on the mid lane for now.
Right now, Fury is doing quite a lot of damage onto Saigon, and Luis is checking out where everyone is moving because as a Kupra as well as a Kaja, any cash heroes, doesn't really matter who, boost control is super important. Right now, Fury 77 is actually doing a lot more than Saigon is able to going up against Maro and Fury.
The best part about, the Valentina is that, yes, you can clump together, and that's where her passive comes into play, right? The more that you land these spells on top of the heroes, you gain more EXP. Just take a look. Just the difference in the EXP level. Saigon's skill is currently at level 2. Fury 77 has already hit level 3.
And that helps with Occupy Throne's plans.
Correct.
I'm guessing, because again, that's less pressure on Gado. Takashi though.
Oh, Fury 77 found Takashi, but the Char Residue just makes him super tanky. He will be able to sustain out of this fight.
They're professional players. If that was me, I would have gone for it. But probably all the skills were in cooldown, and they understand they cannot lose early. So right now, good setup, but Gado not going to get caught by Lewis.
Oh no, Leo spots that there's a little bit of pressure on his gold laner, catches the Brazilian Heartbreaker.
Oh,
this could be
Lewis
dangerous.
gets hit to the wall. The flicker will be allowing Lewis to save his life. Occupy Thrones has ganked twice. None of them sticks.
All right, so again, full control from RRQ Akira, right? They are not shaken. They're not stirred for sure. And look at King. He's first on the scene, quickly pulling that turtle.
Yeah, 37-7 is something that we need to take a look at, right? You need to hit level 4 quickly, gain that real world manipulation.
And so far, he's just coming onto the scene. 4v4, pending. Could it be? Turtle less than half health.
Maro is already level 4. He's trying to upduck. It's going to be the French that takes, but the real one manipulation. Leo takes the first turtle away, and they've already picked up their prize. The RRQ Akira will punish them back.
First blood for a major objective. LaFell, was that worth it?
I honestly feel like it's worth it for RRQ Akira because that is what Occupy Trolls want. They want the first 2 turtles, and they understand. And like I said, based on the stats, numbers don't lie. They want to fight first, objective second.
Oh, the slow coming out from Saigon is actually helping him quite a lot. Maro and also Fury 77 will not be able to catch anything for now.
So now here's what I'm thinking, right? Half of your team wants to go aggressive. The other half wants to go get objectives. What's Occupy Thrones doing, right? Oh no, he's gonna get sandwiched!
Oh, Maro is gonna get absolutely sandwiched by the Akira Brazilian team. No way for Maro to get out there.
So now, Occupy Thrones, they gotta look at the map. They gotta understand their win condition. And it's slightly difficult because, like you said, they're a mishmash of everything, where it's kind of like a jack of all trades, master of none kind of situation with the draft. So Hulk over here, going up against Takashi as of right now, yeah, sure, a lot of trades going on, but nothing really happening. Looking at what Occupy Thrones really should do is they gotta find a way to get inside the jungle of RRQ Akira. But based on the draft, easier said than done.
Yep, and there's a cheeky emblem build on Leo. He has a little bit of damage and then didn't go full in on the cooldowns. So that might be something that comes into play. Saigon!
Oh, it's going to be Saigon actually getting terrified at the same time. Maro jump all the way to the back line. This one time, the blazing duet from Gado shreds the back line of RRQ.
And King just walks away. RRQ Akira, they lose 1 and they're happy to at least survive. So again, this is the first time I've seen Gado so aggressive so early.
I mean, as an analyst, it's good to feel good, to get it right. Leo here fighting King, but not enough damage as of yet. Like I said, Occupy Thrones, what they want to do is they want to get inside the jungle of RRQ Akira because, again, bush control. I'm going to stress that until the end of the game.
Yep, this is the second turtle for now. It's got the members from the RRQ, so already set up base. Leo, on the other hand, doesn't have the ultimate, so they have to be careful. Louis jump all the way in. It's going to be Takashi in the Black Dragon form, looking for some pick-off. Leo will be nowhere to be seen. RRQ Akira has full control of the turtle penalty.
Astro Thunder almost single-handedly winning that turtle for RRQ Akira. And now you see what that translates into. King's
Louis,
so confident in the back line.
Louis charging it about. Maro might be the victim right here. It's going to be Louis that gets suppressed, but no follow-up coming up from Occupy Thrones.
Yeah, here's the thing, right? I want to talk about that turtle fight because in that fight, Leo did not have his Hurricane Dance, and this is also very dangerous where RRQ Akira, they're really looking at everyone's cooldowns, everyone's spells, and looking at the itemization over here, I would say everyone is optimizing their items. Sorry, God, they're having a lot of penetration as well as the necessary items to actually mitigate the damage.
Something interesting, right? Coming out from a club. But hold on a second. Lewis bouncing around, trying to slow down Occupy Throne just a little bit, but it doesn't stick. But back to what I was pointing out. And looking at the items, Gado did not opt for the Swift Crossbow.
And that's something that we'll have to watch out for. Maybe his priorities are elsewhere, because again, he's playing off kilter. This is a different timing. Gusta La Gusta.
House go in, and he tries to smash, but it is going to be the 1-1 that takes into the air, but he managed to walk out alive.
I'm sorry, I'm an analyst. I cannot explain that.
I can.
Okay, sure. What's going on?
Lapu broken?
Yeah, no. It's the bravest fighter, and then it converts his second skill to damage reduction. He got extra shields, and that's what helped him survive against Gusta La Gusta. But the turret, not so much. It still sends him home.
It is going to be a turret trade right here for the top and the bottom, but it is going to be Akira focusing on the bottom side, where the next turtle will spawn.
Yeah, right now, again, Akira, they're kind of like almost checkmate here. They got the map under control. The way that their damage is coming up, they're going to have it soon, and it looks like an engagement coming in, and it looks like King is not going to commit.
Nope. Marodun is the one to use the ultimate as well.
Yep. So again, we're still seeing evidence of Occupy Thrones having different timings, and so far, that's what's leading to their stats just spiking up in damage taken. And Maro trying to make a play here for the turtle. It's free!
Oh, it's going to be Maro that will be slain for now. It's going to be Saigon actually going in with the real world manipulation at the same time. It's going to be Furry 77 unable to find his real world manipulation. Takashi coming in, finding Gado. Oh, a triple kill! Over the goal to Saigon. Gusta La Gusta cleaning it up.
Akira, they're setting it up very, very nicely. They're making sure Occupy Thrones don't actually move together. You guys can split up, because in this kind of matchup, they could kind of take 1v1s all over the place, because the way that they're setting up, okay, we're going to set 3 people closer towards the purple buff area. And again, Maro, in this case, it's not that he doesn't want to catch anyone, but he doesn't have good choices in front of him.
And looking at the map, that clapback, that sudden turnaround. Again, the shields from the turtle could not have come at a better time. RRQ Akira just making the most of it, pushing all lanes in, mid, bottom to top, and they suddenly have a 4K gold lead.
The fates are definitely smiling for the Brazilian team, right? Everything is all pushed in. They picked up, well, 2 turtles right off the bat. Occupy Thrones only picking up 1. The mismatch of that tempo coming up from Occupy Thrones is a little bit confusing, and I think the caster, as we clearly point that out.
Yeah. Honestly, for me, right now, for Occupy Thrones, the weight is on the shoulder of Hulk. He right now, he already has enough sustain with the Bloodless Axe to hopefully go in, start the fight. Let RRQ Akira show their faces, because without the knowledge of where everyone is, Maro cannot be activated. So for them to win a team fight, Hulk has to smash.
Yep, and Maro only has a dominance ice. There's really not much this Kaja can do, especially then when there's like, what, 2 or 3 members of RRQ Akira on you. And now a concealed play from Luis. Leo pops a heavy spin immediately, and the answer...
Heavy spin will be allowing Leo to pick up that kill, but it's going to be a trade for the objective, throwing that away. Reagan going in real world manipulation, cancelled in right off the bat for now. Occupy Thrones will be able to pick up 1 member for free for the time being.
Now the question, was that planned? The whole heavy spin plus Black Dragon form into a turret, was that worth it?
Looking at the reaction coming in from Occupy Thrones as well as Akira, I don't think that was really planned. It was just reactionary. It's like, I think he overcommitted, so I'm going to try my best to catch him. And that's why we see the pin wasn't really that clean, but it still got the job done.
I think the biggest problem from the side of Occupy Thrones is they don't have bush control. Just take a look how Lewis is just running from one brush to the other. Occupy Thrones, if they want to open that map, they need to walk in.
And that's why vision is so important. Again, Luis, as a traditional tank, a roamer, can just check in clear, clean, right, Maro? Given Kaja's current rework, he is partly tankier, has better sustain, but you can't beat a classic old bouncing ball in the bush, right? So I guess that's what's buying RQ Akira all this space, all this vision, all of this clean engage, and now Luis stretching up. Oh, misses his target.
I think Maro can't really find any angles for this. But in the meantime, Lewis could simply charge up and just jump in there. But hold on a second, that's the target they're looking out for. Takashi, he gets pinned down the wall. Second trying to pull down the damage on the side. But look at the back line. It's going to be Lewis trying to make a play. Gado, he got caught. And now Gusta Lagusta is all the way to the back line. Very Vickers all across the wall. Takashi, no, he's still alive. It doesn't matter because Saigon will be the one that brings down Leo on the top side.
Isolation, confidence, and pure brutality. Astro Thunder kept away Akai, kept away Leo, and bought that whole team fight for his squad.
This is why synergy is so important, because let's make it simple. If you want to catch, you gotta make sure you got enough damage, and they don't have enough damage.
Oh no, 1-1 goes in the air. Gustav feeling Gustav after this.
And so far, they're doing so much. They're winning so much on the map. If they stayed maybe a second longer, that inhibitor up top would have been nada. And I guess they're just happy to start taking buffs, taking away major objectives. RQ Akira turning the map blue.
Oh yeah, right now they're really controlling it well. 6,000 gold lead. And again, with the Kufra, you could engage. And the thing is, they will never know what's going on. And even though Kaja is technically a counter towards the Kufra, where it's like, okay, you go in, I'm going to pull you in even deeper. But it's really hard to do that when RQ Akira, with their lineup, they could re-engage very fast. Takashi, King, they could go in just as fast, and even if they can't, Saigon could set it up. Everyone's slowed, everyone can come in as fast as just about anyone else.
And slowly, they're looking. Oh, that Magic Sentry reveals the concealed play, so Occupy Thrones knows exactly what's up. Shenanigans afoot, not on my watch, says Occupy Thrones. That's a level 1 Lord marching up top, and look at how synchronized these waves are. Maybe a little bit off on the bottom lane, but that top lane inhibitor is going to be no more. RQ Akira going for the siege.
Going for the siege right now. Takashi going in the black token form. He's looking for the back line. Maro is trying to run away. Hulk, anybody with free food over to this Takashi Dragon.
And bottom lane gonna slowly go away as well. Gusta Lagusta, the Wrecking Ball, smashing on through. Heavy spin!
Oh, heavy spin catches two, but he has to duck out. The red one animation going in. Lewis charges out, trying to look for the target as well. He's jumping to the core for now, but Gado outputting some free damage. RQ Brazil, they know the discipline. They finish up the objective and they run away for free.
Right now, I gotta be critical because this is the point where we see it's not good to have conflicting ideas. When you catch someone, you want to kill them fast. If you want to kill someone fast, you need a lot of bursts, not damage per second. So now it's really unsynergistic for Occupy Thrones, where you can catch someone, but who's gonna finish it off? You gotta set up, but you don't have the payoff.
Yep. Oh! Close. Oh, fast fingers on Gado. I totally agree, Lafel. By the way, the fact that minute 1 we walked in, we questioned the pacing. We questioned where is this going. It's like watching an action film, and it's always with the drama, right? Like you're wondering what's going on.
Yeah, they started with climax. And speaking of the climax, it has landed. Takashi all the way to the back line. Myra will be the first victim, followed by Hulk at the same time. The real one manipulation. Gado nowhere to run and nothing to do. It'll be banned against RRQ.
RRQ Akira draws first blood, putting the MPL MENA champions up against the wall. It's match point.
Yeah, and again, this is a situation where the draft really matters because Occupy Thrones, individually, they have a lot of strong heroes. But you gotta understand, the 5v5, you gotta make sure that all of them can actually work together synergistically.
It feels like, you know, you're making a cake, but then you decide to add tomato sauce into it.
Nasi lemak.
Or nasi lemak into that cake, right? And it feels like Occupy Thrones want to do everything at the same time, but they can't really execute the main thing. But however, RRQ, there's so many secondary, tertiary engages, everything.
Now you talk to me about having ice cream for breakfast.
Yeah.
All right, this is the prime example of why you don't.
Okay. You know what? You win this argument, but again, RQ Akira, it's one thing to make sure that you get into the game with a very good draft, but it's also another thing about the execution, because we got to talk about the execution because, again, the way that they do it, Takashi goes in first. It's like, okay, I'm going to make sure everything is safe. Okay, it's all good. Everyone goes in.
Yeah, and again, a majority of this lineup has been playing together for so long, and that's what you get, these kinds of results. On behalf of Jays and LaFell, my name is Leo at your service. We're going to be throwing it over to the analyst stand. Let's see what they think of this first game.
Well,
I'll tell you what we think about this game here, guys. It was quite exciting, but at the same time, you hear the band here, you hear the rally, and it's RRQ Akira just making a statement in game number 1, Trex.
Definitely a huge statement for RRQ Akira, and I feel like the side of Occupy Thrones just put too many eggs into the basket of Gato, and today those eggs got crushed in game 1.
Yeah, unfortunately. It's a very conditional draft coming out from Occupy Thrust, at least my perspective. They have to hit a lot of their shots. Surely, when you think about like the combo, you have the Valentina that didn't snatch any ultimate, Kaja ultimate, Blazing Duet, and of course the Heavy Spin. If you think about it, there's a lot of explosions there, right? But it's very difficult to pull off altogether.
That's one of the things, right? I mean, Claude is a great pick, but in comparison, Claude won one. And it takes a long time for that Claude to get to the point where that Blazing Duet is going to be a threat. And I mean, how many times, too, do we see even Takashi survive some amazing things?
Right.
And that was simply because a lack of damage coming out from Occupy Throne. So, you know, unfortunately, it was tough to even get back into that game with such a lack of items and gold. And I mean, in just a second, we're going to be looking at the item build so we can even look at it further from this standpoint. But still, I mean, talking about pacing, economy, and spacing, it was just really in favor of RRQ Akira from start to finish. And Occupy Thrones are definitely going to want to do something as they get ready for that game number 2. Here are the items, though, Trex. Anything that sticks out specifically for you?
Well, I think the most general point of this is when you invest into that bulky composition, you need to make sure the gold lead does not escape you, because as it does, you're not able to defend against the burst damage that Brazil brought, right? And it just becomes a problem. And once that gold lead, I mean, by the end of the game, it was almost 10,000. And that defensive composition just doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, King and Luis, if you think about it, look at their look at their itemization, right? They prioritize anti-ramp kind of damage, like the dominance, ice, as well as like the radiant armor, as well as the blade armor. All of these combined, they make a very tanky and a very bulky frontline that the Occupy Thrones composition cannot deal with. Because you're thinking about it, if you go for the Valentina as well as the Claude, even when they're AoE, they're still like damage in the front lines, or frontal damage, for lack of a better term. So once you don't get through the front lines of RQ Brazil, you don't have much left in the tank. Occupy Thrones needed a lot of items for them to come through, and RQ Akira did not let that happen.
And I mean, even if just you take a look at these stats here for the game as a whole, right? Gusa Lagusa was able to profit very well in that 1-1 like we expected. But again, Trex, it's the Kufra pick time after time here, really playing a role for these teams.
Most definitely. Take a look at Louise, the forgotten one, 11 total assists and a 79% team participation rate. And honestly, he's just that hero that has crept back into the meta now. And it's exciting to see. I miss not being able to see him for so long. And taking a look at everything, I mean, just dominating over the board from damage dealt to taking the turrets. I think by the end of that game, OT was only able to secure, what, two turrets? Two or three turrets?
Yep. That's really, really bad. When it comes to the Turtles, though, they were able to get one at least, but it's kind of like RQ Brazil or RQ Akira still was in control of most of the game. They gave away objectives that they don't need because they wanted to make a better trade. For example, when they go for a turtle, they traded for 2 more turrets afterwards. Then, yes, you saw in the previous game, it's a lot of like early game control that you saw coming out from RQ Akira, which was attributed to the fact that they have an easier draft in a way, at least in the early stages. So as good as it is to look at Occupy Thrones' draft, when you theorize what it could happen in theory, I mean, in practice, it's very difficult to pull off.
Yeah, and I mean, with all that, MVP of this game is going to be none other than King here on this Fredrin pick. We've seen him pop up so many times in the jungle and how useful it is for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, and I think the final nail in the coffin there was that blade armor that you pointed out earlier, Wolf. I mean, that was like the final thing to nullify anything that Claude could do. At that point, it's like, all right, GG's, well played. Let's focus on the next game. Such a clutch pick there.
There was no actual shred coming out from Occupy Thrones, and I always talk about this kind of factor when you have your marksman for sure. It can deal the damage, but you don't really go in from second 1 until the end of the T5, right? You want to wait for your timings. That is where you need some sort of poke or some sort of shred, and that wasn't seen from the side of Occupy Thrones. That's why King actually had a great time this game.
Yeah, I mean, he was pretty much just able to roam around the map, focus on objectives. That's all he really needed to do here. I mean, that's what we saw. And again, as the game progressed, those objectives just built compound interest for RRQ Akira.
Yeah, and I mean, he didn't play it too aggressive. Like, there wasn't many invades. He never really went into the enemy purple buff, into the enemy orange buff in that first 5 minutes. They knew the job. Get a little bit of a gold lead in that first 5 minutes, get some objectives, and then as we go into the mid game, that's when they strike.
Well, again, it was just able to allow Gusalu Gusta to be online.
That's right. It's wonderful to watch because if you look at it once again, they wait for their ultimates to be up. For example, Takashi, I can only see like literally one time where he defensively used his ultimate, but almost all the time they're clumping up together. They're utilizing the strength of their teamfight composition, not letting the Valentina get a good ultimate up or a snag, right? So it was really just RRQ Akira masterfully winning the teamfights because of their timings.
That's the other thing that was a big question for me was you have the Akai for OT, but then you're trying to play around that Blazing Duet too.
That's right.
And a lot of times what ended up happening is they pushed away from the Blazing Duet. But again, that was game number 1. We still have one more game ahead of us, possibly. It's match point here for RRQ Akira. Can we extend the series? That's what we're gonna have to see. Casters, take it away.
Take it away, we shall, and back to the desk we are. At your service, my name is Leo, this is Lafel, and that's Jays. And we're about to head into the second game in this best of 3, possibly the last one. Lafel, what do you think is going to happen?
Okay, what I think is going to happen is that Occupy Thrones, they're going to have to pay attention towards the ban a little bit more because, again, the ban kind of dictates what's going on because they banned out the Franco, which shows that they're going for a dive composition. When you're going for against a dive composition, you have 2 choices. Either fight fire with fire and have a dive yourself, or trying to use a composition that really likes to bait things out. And then you go back in.
I think the fact that, you know, Occupy Thrones, yes, technically a Franco can act, Kaja can act like a Franco as well. You saw how some of the Kajas that other teams have been played, right? You dive and then after that you start to drag. But then at the same time, you get that pick off, but you don't have the full stop. You don't have enough damage to burst the person that you duck away. At the same time, there's a lot of opportunities that RRQ could do everything. Like you drag a Fredrin into your, that's basically a gap closer for him, and then taunts everybody.
I hear you, and both of you, very solid points. But I think it was RRQ Akira who banned out the Franco. They know that Maro is lethal on the Franco, bro.
Yeah,
and
no.
They even took the Kufra away from him.
Yeah, the thing is, they banned out the Franco because they want to dive. They got a Yuzong. They got, okay, hold on, let me just check my awareness. They got a Yuzong, they got a Fredrin, and if the Franco is on the other side, it's gonna be a problem. So they ban it out. So they gotta figure out, okay, they're banning this, why?
They can try to be on blue side. I'm talking about Occupy Thrones, and then maybe from there they figure it out. Something to note again, game 1, Occupy Thrones dedicated so much. You could say maybe 4 out of 5 bans just to stop the cash.
Yeah, let's just take a look at the hero pick recap right here, right? You can see RRQ, the damage is just outstanding, like stongs, a compounding, you know, increment with Gusta Lagusta as well as Saiyan. On the other hand, if you look at Occupy Thrones, yes, Agado a little bit shy, but it takes a bit of time for him to get, you know, the gears running, and that slow start could be the problem in game number 1 for Occupy.
Sorry, screenshot this, but Takashi and Hulk have the exact same damage dealt. 2-0, 3-0-1. The exact same.
How does that happen?
How does that happen?
I feel like I could buy a lottery number with this.
Right? Okay, but here's the thing. Looking at the players going up against each other for mid as well as gold lane, it's very clear that they dealt a lot of damage. But the thing is, how was the damage really dished out? Because again, looking at the Claude is very spread out. Looking at the Valentina is also very spread out. So here's the thing. Keep it simple. You want to catch someone, it's like a single target burst, right?
Correct.
If you're gonna fight it out, you're gonna like bait things out and have a lot of DPS, have a lot of AoE damage, you know? Be responsive to what's going to happen.
I think the age of having so much coverage is over. We're at the point where if you want to do something good, you want to do well at something, you focus on it. And I think that's something that Occupy Thrones, with the leadership of Coach Mundo, should have done in the reset.
Yeah, now, you know, back to the drafting point as well in a few seconds. It's back to the blueprints, right? Occupy Thrones, looking back at the archives. What are the kind of heroes that they want to draft going
Give Leo the
in.
assassin.
Give Leo the assassin could be an interesting point. Yeah.
Try to get a link. If you can't get a Fanny, try to get a link. Because, again, what won you games? Leo won the assassin. Give him an assassin.
Something interesting to point out as well, sorry Leo, is that RRQ has banned out the Fanny and the Link.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Hey, wait, no.
They did.
They banned out Fanny first phase.
Yes, and then Haya Ling second.
Yeah.
So they could have prioritized it.
Exactly.
Oh, no.
Correct. I think Occupy Throne just doesn't really know how to prioritize this pick, but we got to take a look at the draft.
Yep, going into game 2, this is where decisions are going to be made, possibly feelings hurt, but games are won and lost off of what is going to go down. Here we go. Once more, RRQ Akira on the play. I was expecting to switch up here, but no, they're doing the same thing. Franco and Fanny taken out, and then Occupy Thrones banning out the carry and the glue.
I kind of feel like they understand, is it really worth banning all EXP laners for Takashi? Because I kind of feel like he had an entire year to basically trade all of the meta EXP laners and then some.
I think the best part is that I think RRQ identifies the mission right here is just to basically ban away the Fanny, ban away the Franco, ban away the Kaja, which Maro used in the previous game. Occupy Thrones will trade that ban with a 1-1 ban, but this opens up to the Joy.
And there you go, Astro Thunder still gets his hero anyways. The Joy comes through, and mind you, this is still a flex. We have seen King play this.
Here's the thing, right? Joy, like, it started off very slow, but now it's really catching steam. 1-1 is #1 in pick and ban rate with 100%. Gee, I wonder why.
Man, like, 1-1, super broken, especially when she gets into the air, spreads all the damage all across the board. But even with the recent nerfs, it's still not enough.
Looking at this, right? So Valentina picked up again. When I see a Valentina, I think of control. I think of team fight. So I'm looking at the draft from Occupy Thrones. I want to see a team fight composition.
Yep. We're looking sure that, you know, Occupy Thrones will pick up a team fight composition. First ingredient for that team fight composition is a tanky frontline. There you go. That's the Fredrin going in. No feel for the carry at all because, you know, Occupy Thrones has always already banned it away. Now, I think the biggest question from the side of RQ Akira, where is this Joy going to be? Because Jungle Joy doesn't look as delicious anymore. It feels like a EXP Joy is the way to go right now.
Yeah, okay, so I agree. Let Joy be there. So I feel like in this situation, don't pick up a clear-cut jungler just yet because you said as well, King can use this hero. So wait until the end of the draft to make a decision. With Eve as well as Cho picked up, this is a very strong dual mid lane because they can have a lot of control because yes, Cho is a catch hero, but the thing is, because of his Jit Kundo, he has AoE crowd control as well. So this is actually a good answer towards a possible team fight composition where you have a lot of control in the slows with the Eve as well as the knockups with the Cho.
Yep, and this leads into the current storyline, the path, the narrative for both coaches drafting is everyone's non-committal except for Coach Mundo, who picked up on what we were saying. You gotta give Leo an assassin, and at first I thought they were gonna, take this to their grave, flex that Fredrin until the very last minute, but no. Leo said, Coach, look at me, I need the assassin.
Yeah, I need the assassin, goes for the higher. Preferably, I prefer the Link because you got the global map presence, but I mean, as long as Leo is comfortable on this assassin, that's great. Now, your biggest target that you need to look out for is definitely that Eve. You want to try to land the shadow kills on top of the Eve, burst them down, but then again, there's also that tricky part, right? Joy can always take the aggression from the shadow kill and then run away with it.
So that's why the way that I'm looking at drafts right now, if you're picking up in the Hayabusa, what's the follow-up is going to be very important because you need someone to isolate absolutely anyone, right? So and you got to make sure that you get to dictate how people are isolating yourself because throughout this M4 World Championship, you can't really rely on your opponent to isolate themselves from their own teammates. So you need someone to force it out. Again, Akai is not good here, but I'm thinking of something like an Akai where you don't get to choose where you're going to be at, and then the Hayabusa could take control. So I'm looking at the draft. If they can pick anyone that isolates someone from RQ Akira, because you're saying that the target is the Eve, how can you be sure the Eve will anyways be alone?
It doesn't even have to be isolation in the fact of an ult, right? It doesn't even have to be the fact that I can, through my skills, do that. It can be just the nature of the hero. So I'm also looking at possibly a Kufra. The Kufra is solid looking right now.
Your team is picking.
I definitely agree, but it's going to be the Lunox being picked up by the side of Occupy Thrones. I feel like the Kufra should be there in game number 1, but it got slipped away. But RRQ Akira will confirm that Rudy for Gusta Lagusta. Now the question is that the Lunox gold lane?
I think so. I personally think so.
Yeah, it is.
Because I don't think anywhere else she should be, because the Valentina is definitely a way better mid laner, and they're finishing off with the Hilda, so kind of isolated because you're pushing people away.
Yeah, and you're going in the bushes before they do, so when they check in, oh, no, not here, not here. So you scramble your opponents. I see the concept, and now as an overall draft, looking at Occupy Thrones, what they have brought to the table, it looks better, but if there is one thing I have to nitpick is the fact that they left Gado again in that very, very late game island.
Yeah, very late game island, and looking at the draft coming in from RQ Akira, they're actually drafting in a way they could possibly end the game without even fighting, because they can just push everyone away from neutral objectives and have Brody shredding on those turrets like no one's business.
That's correct. Brody is a very heavy, hard hitter. Yes, in my opinion, Brody is not really good at team fights, but when you have that Yves to spread out this box, you have the threat of the Cho to come in and Jikundo, you have the threat of the Lapu Lapu with the Various Warrior, the Brody could just free hit that turret out of control.
Let's see if the plans will come through for either of these teams, because one of them's going home tonight. This is game 2. It's match point for RRQ Akira going up against Occupy Thrones.
Yeah, looking at this game right now, again, I want to see how both roamers are actually going to do their thing, because as the Hilda right now, King is on the Joy. I want to see if the Hilda is going to put a lot of pressure. Maro is here giving pressure, but unable to really secure the buff. So right now, he's just going to run away.
I mean, it's going to be King zipping, zapping around, but Maro, looking a little bit low. The regen kicking in right here. Lewis, the Jit Kundo doesn't connect for now. Maro will walk away, but King uses the retreat.
Oh, difficult situation. I think RRQ Akira committed a little bit too much to trying to get Maro down, and I think that's mission accomplished. I think Occupy Thrones should be happy for that first minute.
I agree. They really should be happy. So now, what's next? Because looking at how Maro is playing, slowing down Akira's rotation is actually quite key. But then, what's next? They gotta wait for Leo on this Hayabusa to look at all the information that he has. Okay, Maru, where are they? 3 people around the bottom side of the map. Okay, I'm gonna go top. I'm gonna secure a kill.
Yeah, a lot of brush control right here. It's gonna be Maro diving all the way to the back line. King zipping, zapping around once again. No ultimate. I think they're just gonna touch and go.
And this is something that RRQ Akira took advantage of in game 1, right? The fact that Occupy Thrones had no vision. They had to, again, just in the most savage way, check in with Maro's life on the line, but now Maro can just run away.
Yeah, okay, Maro is looking at a good situation, but looking at both sides of the map, I'm looking at EXP as well as gold lane. In terms of damage, I kind of feel like you got more damage around the gold lane. So I kind of feel like if they do want to dive, if they do want to get some kind of engagement, they got to go there. But it looks like right now, they're starting up a fight around Turtle.
King is hovering around the turtle pit. Maro opening it up. Lewis trying to scout around for pickups. If they have to let go of the turtle, it's going to be reset for now.
Wow, the respect from both teams is like, okay, I understand what you're putting on the table, and I fear it, and I respect it, but who's going to pull the trigger first? King just working on this turtle still. Tekashi jumps into the back line. Knocked up by Hulk. Oh, it started.
Oh, he's going to be starting right now. The turtle will be slain by King. It's Tekashi with the Barbarous Warrior. Leo nowhere to be going. But, he's able to slip all the way. Leo, only 1 HP. Lewis has to burn the flicker at the same time. The kick going in as well. King is just wrecking havoc.
Yeah, that I was surprised. I thought he died as well, but I guess he managed to use his ult on time to actually run away from the fight. But look at this, Occupy Thrones. King is getting Look at Maro, yes! Maro's chasing!
He's chasing
King is there!
one
And
ultimate,
he got
but
it!
he will be traded by Sagan. I mean, is this worth it?
I think it is, honestly. Anytime a roamer dies for a jungler and you're close to parity, keep doing it.
Right now, I'm looking at the items, and again, I'm gonna stay with my point. If they actually want to get kills, I kind of feel like this is weird, this is uncharacteristic, but they got to go towards the goal lane for both teams. I mean, because Brody early game actually has a lot of damage. In fact, look at this Blade of Heptasis. He has the damage. So right now, both teams occupy Thrones. I kind of feel like just go up in goat lane.
But neither team are thinking that. Maro is pressuring mid and bottom. I think it comes down to turtle spawn, right? Like they still want to help build that up. And again, here you'll see how the timing, again, is so different for Occupy Thrones because they want to make sure Gado is ready, but wait, they catch Maro.
Oh, Maro, the kick going in as well, but it's a sideway kick. Look at the edge of the real one manipulation. Maro, he walks away like a boss.
I mean, I guess this is why Malaysia likes Hilda, because so annoying. You think you got the kill, but the moment there's a bush there, you kind of always forget how much healing you get from that.
The level of knowing how to balance out the damage from the Maro's Hilda is just way too crazy. And now Gado building in with a clock. Let's take a look at the emblems.
Yeah, looking at the emblems right now, it looks like Leo understands. For some reason, Hayabusa needs a little bit more damage, so he's sacrificing a little bit of his movement speed for the damage. And right now, Luis is going up against Maro, and it looks like Maro is winning the trade. Roamer against Roamer violence.
Again, the fact that they're playing with a Lunox just shows that they're willing to make sacrifices, and it's a full-on engage.
Shadow kill going in at the same time. Gusta has to run away. Now here comes Ferrari 77, real own run manipulation. Gusta just walking around, but will get shut down by Ferrari 77. Luis kick Maro all the way back to no man's land. Saigon will pick that up. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
Again, Maro for anyone from RRQ Akira is a good trade, especially since Gado's not suffering just yet. Hey, they put an assist on that gold laner.
And I just like looking at a fight around the goal lane, so now they're freeing things up a little bit. Fury 77 got the
purple?
He protected the purple.
Oh, wow.
It's on him instead of King. So again, that's a check for Occupy Thrones in the mid-game.
Everything is going superbly well for Occupy Thrones in a very awkward way. RQ Akira, I don't know. Everything is looking slightly okay for now in terms of the goal lead. Super even.
Oh, you hear that? Conceal, Luis looking for an engage, but Maro spots him again. The vision game making the difference.
Yeah, the Hilda is just so annoying to deal with. No wonder everybody hates her.
Yeah, a lot of people hate her, and right now, looking at the items, we got to look at the Eve, where the Brute Force Breastplate has been picked up. So, for Occupy Thrones, if they do want to catch someone out, they got to make sure that they see this item first, because you're going to have to... You have to invest a little bit more into that.
Yep, real world manipulation going in, zoning out Maro away, but the kick will be there. Trying to sell something. Look at how tanky Maro is, but it's gonna be the peel coming in. But Maro, he's still alive though. Nowhere for Maro to run. Finally, the squirrel jump, and he has to fall on the ground someday.
Close call. If only this was maybe 2 or 3 minutes into the game more, then maybe Gado would have gotten a kill or two. But at least they're just trading Maro. Maro's more than happy to be of service to his squad this way and eventually get them to the late game where they're more comfortable. Something I want to talk about. Saigon is owning mid. Saigon, the fact that he hasn't really left this lane as much, is at least keeping RRQ Akira in a small lead. Again, that's 1,000 gold.
But King, Maro scouts out King for now, but it's going to be the turtle that's already spawned. Occupy Thrones currently working on purple buff for now. Maro's going to engage in and jumping on, but Tekashi going in the back line. The Bravest Warrior activating on Furry 77 and 12, but it's Furry 77 responding with the Bravest Warrior, and now they have to run away. The shot kill going in, finding Luis, but he has to bike out. Furry 77 still on the run as well, just biking out, chucking it down. Lil coming back, taking the turtle away.
Oh, bodies are falling, Luis for
Fury,
no, and it's not
done yet. Occupy Thrones putting pressure on enemy's wound and peeling it apart.
If we see an instant replay, we can see how Occupy Thrones is actually isolating people from RRQ Akira, because that's what we were talking about. You got to find a way to isolate members of RRQ Akira to make sure that Neo has optimized damage. Now, the way to do it is kind of weird because OK Shadow Kill to put everyone together, and once everyone is together, then they start isolating people. So reverse order, but it still works out.
It's isolation with more steps.
Exactly.
It's like, you know, we come together and then we isolate and then we come together again. Occupy Thrones, I think the way that Maro has been playing this Hilda is actually making so much sense. You know, opening up the map, everyone somehow is scared of the Hilda.
With the way that Maro had stepped up, originally they had a different shot caller. It was their mid laner previously, Joke. But now it's Fury 77. Maro had to come into the leadership role, and here he's making all the difference. He shrank that gold lead previously about 1,000 and change. Now it's OT who's actually owning the map.
And look at this, the main damage dealer, Lunox, as well as the Brody, already having 2 core items. I would say if they want to fight, this is the time to fight because you gotta engage the Brody before he gets his Blade of Despair. Once that is online, this is a very scary Brody. Lunox, just by having 2 items, right? Lightning Truncheon as well as the Clock of Destiny, you can already wreak havoc.
And thinking of the possibilities, right? We really haven't seen the full potential of Gado just yet. He can even survive when King tries to dive him. But so far, RQ Akira have picked up on it. Hey, Occupy Thrones are owning more of the map. We should watch out. Tekash tries to engage, cancels it. Oh, no, Leo!
It's so hard to see Hayabusa just jumping in back and forth like that. Leo, super slick on this. This is the assassin that he's comfortable with. Maro gets slowed down by the E for now. Leo, oh, he actually catches Gusta Luca, but have to run away. Look at how much Gusta Luca hurts.
Look at this, it's very crazy, but Luis gets a kick.
Luis got a kick for 7-7, actually blowing down the real one manipulation. Icon following suit, but it gets cancelled by Hawk at the same time. Torn apart memory, not tearing people apart. By the side of Occupy Thrones, it's gonna be Leo going into the Shadow Kill all the way to the back. King looking to reload the Shuriken there to finish the King off. Hawk will be there to say hi to Tekashi. Backs off because Occupy Thrones pick up a good kill.
Look at the way Occupy Thrones is approaching the fight. Leo is the one engaging. He's giving the idea, I'm gonna use my Ogi Shadow Kill, and that forces the members of RQ Akira to actually move together.
Up Maro running away, running for the hills at the same time. He's super fast. RQ Akira cannot catch up.
He is just zooming on throughout the map. He's been doing this since minute 1, and Fury 77 answers.
Real world manipulation goes in again. Saiyan has to back off.
Something tells me Occupy Thrones needs to go a little faster. The fact that they took the Lord in under 10 seconds, they should just take advantage of the lead.
And like I said, Lunox really just needs these 2 items, and Leo really showing that he's training his brains off because he's not really committing, but he's making RQ Akira think, I could commit, but will I commit? And that's really ruining RQ Akira's in the way that they want to position themselves around the map.
Yes, and that's what RQ Akira has been doing so well. In the games that they win, it's their pace, it's their tempo, and Occupy Thrones, their off-kilter way of playing the gold laner and assassin roles are throwing them off, and they're starting with a quad shadow into a shadow kill.
Quad shadow kill, gotta go all the way in the backline as well, but he's gonna get chunga all the way in. Gonna be, oh no, is Gato still alive, going into Burnins as well. Burnin 7-7, pick up a double kill at the same time. It's gonna be Occupy Thrones, cracking over the mid lane for now. It's gonna be in a secondary engage coming up from Leo. King coming in to try to make things work, but Hulk, super tanky. Burnin 7, but look at Maro. He's here with the ultimate. Hulk Kings down the King.
1-4-3. Say what you will about a gold laner being traded for 3 members, but they're converting out of their minds a top lane tier 2 plus a tier 2 in mid.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you seen a support assassin? That is Leo right there. The Shadow Kill, more of like a fake engagement tool, and he is super sleek. Shadow Kill once again, all the way through dodging Tekashi, but he won't fall, unfortunately. But that is so much time being bought by Thrones.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you seen a better example of a caster curse? The moment he talks about a player, oh, this guy's good, oh, he got sacrificed. Speaking of which, Luis gets a kick on tomorrow.
Kick on tomorrow, but where's the follow-up coming out? King is actually jumping around. He's have to go in with the ultimate, but it doesn't connect. Occupy Thrones know they're 1 member down. They have to disengage.
Look at that fat wave that Occupy Thrones have left down bottom. Gusa needs to clean some house. So again, at least we're seeing some effects of Occupy Thrones. I'd rather say exotic tempo, right? It's throwing RQ Akira off their own pace, and that's what explains this 4K, maybe 3.5K gold lead at 12 minutes.
Here's the thing, you gotta make sure your opponent doesn't know your next move. Speaking of which, another move that's happening.
It's gonna be a disaster happening in the main lane. Barrel's desperately trying to run away. Take a real manipulation. Gado, whoa, get artillery strike from the sky. 2 members from the side of Occupied Thrones has gone down in a very unfortunate moment.
2 for none. RRQ Akira are shrinking this gold lead, and this Lord is looking dangerous. It's luminous.
Yeah, right now Lewis is really saying, Depo is like, okay, you know what, enough of this. If I see absolutely any of you, I'm gonna catch you off guard, and my team is gonna follow up. A concealed play is happening. Is anyone gonna get sacrificed?
Oh Lord, at less than half health. Luis's eyes on Maro. Hulk not even gonna get any closer. King is gonna retribution that Lord to oblivion, and RRQ Akira back in this game.
Yes, RRQ Akira definitely will be regaining a lot more control, a lot more goal momentum as well. But hold on a second, Hulk. Oh, King, he gets terrified as well, but he's to be able to dash out alive. But for instance, they say, no, I'm gonna pull you down with a flicker first kill.
Any other team would have waited for the rest of their members to come on and then made a plan, but not Occupy Thrones.
I gotta say, looking at both these teams right now, I think they're playing with emotion. They're not really like, all right, this is the strategy. It's like, no, me angry, me fight.
Me kill.
Me Hulk. Me Hulk. Just literally what Occupy Thrones doing right now. Leo going in. I don't know what he can do against Gusta Lagusta though. Wind of Nature will be activated but now, but will go into nothing but Occupy Thrones. Oh! Memory! Tears the Hayabusa up.
Me find Brody.
Me kill. That's how single dimension right now Occupy Thrones has evolved into. But it's going to be RRQ Akira gaining control. This game has devolved into something very crazy.
Yep, this is going to be a difficult defense for Occupy Thrones now that RRQ Akira has regained part of the map. They have a very small lead. Vision though, Occupy Thrones knows a little bit more. Oh, successful Lord defense, but wait!
Lewis, he's kicking for 7-7, right to the real one manipulation. Just buying some time. Takashi just slashing down Occupy Thrones. Maro will be the victim, and now it's going to be Takashi just buying some time to try to push down, using the minions, trying to land on some turret damage, but Occupy Thrones successfully defends for now.
I gotta give it over to Leo, not Occupy Thrones Leo, Caster Leo, because you called it out. Occupy Thrones, they should have fought a little bit faster because now RRQ Akira, they got the tempo back on their own field based off Lewis saying, guys, I had enough, let's go.
Yeah, of course, the real one, Malaysia and Gado is out of the fight for now. He has to go back and reset. Look at how taking half HP. Leo, what are you doing? Right into the shadow kill, but he's actually doing something well. Maybe I push RRQ Akira all the way back, but the stun coming in. The Wind of Nature activated the hammer. Ultimate misses. Gusta Lagusta, he likes it as Furry 77 replies with a revenge.
1 for 1, both key members of both the squads. Luis gonna make it home safely. Maro still looking for bodies again. It's that savage, that instinctive, that very intrinsic way of playing Mobile Legends still on display here in this 15, 16-minute bout. Let's take a look at the items.
Here's the thing, I thought the Brody had a Blade of Despair. He's like, no, I totally have way more than enough damage because now he has the Demon Hunter sword, so he has extra attack speed. So if anyone wants to tank, they can try. They legit can try, but they won't be able to get away with it. Looking at the itemization, he has the answer towards the Lunox. He has the answer towards the Hayabusa. So it's counterintuitive, but maybe don't go for the Brody first. Take members one by one, leaving him alone, and then go for it.
And that's way too many decisions, I believe, for Occupy Thrones to make right now, given the sudden clapback that RRQ Akira put on the board. Permanent damage to their mid, to their top, and now they force an ult from Gado.
Oh, that may be big.
Oh
and now
my
Gado
God.
will get kicked right into real woman base. Look at Leo in the background. Lucas activating the Wind of Nature at the same time. Leo trying to chase, but Lucas has proven super slick as well. And now Leo is the one that has the gun from the hills. It's going to be the assassin on the run right here, the king. But oh, Leo, where is he going? I don't know where, but it's going to be the Windnets coming out from RRQ Akira. And Occupy Thrones have to go back and try to defend, but no, RRQ Akira is showing them they want to make sure that Occupy Thrones doesn't go back for the fight.
Oh no! Those minions are getting cleared though. The fight is still continuing. Hulk's still alive. Torn apart memory. Taking down the Fredrin.
Taking down the Fredrin as well. 37-7 respawn just in time. It's going to 3 members. Second doesn't really have the ultimate as well, so he is going to be cleared up by 37-7. That is an emergency situation.
You know what? This game just got turned out to be so much fun. Gado 0, 3, and 4. He's looking for his moment. He's looking for that opportunity. But because he's looking for that opportunity, Luis sees him first and be like, you can go into brilliance, I can still catch you, dude.
That's why they call him the Brazilian heartbreaker, right? Like, you want to do something and you're so sure you can, but Luis just says, no, not on my watch. Let's take a look at this Lord. It is indeed evolved, ladies and gentlemen, so it has that extra ability. It can help clear waves, hurt opponents on the defense, all the worse. And again, at least Occupy Thrones, they have Maro here in this pixel brush. I wonder, how can they find a catch?
So much bush control here from the side of RRQ. Occupy Thrones, they do have some form of bush control, but Leo is super ballsy right here, trying to look for any form of person to shadow kill as well. But Occupy Thrones has a very wide open base. They have to stem that bleeding for now. RRQ Brazil will start that Lord.
In this fight, look at Luis. He's looking for it. He's looking for Gado. He's looking for Leo. He's dictating the fight. If no one touches Gado in this up-and-coming fight, it could be all Occupy Thrones. But if Luis catches him, there's going to be trouble.
Oh, Astro Thunder not letting go. Oh, finally the Lord gets reset. But look at this, the Y bush to the east. Huge presence from Occupy Thrones there. Oh, RQ gonna come in, conceal play.
He's looking for a conceal play as well. Hog will be the victim for now. It's got all the members of the RQ Wolf climbers in it. But 37-7 is actually running ground. Hog trying to buy some time, but not enough. It's going to be 37-7 jumping all the way in. Second has to run for now. Mero does have the king, but the king is actually trying to dish a dash. Gustav Lucas is finally joining the fight right now. Just like hard damage. RQ Brazil definitely carrying. And then there was slain out 37-7 and Gado at the same time. There is no way for Maro to follow them.
2 for none so far, and RQ Akira happy with the results. No free Lord for neither squad. They both have to reset. 2K goals lead for the boys from Brazil.
Small mistake by Gado just now, but hold on, this could be a bigger mistake by King. He went inside a 1v2.
As time goes by, the amount of mistakes that you'll start to make will escalate. Takashi already using the ultimate now, but it's going to be Leo. Oh no, he get caught. Gustav Lugusta, he is here. The real one manipulation, the wind destruction going in. The quad shadows, not enough.
Too much to expect Leo to survive that. That's basically all the surviving members of RQ Akira looking for revenge for their fallen jungler. Now, as quickly they turn to the Lord.
Okay, here's the thing, Occupy Thrones. You got 2 members going up against 4. How ballsy are you to go in? Because right now Luis is going for Maro. Looks like they're abandoning the Lord. They're going for a fight.
They're going for the fight as well. Got it going in all the way into Brilliance. We'll start this out. Hulk is actually going in as well. Gets slowed infinitely. Real one-man division going in for 37-7. Holding on to the ultimate of the Lapu Lapu. Instead, Occupy Thrones. This Lord fight has gone on way too long.
Numbers don't lie. We said it before the game even started. RQ Akira, if they see Lord, if they see members of the opponent team, we're going for the opponent team. We like fights a little bit more. But right now, they're securing the Lord for themselves.
Oh, yeah.
No way Occupy Thrones can get it. King secures it.
Yes.
Jace, this is what they call a Lord dance. All right, this happens about 4 or 5 times per game in a Filipino match in the MPL. And I have to say, RQ Akira have done so well to orchestrate it, and Occupy Thrones did their best to respond. And that's why it lasted so long. We were originally looking at an 18-minute Lord. Now it's scaled up. It's a 21-minute Lord marching down mid.
This is very scary for Occupy Thrones because now there is almost no way for you to isolate anyone. Lord comes in. Luis tries to find someone.
Oh, Hawk in the middle to take on the damage as well. Second will start with the real one manipulation first. 77 doesn't really have the ultimate to work with. The Lord is already chunking down on the Occupy Thrones core. Maro is desperately trying to buy some time, but RQ Brazil focus down the roof of Occupy Thrones. And now there's one member down as well. Occupy Thrones buys some precious time, but for how long?
Oh, they cleared the minion waves. King brought one through the bottom. Leo very low.
Leo very low. Second will be there to clean it up. It's now going to be a 3v5 in the favor of RQ. As well, Lewis will actually fall down and sacrifice at the same time. Hawk is absorbing so much damage, but he will not be there for long. Second going into real one manipulation at the same time, but Gustav going in for the crazy plays. Go ahead. Nothing left for Occupy Thrones.
May have taken a while longer, but RRQ Akira have found a way. They're sending the MPL MENA champions home tonight. GG, well played, and thank you to Occupy Thrones, but RRQ Akira moves on to the next round.
Saying they did well is an understatement. They understand what was going on, and then they, with the experience that they have, they know how to fight against it. They know how to fight against Occupied Thrones, and even though Occupied Thrones has been eliminated, I gotta say good sportsmanship because smiles are all around.
Just let it soak in, ladies and gents. Occupy Thrones, I think they outdid themselves. Maro, on the other hand, causing so much havoc. This is an unconventional game of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, but truth to be told, RRQ Akira still reigns supreme.
Well, unconventional makes for really entertaining matches, but for now, the boys from Brazil stand tall. Let's give it up. Viva RRQ! Vamos! And congratulations, obrigado, to our boys from Brazil. Let's throw it over to our analysts to break down game number 2 and the rest of the series that Viva RRQ took home.
Can't help it. I can't help it. I mean, we were cheering here, bobbing along with this amazing band and the supporters from RRQ, Akira, and just RRQ in general. And again, the throne, for now, that throne has been conquered. Yeah. It's a sweep here for RRQ, Akira over Occupy Thrones. But again, it's been a amazing experience watching Occupy Thrones, the journey that they've had up to this point. And you know, it's always sad to say goodbye to these teams that have to get knocked out here in the knockout stage, but you know, the tournament must move on. But still, Occupy Thrones, congratulations to you, GGWP, and RRQ Akira. What a performance.
What a performance from them. I'm gonna have to say that Occupy Thrones all throughout the group stages and now the knockout stages were so many close goals for the team. I think this is just about their experience that's speaking, right? Or lack thereof of Occupy Thrones. But the skill is there. You can see it. They know what they're doing. They know what they wanted to do. They're just not that clutch as compared to a team like RRQ Akira who had more, you know, longer training, more experience internationally. But still, Occupy Thrones, a very commendable performance.
Bright future.
Bright future,
I mean,
sure.
that's what you can see here. I mean, they've made it to this point, and it was still, you got to think, it was a team that a lot of people didn't know what to expect from them, right? I mean, that was the case for a lot of these teams here, and there's a very bright future there for Occupy Thrones.
Yeah, I feel like the first 2 days of the lower bracket are always kind of tear jerkers, even for us casters, because we get to see these teams, we get to see them perform, and especially the ones who make it from here forward. It's not as bad because they've made it pretty far, but Occupy Thrones, a great performance, but in the end, only one team can occupy the throne. Now, Brazil did a phenomenal job holding it together through those games, even with that tough start of the second game. I mean, very well played.
Well, we're going to find out here. Again, this is a long game, considering the average time for a lot of these matches in M4. 22 minutes and 26 seconds here. This was a nail-biter, I do want to say, you know, and Wolf, how is this looking for the items?
You know, RQ Akira, I thought that they will have the better early game composition. I thought that they will take over the early game just because of the fact that they have like Eve as well as the Brody. And even Brody having already like Maleficor and Demon Hunter sword, you should have a lot of damage ready for Akira. But then again, their choice this time is for King to be a little bit more passive, right? You have the Genius one for sure, but the rest is like oil on the defensive spot. So what I'm trying to say here is that RQ Akira didn't have enough to overwhelm Occupy Thrones because of their Occupy Thrones' itemization, as well as the fact that they're actually finding the mark. Gado, I mean, even when he went 0-5, I think this is still a pretty impressive performance from the Lunox.
I mean, when we crept into the end of that game, the fights were definitely long. In the choices of the Haas Claws on Gusta Lagusta plus the DHS, then you take a look at King, who built more bulky, and you even take a look at Takashi, building the sustainability with that Bloodlust axe and everything. They were ready for the long haul. They wanted to bring in those long fights. Now, taking a look at some of these statistics, the Forgotten One with Sagan picking up 12 assists, and then Gusta Lagusta, I know it was a long game, but 130,000 damage. That's insane. Hulk taking most of that.
Yeah, for sure. You know, when we saw Gusta Lagusta not perform that well in the early stages, they're quite afraid for RRQ Akira already because they drafted an early game composition. Come the late game, you see him like time his ultimate, time his stun actually so well, and even his ultimate, he just throw it away. He waits for the right and opportune moment. And I can fairly remember that outplay he did against Leo when he went in. I mean, Leo went in with a quad shadow as well as the shadow kill. He eventually had like Wind of Nature available for that, and Gusta Lagusta just also made enough space for him to get out of the zone after the shadow kill coming out from Leo. So there were many outplay moments from this guy, even when he's playing a Brody.
I mean, that's the thing. There was moments of brilliance here that really worked in favor of RRQ Akira, because still at certain points of the game, it was looking like, you know, Occupy Thrones could take that game and take us to a game 3. Unfortunately for Occupy Thrones, they couldn't finish the game, right? I mean, they were winning some skirmishes here and there, but it was still a very difficult game to turn around for them. And, you know, we're not surprised, right? Gusta Lagusta having a massive game here on this Brody. We saw just how much he was able to farm up the 10-2-6 KDA here, looking really strong on this Brody pick.
Yeah, and I mean, and as I said before, he didn't go with any sort of defensive, like no brute force, nothing like that, but instead went for the DHS in the Haas Claws. And I was actually asking Wolf about the DHS during the game. I'm like, do we think that works? And my guess was, I think it maybe gives a bit more possible finish-offs with the
Damn it. Torn apart memory.
Torn apart memories.
You say your memory was torn apart.
My memory was torn apart.
Yeah, it's very true. I think that the idea here for RRQ Akira is just to burst on the members of Occupy Thrones as soon as possible. That's why they chose for this build. And I think that he went for the Haslas after the fact that his Wind of Nature is on cooldown. So he's very active with his item choices. Whenever you don't need an item, just sell it and trade it for a cheaper one. Haslas does the job, and eventually Gusta Lagusta is just able to sustain himself in the latter portions of the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we saw, right? We saw a lot of these extended fights go on through this game, and those Haas Claws is a big component of surviving that, and not to mention, too, not just the item, but the fact of his positioning, right? We saw a lot of the times, even that last siege on the base, how clutch the positioning for Gusta Lagusta was.
Most definitely. Even the position of him from the 5 to 10 and 5 second minute mark. I mean, able to rotate. Once he got the advantage in the gold lane, he starts to move over to the XP lane, starts to help with these objectives. And taking a look at some of these highlights, you can even see him now being so important in game 1, hitting that crossbow of Tang at such clutch times. RRQ Akira really dominating, I feel like, in game 1, but even here, being so pivotal throughout the whole series.
Yeah, all throughout the series, that Gusta Lagusta just pulls through for RRQ Akira. I mean, everybody was pulling their own weight in game number 1. Come game number 2, it was really rocky at the start, but eventually they were able to manage to overwhelm Occupy Thrones. I'm excited to see game number 2. This is game number 1. It was pretty one-sided. RRQ Akira just got the OT's number. Specifically with the game, with how they are able to play it, and we are going to see Sagan play the Eve once again, and King playing now the Joy. It wasn't as smooth as game number 1, but you're gonna notice the torn apart memories just destroying Occupy Thrones many times this game.
Not only that, but every time he lands a hit, you can see his health bar come back a bit, and that's where it was just. He was really able to, especially against like a Fredrin or something like that, where you know these fights are gonna go on. And it was just, I think that's what really helped throughout the final parts of these games.
I mean, even there, like that highlight right there, the fact the positioning from Gusta Lagusta was crucial here. And even here, you can see he's outside the base, right? Waiting patiently, then goes in. because he knows that that's pretty much the end right there.
There's no threat at all. You can go for the flicker in, you have your jump again, you have another stun, eventually you'll have the damage, and there's no one to actually threaten you. Gusta Lagusta knows his timings, and that is one of the marquee, how do you say this, attributes that you're looking for when you want to play the gold lane.
Well, it was an amazing series here to end the day. It was a sweep for them. And again, congratulations to RRQ Akira. On behalf of me, Naisu, Trex, and Wolf, we're going to hear over on the stage with our hosts with RRQ Akira.
Here we are with the King of Kings from Brazil, RRQ Akira!
Congratulations! You guys did really well. They did so good with that sweep. I have to ask, because your opponent tried to rattle you yesterday, and they said, you guys better come prepared. And it seems like you did. Was that an extra motivation for you when your opponent tries to challenge you even more with the talking?
I think when the opponent says thing like trash talk or give strength for our team, and we stay humble every time because we are from Brazil, and that's it.
Keep calm and do your best. But yeah, I want to ask about this match. You guys got sweep, and what is the biggest factor for your win this match?
So with the sweep for today,
Preparation, our training, because it's working so hard, and our preparation is so important for today.
Yeah, and you got your comfort heroes.
was it because they gave you the comfort heroes? What was the opening that you took advantage of today that you saw?
Because the draft, and we are good with the heroes, and like Gusta Augusta, he's so good with Brody, and this is a key for our victory.
So for you, better drafting and better skills with the heroes.
Yeah, it's the draft.
Now, Luis, congratulations, because once again, you made it to the top 8, just like in the M3. So what's different this time around so Brazil can go even further than top 8?
I think the difference in this time is our preparation. We stay 1 month and 20 days in Indonesia. We have support from RQ. I think this
was important for us.
Oh, so the supporter from Indonesia
the support
boosts you.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Of course.
Oh, is there anything that you want to say to Indonesian fans and your fans around the world, RQ Akira?
Thank you. This is Brazil. Thank you for supporting us. And terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Kami Aku cinta kamu.
What?
Aku cinta kamu.
Aku cindanamu.
Okay, one last question for you. You're going to be going up against the Valley. Now, the group stages, it didn't seem like you had a hard time. Do you think you can repeat that performance and knock them out, or will it be more challenging?
We are very confident to play against the Valley, but it will be a hard match, we think. They are with another thinking of game, so it will be hard, but we are confident.
All right, that's what we need. Confidence, especially against the Valley. Once again, congratulations to RRQ Akira.
Yay! This is Brazil. And thank you for the great interview. We will see you on other occasions. So thank you once again. And of course, they sweep the match 2-0.
Yes, actually. Oh, you guys may now exit the stage. Thank you so much. So, Clara, today we had back-to-back games, action-packed today. What was your favorite series out of all of them?
Mara, I've seen a lot of games, but this third match really caught my eyes.
With the Valley.
That's right, they won with a style. Even though the opponents tried to split push, they still keep calm and they got the win.
How about you? Too bad for Todak at their expense, but don't worry, Todak. I know you'll come back stronger for the Todak fans, for the Malaysian fans out there. That's right. The Valley did really great in the beginning. They seemed really nervous, but they did really well with the sweep. My favorite game is series number 2, the only series that went up to game 3 with Incendio Supremacy. They're really improving.
Yeah, nobody could predict the second match of the day because we know that everyone going to be full, all out, and nobody want to lose because they got eliminated today. We got 4 teams that cannot compete tomorrow.
Now, this is our last best of 3. After this, we're gonna go to the best of 5. What do you think? How do you think that'll affect the game and the players going from best of 3 to best of 5?
You know what? Best of 5 is really hard because they need to prepare a lot of things, and this is
the updated bracket.
We know that we have to say goodbye to 4 teams today. And with 2-0, S11 has to be stopped as well, got eliminated, and as well Team Hub and Todak and Occupy Thrones.
But Falcon, Incendio Supremacy, the Valley, and RRQ Akira will move on to the next round. But take a look at the upper bracket. We have the Onyx, Echo, RRQ Hoshi, and Blacklist International. Indonesia versus Philippines in the upper bracket. And you know what? For the schedule for the next day, especially tomorrow, we're gonna have it split up. It'll be the lower bracket and the upper bracket. Falcon Esports will be going up Incendio Supremacy.
Oh, and for the closing, this is best of 5 series as well for RRQ Hoshi against Blacklist International.
It's getting exciting, even more intense now that we have reached the top 8 of our competition. So you better not miss the following days because you know what? We had 4 days down and we're gonna have 5 more days to go.
Oh, well. Things gonna be so intense tomorrow. But of course, everyone don't miss it. Come and join us here at M4.
Let us know who your favorite teams are. Keep it coming in the comment section below. And of course, we'd like to thank our sponsors. M4 is powered by Mouton, presented by TikTok, our official content partner, supported by Secret Lab, our official gaming chair.
And we have Esports Charts, our analytical partner. Gang, our official merchandise partner. We have Miwas, our media partner. And last but not least, our Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia.
Join us tomorrow for another day of exciting MLBB action as we see 8 teams dare to be great. Goodbye, everybody. You've been watching the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship.
See you tomorrow.
Dare to be great.
Yes.
time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know don't never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our hearts, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now.